Welcome back, guys.
Shit.
Hello, Samuel.
Hello. How's everything going, Matthew?
Fairly well. A little bit sad. Had to kill a butterfly.
Aw.
Yeah.
Was someone casting an unforgivable curse at you?
No, but she kept telling me who her name was, and eventually I got tired of it. The Draconic Tree Sentinel was still harder to kill than Millennia.
Mm-hmm.
By like a factor of 10.
But you
So hard to kill.
So you got Millennia. Good for fucking you. Like that is a genuine accomplishment.
Like, not even hard.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh well, you're doing you're doing a bleed build though.
Yeah. Like,
And that is
left
apparently
in-
I'm not under the impression that it makes it easy, but like it's the one you want. If yeah.
It is like so much easier than any. I can't imagine actually beating her as anything other than like,
Right.
outrageous,
Yeah.
outrageous like mage.
You base. I don't think mage has much to fuck with her on, honestly. Like that from what I've seen of videos of her, it doesn't look like you don't have to dodge all that shit anyway. You know, it looks like she just kind of gets in your
You
face.
dodge everything she does really easily except for 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Like the one where she like whirls around and like it's genuinely really fucking hard to dodge and it kills you in 1 hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's where I struggled. And then
Yeah.
this like she like dive bombs you in phase 2 and then explodes. And that's also irritating. That was what kept killing me. I got to the first phase really easily because the
Yeah.
B build just does more damage than she can get back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was very aesthetic. So
You
I'm
mean
kinda sad
that she
about
was naked?
no aesthetic. She was butterflies. Like
Yeah.
it was very nice and thematic.
Yeah.
Although I did find the like tactical placement of the rock kind of amusing. Like they literally just got the nipples.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now I know that Matt is being titillating. Hello, Ali. You've joined to Matt saying the word nipples.
Did
well, you
not
just
catch that. Just missed him saying it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, say Sam, have you ever actually explained that on stream?
I have.
Okay.
I've explained nipples on stream. I have.
Because I feel like if people don't know that version, they will not understand why you're really mad suddenly.
it was good fun. Like I went back and like killed the fucking Commander Nile. I killed him and he killed me at the exact same time, but unlike me, he doesn't respawn.
Mm-hmm.
Only me first moment in the game. Why does everything in this goddamn place explode?
Why wouldn't it explode?
It doesn't make logical sense.
Feels like a moral failure for shit not to explode. Like,
But yeah, like there's nothing left but Marika, like a few little bits and pieces, and I'm concerned that whatever happens when I go back up to the top of the tree, which is currently very nice and like the graphics are immense. I'm concerned it will just like end the game for good.
Also, Tsugigo, the Valkyrie pilots are fucking German. I've learned.
The what pilot?
The Valkyries. They're the Terran anti-air unit. They say shit like "Jawohl."
I don't want to like poke fun, but like Valkyrie does automatically make me think they should be German.
Ha!
I mean,
Ah,
most likely they should be Nordic, actually. But
Yeah, Nordic makes more
Yeah,
sense to
yeah,
me
yeah,
than German for sure.
although then that one time I played 20 questions with a round of friends, and they were disagreeing about whether Germany is part of Northern Europe. All of them were German, so there's also that.
Yeah, most of the Germanic tribes, including most of the ones in Scandinavia, are Scythian migrations anyway.
Although
Yeah. Although that wasn't the point. The point was more that half of them divided Europe into Northern Europe, Central Europe, and Southern Europe. And those people said, no, Germany isn't Northern Europe because it's Central Europe, and the other half just divided into Northern and Southern Europe, in which case, yes, Germany is Northern Europe. So that was kind of more of a problem. But if you ask people, is the character from Northern Europe, and half of the people immediately go yes, and the other half immediately go no. Like, okay, can I get one answer to that?
Compare amongst yourselves and decide.
Northern Europe's a bit of a weird one, though.
Although
really
I
knows what it is.
technically got free information out of that quest because what it seemed was a 10-minute discussion between everyone at the table whether Germany's part of Northern Europe or not, which basically told me that my character was from Germany. So
Yeah.
there's that.
What it should have done is Sakiko leave the room. We need to have a discussion.
That was a bit difficult. We were sitting in a restaurant that usually has only 25 spaces and there were 50 of us. So to get out, I would literally have had to walk over people.
Well then, that's just their problem then.
let's spread things out just a bit here.
Oh,
Get them away, Marines.
that was the last meeting we had
And-
after an Oprah a few years ago, where the band was going into a 1-year break.
I still love how you say it. How you say it, Oprah. That's so funny to me.
Yes, Sam, I know, because you don't know British English. That's fine. And
Matt, say the word opera.
Opera.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, it's opera.
No one says Oprah.
he uses the exact same O that I do. Sam, you're the only one who uses a different O. I'm sorry to say this.
No, Skiko,
Sakiko,
you're saying Oprah. Matt says opera.
like, how did you say Operation Sakiko?
Operation?
Damaging me.
Matt, you made something over them.
That was the same O. You're saying Oprah. And I'm not making fun. I genuinely love it. I think it's fucking awesome.
You think everything to do with accents is fucking awesome?
Yes, of course I do.
I mean, he's a voice actor. Like,
Yeah, it's fucking fascinating to me.
On a slightly related note, what was I talking about?
After opera.
No, genuine question, because I don't.
So it was 20 questions, and now I said they should have told you to leave.
Oh, right, yeah. And the band was about to go into a 1-year break. So we had an Italian restaurant that we went to occasionally after shows that we all quite liked, and where we talked to the owner, who was actually willing to stay open that last night. Although usually he would have had his day off that night, and he brought in, I think, 2 employees and set everything up for twice as many people as he actually had space, because we couldn't go outside because it was after 10 p.m. And yeah, it was very fun, but also extremely crowded.
Really oh, nope. No, it's a protest. Never mind. No. I'm sorry. Leave me alone. Okay, there we go. Okay.
I was tagged in guides. Where was it? Oh, it's an art.
Oh yeah, right,
Yeah,
Sam.
no.
You were tagged in the treehouse and you have not responded.
Yeah, because fuck you guys. That's why.
I'm sure Anne will be horrifically disappointed. How dare you?
Yeah, I know. Makes sense. Let's get that control tower going.
The warp gate at the center of the Protoss encampment has been activated.
It's nearly done, and I remember all the other bits I need to do, and then I cry.
Let's see if my spirit activity can defeat a boss entirely by itself. Did a decent job there. I think you're gonna win.
Add-on complete.
Oh, that's it. I won.
Okay.
Oh, also, I'm assuming because you didn't say anything that you don't actually mind that we're joking in that way.
Yeah,
but
no,
if you do,
that's
please
totally
say
fine.
something.
It's totally fine. Just
Okay.
because I'm not dignifying it with a goddamn response because it doesn't deserve one doesn't mean that I actually have a problem with it.
No, but I do like to check in and make sure that you're
Of course,
fine with
and
it.
I appreciate that in you. And I also need more supply depots. Let's see.
Like, my work had these kind of, they weren't work yeah, it was basically a bunch of kind of like work experience kids, I guess is the easiest way to describe it, on site. So like one of my work groups was like, "Oh, Ali, you got an interesting degree. It's like cyber. These kids are gonna do or cyber. Like, go talk to them." So I did. Literally, none of them were interested in chatting to me about my degree or anything. I was just like, "You lied to me, my friend." None of them. It's like, yeah.
I wonder if this is just air. If this is just air, then I can just take it out. Oh, it's not. Just air. Never mind. Not just air. Not just air. Just air. Okay. Okay.
Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear the church bells in the background?
Nope. I cannot.
They're legit 4 churches, all at the same time, all at different positions from me, all going off at the same time.
Additional supply depots required.
Additional supply depots required.
This is probably my version of the Gardener problem. Only it's not really a problem because I'm not trying to record audio.
I think that is coming up.
I foolishly tried to go shopping when the church bells were ringing last weekend. Yeah, not happening. Scuttled back inside after like trying to endure it for 10 minutes. Headache was not worth it.
Oh damn. Auditory processing or just too loud?
Too loud because it's right by a fucking cathedral. So it's like you got the cathedral, you got the church, other churches, you got all this fun jazz, and then also
God bless
auditory
these
processing
tanks.
hell. And it was just I
God
want off this ride.
bless
That's
you.
its
Okay.
existence. So I just ran back.
Valkyries, take about.
I just scuttled back to my flat and waited it out.
yeah, they say jawohl and Achtung. It's fucking great.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it. Okay, I don't know when I'm doing it, but I can do it.
You mean when it's for really important stuff like quoting
yeah.
video games that you're playing instead of
Absolutely,
stupid
I'm there for it.
shit like
I'm there for it.
recording,
I'm
right?
there for you. Absolutely.
I think I traumatized Nomo with my horrific pronunciation of German the other day. She's like, I mean, it's understandable, but
I mean, frankly, if it's understandable, you're probably doing everything right. Especially since you're not actually trying to sound like you're German.
no. But I'd rather my attempts are not described as, well, it's understandable, and not semi-decent or approaching good. So just,
I mean,
know.
listen. You're
Understandable
speaking
can be
second
pretty
language.
high praise. It doesn't need to be like.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
like decent can be below understandable depending on the language.
Sure.
Yeah. Also,
Sure.
you're speaking a second language. Please list off the people who you know in real life, not like from the internet, obviously. People
Yeah,
you know
because
in real
Sakiko
life.
is obviously
who
not
speak
real.
English, who speak German. No, my point is, on the
My
internet,
German
you're more
exchange
likely to
partner.
run into. to run into someone who speaks German, because it is very easy to just go onto a German messaging board and find 10,000 people who all speak German. But in real life, in the UK, it is not that common that someone speaks German at all.
In the UK, no, but like when my German exchange partner was visiting, and my grandparents were still in contact with her. I'm pretty sure she's been adopted.
That wasn't L2 German speaker?
Native German speaker, my German exchange partner, you know.
Yeah, so an L1 speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that an L1 speaker is understandable, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
So the
I know people
you know...
who speak French and Spanish and Irish, but like
so
I
the
don't
people
actually know anyone who speaks
who you
German.
know who speak German include you and an actual German person you met. Okay. I'm pretty sure at that point, speaking German understandably still makes you better at German than just about everyone you've ever met.
I mean, my mum knows how to order another beer in German. Not a beer, another beer.
I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah. She also knows how to say, look, a shopping cart.
Yeah.
Not sure when that would come in handy, but a bit of variety can't hurt.
Look on the shopping carton. Yeah, I know that too.
Well, I know.
Yeah. Of course, Sam. Of course.
I don't to stroke his ego too much.
I'm so
honestly,
fucking droll.
If you tell him how it's said, if you tell him how it's said correctly, it won't stay with him. If you just go, yeah, for sure, he'll think about it subconsciously until he figures out how it's actually said.
No, yeah, that's very accurate.
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. So I set up a mute roll in the blanket for it because, like, why the fuck not? Sometimes people need to go the fuck to sleep. So I set it up and I didn't configure it rightly, so people were being, so the person who I gave it to was hanging out in the voice channels. It's like, you know, shouldn't be a
2
thing.
armories.
Right.
Let's upgrade vehicle
Can't you
weapons.
control?
I mean, on the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, props to them for figuring out how to get around the neutral, you know?
Yeah, no, like, yeah, it was a one I'd set up myself, so it wasn't like properly configured.
They're not that expensive for being as good as they are. Holy shit.
Ready to roll out.
Not have perms to speak or to connect to VCs, and then you just put that somewhere at the top of your role hierarchy and have a neutral that doesn't have that either, where you specifically exclude the neutral in the individual channel perms from doing that, because channel perms override server-wide perms, and in the channel perms it goes forbidden by role, allowed by role, forbidden by individual, allowed by individual. That is the order in which they're applied.
Mm-hmm.
Which, however, means if you give an individual speaking perms in a VC or in channel, like as an individual instead of as a role, they will always be able to do that, even if they have the neutral. Because the neutral disallow is applied first, and then the individual allow is applied over that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's quite annoying. We had that issue for a while.
Yep.
Pretty sure. Okay, I've now got the go the fuck to sleep one configured. Now the other one.
I feel like the go the fuck to sleep one should still be allowed to join VCs, just not to unmute themselves, because then they can like fall asleep to conversation or music in there or something, you know.
No. It's called Naughty Corner for a reason. It's because she wasn't
No,
going to
not
fuck to sleep.
not the naughty corner one. The go
Yeah.
the fuck to sleep one.
Go the fuck to sleep is actually called Naughty Corner. It was created because one of the gremlins wasn't going to bed despite the fact she said she would. So I just temporarily removed permissions for her to interact with the rest of the server, apart from one channel, until she went to bed, until the next morning. New channels.
I mean, I understand the motivation, but also considering how often Ballistic has now fallen asleep in VCs, I think connecting to VCs might actually help with getting people to sleep, you know?
Yeah, but it's more if they're active on Discord, then they're not going to bed now, are they? Send fixes beamers, blah blah blah. There. Not allowed to speak. Not allowed.
It's a good place for the fucking... Actually... Let's move you here.
Upgrade complete.
That'll be a little better.
Section, wasn't it?
That'll work, yeah.
I mean, I could create a go the fuck to sleep rule, but like, effort. I say that as I am fixing cards for.
Upgrade complete.
Channel. Chest. Can't send messages. Can't create that. None of this.
Valkyrie prepared.
Do you know if the game ends after I go to America? As in, like, you're then, like, done. Like, roll credits.
Say again? What? Sorry?
If I do, like, the last...
Oh, I do not know. I would highly recommend looking that up.
Yeah.
I
I want to look it up, but I feel like that'll also spoil, like, the entire ending for me.
Classically, it is the case in From that if you kill the last boss, your save file rolls over. That's normally the case, I think. Like, that is how you enter NG+. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case for Elden Ring, though. I don't know of a way to look it up without, it's like with anything that might be spoiled for you is also just going to be something that you have to, like, watch a bunch of lore videos to even understand what fucking happens. You know?
I mean,
It's like if I was to say, in the end of Dark Souls, depending on the decisions of the player, you either link the fire, or let it burn out. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't mean anything if you don't know the lores of Dark Souls.
I've done all the rest of the game, so I am gonna know what it means.
Well, right, but like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know. Actually, okay, well, fuck it. I'll look it up for you. Because I actually probably have less information than you do, and I'll have less context. Elden Ring. Does killing the Elden Beast end the game? Let's see. And New Game Plus is not automatic. You can kill the last boss and still do stuff. And it's like it is very important to know these things because, like, you know, if anyone is listening to this is not aware, From games autosave and you cannot take shit back. There are no take backsies in a Dark Souls game whatsoever. That is not how it works.
Okay, I might go check on my kindling.
Okay, let's try to assault this.
Oh wait, but if I do this, I'm gonna get kidnapped by my wife, aren't I? Fuck.
Yep.
Oh, I guess that can't be avoided.
Jawohl.
Oh, hey, he can't go up there. Okay,
It's showtime.
I'll have to land them. All right, gotcha. That's fine. I can very easily do that. There we go.
Achtung. Achtung.
Achtung. I know I said it badly that time, Skiko. It's okay. Achtung. There we go. That's right, isn't it?
I'm listening.
Response there to
Destination,
keep his
go ahead, HQ.
Ah.
I'm listening.
No.
Okay. Just no, and then immediately remute. That was awesome. That kicked ass. That was so good.
Where's my throne?
I'm listening.
Guinea.
Buckle up.
Achtung.
And
Identify target.
Not necessarily
Four.
oversight that.
Absolutely.
Did something destroyed? Jawohl.
there we go.
Delighted to, sir.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Get rid of them.
Did something destroyed?
Let's explore some. Greetings, Command.
I'm listening.
I'm listening. All right.
I copy that.
Did something destroyed?
Orders, sir. Identify target. Proceeding. Move it.
Come on! Wow, that was not enough. There might be. I might be able to get it to enough, but
Your
wow.
forces are under attack.
Yeah, my forces are under fucking attack. Cheer up. Let's put a band out with some wraiths. Oh God.
Achtung.
Oh, get the fuck out of there. Bug out, bug out, bug out, bug out,
Forces are under
bug out.
Jawohl.
Okay, there's more to that than meets the eye. Okay, let's get a physics lab going.
Job's finished.
I don't even know who you are. Get off my chair.
Yeah, but for Matt it was
Your
Tuesday.
forces are under attack.
Go ahead, HQ.
Oh,
Achtung.
let's get that Valkyrie home. Let's get the Valkyrie home.
Los, meine Herren.
Your forces are under attack.
Been over before, but I died under attack. Wasn't that much before. Miserable.
Oh my God, that is bad news. Oh my God, why is that Dragoon so fucking strong? Holy shit!
It's a Dragoonic Tree Sentinel.
Oh my fucking shit! Balls! Okay, Wait, no. That's not what I meant to do.
Go ahead, HQ.
Unload all.
Hang on. We're in for some job.
And they can fucking see me. Get him! Get him, you fuckers! Get him!
Input coordinates.
Man,
Destination.
you really gonna make me walk all up those steps again?
Complete.
Input coordinates.
Your
Come
forces
back,
are under
Valkyrie.
attack.
Okay, fine. That's scratch one Valkyrie. Okay.
Rangers waiting launch orders. Transmit coordinates.
Achtung!
Yeah, I'll
Don't
kill
keep me
yourself.
waiting.
Um,
I'm eager to help. Of course, my dear.
I read you.
Ready to roll out. Rangers waiting launch orders. Orders, sir. Orders, sir.
Input coordinates. I'm listening. Hang on, we're in for some chop. Job's finished.
okay, it's time to start cranking out battle cruisers. Well, no, it's not quite time to start.
Sam,
What's up?
I heard you were talking shit.
I wasn't.
Akiko said you were talking shit.
No, I wasn't. So he was a goddamn liar.
Strap yourself in.
Sam, how dare you?
He was a goddamn liar. I don't have control
dare
of the
you.
things that.
You
Kiko
need to
said.
stop lying, Sam.
Listen.
Sam.
Destination? Move it. Absolutely.
What am I listening to?
Listening? Are you listening to the stream? What are you listening to? I don't know. I don't know your habits.
You. You said listen. You said listen, and then you went silent.
Oh no, I just didn't. Oh, is this continuing the Sam's a bottom thing? I love it, but not enough to
What?
dignify with a
No.
response. Well, I mean, like, Anne seems to.
I'm listening.
I'm listening.
Go ahead, HQ.
Go. Let's see.
Transmit coordinates.
Save game. Let's cloak you. Get you over here.
You said fuck you. That's very rude, Sam.
Oh, okay, because. Oh yeah, so I'm not gonna dignify with a
It's
response
rude.
because fuck you. Yeah. Okay. I was talking shit. That was some shit that I
That
talked.
wasn't you talk. Yeah, you talk shit.
Ah, Logan!
you
I'm
talking-
trying to
Why
command
were you
my
talking
troops
shit?
in battle.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were. You were talking shit, bro.
Bro.
You're trying to make a fucking liar out of Sakiko. What the fuck? That's your secretary, man. You can't be doing that. She's gonna fuck. They're
Nope.
gonna fuck up your schedule.
Person Friday. The term is Person Friday.
Executive
Well,
assistant.
your assistant is gonna fuck up your schedule.
I mean, that is something
Fucking
that they have the
better.
power to do. Very much so.
You better fuck up Sam's schedule. You better fuck that shit up.
I am very frightened. I
The
just
the
saw...
issue with fucking up Sam's
Actually-
schedule is that if I fuck up Sam's schedule, then mine is fucked up too.
Yeah, actually.
Achtung!
True.
Did something destroyed?
Okay, let's try this out. Actually, Wraiths, get over here too. Let's mass our air forces.
Eager to help.
I'm gonna come and watch the stream. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna switch to my laptop. 'Cause
Okay,
my phone's dying. I just saw that you were talking
Don't bother,
shit.
don't bother, you're not missing anything.
I can
okay,
attest
cool.
to that. I can heartily. Don't keep me waiting.
I'll,
Did something
I'll
destroyed?
just go back to trying to do my work, but not actually. But I'll be right back.
Fire and fade, fire and fade. All right, there we go.
Achtung!
Fuck your carriers. Fuck your carriers. My favorite Valkyrie thing is when they go, "Of course, my dear." Okay.
Yeah, the bleed mechanic is absolutely broken. Like, there isn't a boss that lasts more than like a minute now against me. Except for Melania. And that fucking Draconic Tree Sentinel. But it's not a boss, it doesn't count.
Your forces are under
It's,
attack.
Fuck your shit, Mutalisks! Fuck your shit, Mutalisks!
Input
Yeah,
coordinates.
so, level up a couple more. Let's go high to,
Receiving transmission.
Take it slow.
Input coordinates. Destination. Hang on. We're in for some job. Reporting for duty.
Receiving transmission. Take it slow. Set a course.
useful hit.
Fuck you especially! Fuck you especially! Fuck you!
Oh, okay. Kind of rude.
No, not
Okay.
you.
Wow.
Not you. The fucking Protoss encampment. Fuck
mean,
you.
I believe true nature comes out.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, not surprised.
Damn, I was gonna make-
a surprise. like a true nature hasn't been on display the entire time.
Yeah.
Sam, I was thinking about making a ninja turtle for you
Aw,
instead of a bee.
that'd be very
But
nice.
I guess it's not gonna happen. I guess it's not gonna happen now.
No, that sounds awesome. Thank you
Nope.
for doing that for me.
Nope, it's not gonna happen anymore. I'm
No.
gonna throw away the pattern that I made.
No. You could apply it to so many different things. Are you gonna
A
make it
turtle pattern?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
but also, like,
four different things, in fact. Are
4 different turtles.
you gonna make it
Unless
up?
there's a secret 5th one.
Sam-
There
I'm
is-
trying
there
to
is
get even
actually.
more people to do. So I'm trying to get even more people to do work for him for free.
There actually
Uh-huh.
is a
respect
fifth
for-
turtle, and no one fucking respects her.
Oh, it's a she?
Yeah.
You mean the baby blue one?
I don't actually
Wait,
know what the color is, but her name is Venus de Milo. And she was only ever in one show.
Is it one of the shows that no one talks about?
Yes, it is I can never remember the name of it, but
Is it
it's
the one that we're watching a movie for later
no,
on today?
no. It was the old live action TV show that like no one talks about.
Really do.
It's like one of those
Is that the
cases
one
where
from, like, the 80s?
no,
It is-
well,
it is the baby blue
90s-ish. It is, yeah. I don't even remember what Venus looks like, but like,
Yeah, that's the thing. I couldn't have told you the name. I couldn't have even told you where she's from, whether it's animated or like the live action show. I've never seen the live action show. I have no idea. where I
no
even
one's
know her
seen the
from.
live
Her
action
name was
show.
Venus?
But I could have
Venus-
told
Her
you
name was
that she's
Venus?
the baby blue one.
Her name was Venus de Milo.
Did they give the turtle tits?
They did.
Why would they give the turtle tits?
Yeah, this is like one of those cases where like they added a
This is
female
literally-
character to something, and there was fan outcry, and it actually was fine because it wasn't like, oh, girls got to be in everything. It was just like, no, this character sucks. like what
I
you know? Like,
I mean, in fairness, and I know I'm giving them a lot of leeway here. But
yeah.
since it is a live action show, the actress did have to put her tits somewhere. You know, she couldn't just kind of.
Oh,
take
you
them
could
off.
you could
So-
fucking make a turtle suit that's just not. You know what? Come on.
I mean, yes, you
Sakiko?
can, but it's not very comfortable to wear for
It-
an acting show.
It
Yeah,
depends
but
on how it's
Sakiko,
padded. It depends on how it's padded.
If you look at these outfits, they definitely could have gotten away with not putting boobs on it.
Yeah, like for in this
I'm
this
looking
case,
at-
for fucking sure. Like
I mean,
unless
I'm
the
not- I'm not
actress.
saying- I'm not
unless
saying-
the
I'm not
actress
saying
had, like,
that's why
E
they
cups.
made that
Yeah,
decision.
no, that's not
Obviously,
why they
the
made it.
decision was made because they don't know how turtles look. But if you want to,
pretty sure
if
we
you
all know
want to
that.
be,
I mean, they
very,
already removed when they were making toys out of the turtles. when they were in the original comics, they had little like tails, but they realized that if they put tails on the turtle toys, if you looked at them head on, it just looked like they had fucking dicks. Yeah, like.
Also, can I just say that just seeing the
maybe
turtle and it has tits on it is just... Sorry.
Maybe they should have thought of that before they decided to make turtles their thing, you know?
See, it just reminds... Seeing the tits on that turtle just reminds me of the fucking video that Super Butterbuns made, where it was just like, you know, you just slap some boobs on a toaster and then you call it a day, like, because the robot, she's like, why does the robot have boobs? And I was like, that's a valid point.
That reminds me of just do some gears on it and call it steampunk. It is pretty much exactly that same concept.
It's like, wait, we need to make sure that our male audience isn't turned off, and how do we make it know that it's female? Oh, yeah. Let's just put boobs on the robot. She doesn't have feet. She literally just has little stilts things.
Robo tits.
She technically doesn't have hands sometimes, but we're gonna give her tits.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, the turtles have like 2 fingers and a thumb. They don't. I think you could actually leave the boobs off and it's fine.
It's like, whoa, how are we gonna know if this is a girl or not?
Whoa!
The other ways.
The 2 skeletons, one of them has
I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure whether the way you identify female turtles would have been a better way to do it on the show, but
well, not like that, just, you know.
Is the way you identify female turtles is basically like only fucking God can say, or like what? Like
I know for even people who breed turtles, it's very hard.
Yeah, like it's like one of those ones where it's like, wow.
Essentially, you wait until one of them lays eggs, and that one is the female. That is literally how you do it.
A 20-book running
That would be a very, very special episode. Wait, no, don't do that. Fuck, god damn it.
I mean, basically, you
The
have
funny
to
thing is they could do that. The funny thing is they could do that with any of the other turtles too, because you can't tell before. So Michelangelo could just lay eggs at one point, and then everyone would be like, "Oh, you're a girl. Good to know." You know.
I mean, maybe.
Check your tag.
You have to look at your at the tails of them, and basically just determine which one is male and female by their tails, which is. I can see how it's kind of like, yeah, it's not that. It's like, you know, you can, but it's not gonna. You know, you could be wrong.
Yeah.
And they have to grow to a certain size.
Yeah. Because they'll be like, oh yes, this is a guy, and then they use eggs, and they're like, what the fuck?
Oh, by the way, there is a link to a YouTube video in general text, and you are all legally required to watch that.
Well, I'll do it when I fucking shit.
I'm getting quotes for my dissertation for something that I was supposed to
That
turn
is
in
fine.
today.
That is fine. You don't have to watch it right this instance, but you are legally required to watch it.
I'm Brexiting. You can't make me.
Ha!
Boobs on a skeleton.
I believe if you're Brexiting, that technically just means you still have to follow the same rules because you can't make your own ones. But you get to follow them like 6 months later because that's about as long as you stay, as you stand at the border in Calais.
We're just going to follow the same ones we did before because they were sensible and there was no point leaving to begin with. So
I mean,
it's just like confusing.
There's also the point that you still need to trade with the EU, and you can only do that if you follow EU standards anyway. So basically, you're gonna follow the same standards anyway. You just don't have a say in them anymore.
Like, I mean, they are supposed to redo the Bill of Rights, like that fun trip. Tories are gonna Tory.
But yeah, my absolute quip was that best match you get out of this for 6 months because you will spend the next 6 months.
You completely died.
Queuing at the port of Calais, but then after that, you will still be legally required to watch the video.
You completely died, Sakiko. I'm gonna spend 6 months trying to figure out what you said.
Upgrade complete.
I said you're gonna spend the next 6 months waiting
Nope, you got it on the same word. I'm sorry.
There must be some kind of like customs law that means Sakika can't say that.
To get off of the topic of politics, I learned something yesterday. That this is a question for Sam specifically.
Okay.
Sam, how reinforced is your front door? Like, how thick is your front door? Is it just a thick slab of wood, or is it something else?
It is a thick slab of wood.
Okay. Because apparently, in Germany, a lot of doors are just straight up sheets of metal. Like, it's just straight up like this metal block. And it has multiple locks
fucking rad.
on it. And I
mean, some are, others are wood or plastic or whatever.
Like a solid slab of metal.
Yeah, but it's still reinforced. It's not like how in America where it's like, yeah, you know, the fucking door to my garage is stronger than my front door. And that's not the garage door to let cars in. That is the door from the garage into the house. But the front door, you could probably like hit it with a car and it'd be fine. You could just walk in afterwards.
Because Hugo thought they muted themselves. There he goes. Now Skika muted themselves.
And I learned that, and it was from a fucking TikTok where this guy was like, why do you need these really reinforced doors if you have the lowest crime rate ever? And I'm like,
maybe that's why.
Have low robbery. Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
They have low robbery because of the door.
Yeah. In the US, everyone's got armor piercing.
I mean, that might be one of the reasons, but I also think part of the reason might be that you don't necessarily need to break into someone's house for food if you can just, you know, go, hey, I'm poor, give me food, and then you get food. And you're less likely to try and break into some place or steal something if you can't get a weapon to make your points. So, yeah. I believe it is several things coming together.
Pretty sure it's mostly the doors, though.
No, actually, it's the windows because we have very high standards on Windows as well. I'm not even joking. There are literal laws about how safe the windows have to be, like at the minimum. So yeah, I'm sure it's only the windows.
When did they make these laws? Was it part of the rebuild?
No, actually, they primarily made them because the specific type of window also keeps the warmth and the cold inside better, and that saves energy, and that
I remember what that rebuild was called, actually. No, I remember what the rebuild was called. The rebuild was called, you cannot make bad windows! That's what it was called. That was an Evangelion joke, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed it.
I mean, let's be honest. I was hoping for less bad, but also prepared for less original. It is not a disappointment all around, you know.
Yeah.
You're not a complete disappointment, Sam. How does that make you feel?
It feels so fucking good. I love it.
But yeah, no,
I've just learned that Marxist linguists are a thing, at least according to this book that I'm reading.
Is that a conjoined term? Or is it just a linguist who happens to be a Marxist?
I don't know. It's not really saying. It's talking about romanticized identity.
What is the source?
There is none. There's no source here. Do you want me to read the sentence to you?
Just believe me, bro.
Do you want me to read the sentence to you?
Yes.
I'm sure.
The most salient example is the Marxist treatment of class identities, which is based upon the unsustainable romantic reifications. Ironically, reifications of the very sort which Marxist linguists are quick to denounce in the post-structuralists, who they now treat as their principal enemies.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Give me more Vespine gas, come on.
I'm a bit confused by that sentence, but also, I didn't know that Marxist linguists were a thing.
Is there a dash between the words?
A linguist who specializes in Marxist kind of language.
I'm just gonna say this is one of those things that German is just superior at, because if it's an adjective, you will have one word without a capital and then one word with a capital, and if it's all one word, then it will be one word that starts with one capital. And then English
Yeah, no,
is
these
just,
are separate words.
oh, we don't know. It's gotta be two individual words with no capitals or no dashes or anything. It might be an adjective and a noun. It might be
But think how much
two
more boring
nouns.
that
It
is.
might be
This
one
way we get
word
to- we get
actually that
interesting
just has a
puzzles.
space in the middle for no fucking reason.
Your forces are
But we get an interesting puzzle this way, Kiko.
You kind of
Yeah,
said this
or maybe English, or maybe English needs to learn how to language better. Maybe it's just that.
Excuse you, English has managed
That
science
can't
to
be your
rise
answer to
above
goddamn
all
everything, Sakiko. That
Not
No,
all
just
of us have the
easy way to
being
benefit of
check.
knowing
stupid,
more
Sam.
than
It's only my answer to English being stupid.
We'll just
I
count
mean,
how
I
many
could
people speak English
give
and
you
how
an
many people speak
entire
German in the
book to
call.
read about why English is just kind of a mess. I wouldn't say it's stupid, but it's a bit of a mess.
the actual term is proper mess.
See, I didn't
it's
even
a
mean
bit
like
of
the
an
language
action,
itself.
right,
I meant
Matt?
the politic. See, I would say the politics surrounding it and just the treatment of the language from the people who speak it themselves and the hierarchy that comes from the language, where it's like, oh, I know how to speak better than you, which means that I'm superior to you. That's a bit of a mess.
Battle cruiser
Yeah.
I mean, the entire existence of English pronunciation as it exists today is only because some random ass elites decided that they didn't want to sound like commoners, and so they just decided to pronounce every word in a different way. There was no specific reason to do that. They could have just pronounced everything as they used to do. But no, they decided to pronounce everything different so they didn't sound like the commoners anymore. And that is what we now call the Great Vowel Shift. I'm not fucking making this up. That is actually how the Great Vowel Shift happened. I mean, sorry, but
I mean, we could also talk
you
about
can't
how
tell
our
me that English makes
hyperfixation.
sense at that point.
I mean, we could also talk about how our hyperfixation on grammar came from the emerging middle class that was like, well, I don't want someone to think that I'm lower class anymore. I want people to think that we're part of like the elite people now. So I am gonna do all this grammar bullshit. And for some reason, in the States, we became fucking anal about spelling bees. And when I told people that, like, yeah, we would literally have to, they would force the entire class to do a spelling bee, and I would have to stand in front of the class and basically just fuck up spelling because I was terrible at spelling, and I would just have to do it in front of all of my peers once a year. So they could decide the person who was going to move on from there, from our class, to go to a bigger spelling bee. And I tell British people this, and they're like, what the fuck is that shit? Why would you do that? And I'm like, I don't know.
I would just like to draw your attention.
In primary, but we do not have a fucking spelling bee. What the fuck?
Yeah, this was a performance
like
thing. We
to draw
definitely
your
had spelling
attention-
stuff all the fucking time. But no,
Oh,
like
you
we
wouldn't
had
particularly.
spelling bee things that were just, they were just anal about it. And then they would be like, so, we know that you might have this mental disability, so we're going to do it. The way that we're going to decipher it is, well, actually, no, they would be like, hey, are you special needs? We'll see that by doing all these reading and writing and spelling tests. Some of them were oral. And I was like, why? Why would me not being able to spell certain words mean that I have a mental problem? I mean, I do have mental problems, but it's not because I can't spell
I
the
wonder
word,
if anyone gives a
like-
shit about spelling in like early school anymore because of like, you know, the internet and spell
They
check
do.
and everything now. Oh, they do? That's really
They
stupid.
do.
I don't know that it's really stupid, but it's certainly less important than it was.
Like,
No, what's
in the
really,
UK,
you
no
know,
one
what's
gives a
really stupid, Sam? What's really stupid is people going like, "Oh no, if you shorten it down or you leave out some signs or whatever, you don't end your sentences in a period." That is wrong and stupid and bad. That is actually stupid.
I mean,
because
it entirely
the way that
depends on
people
what
shorten.
space you're talking in, though, Sakiko. Because, like,
Yeah,
say
but we're talking specific internet culture because the way that
Because
people
in the
talk on the
internet,
internet, that is a
that's
new
what I'm saying.
dialect of English. I'm
It's
not joking. That
on
fulfills
there's
all
like
the
3
markers
different
of a
ways to
dialect
end
of
a
English.
sentence in Tumblr, each of which implies something slightly different.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, there's what whether you use no period, 1 period, or 2 periods makes a big difference. Like, sure, with no period, 1 period, or 2 periods can make a whole lot of difference. That is basically a tone marker. Question marks and exclamation marks are tone markers on the internet because you use question marks primarily not to actually indicate a question, but to denote rising tone of voice, which can be surprise or whatever, but doesn't have to be a question. emotes are part of the actual language, which is interesting because that is a language feature that doesn't really exist offline at all. So yeah, you can actually classify English as it is spoken online as its own dialect. And saying that now that's stupid and wrong because you left out a few letters and there is no period at the end of the sentence, it's like saying no, American English is actually stupid and wrong because you forget all the U's. It's about
I mean,
that
it is
level.
stupid and wrong because they forget all the years.
Yeah, so yeah, take that, Skiko.
Yeah.
Take that, atheists.
I love how Sam is dissing himself just to make a point.
Yeah, because it's funny. I'll be the fucking butt of a joke. Christ Jesus, of course I will.
Sam, don't take the Lord's name in vain.
I would also like to draw. I would like to draw y'all.
Jesus would like a nail gun. The context was Jesus. We were talking about how Jesus and like Joseph and all that shit was a carpenter, and nail guns are fucking useful for carpenters. But obviously, you can't have context on the internet.
I posit this question that that was first posited by Star Trek V. What does God need with a starship?
What is pre-revolution of France doing on a spaceship?
The fucking TikTok audio where it's like I was trying to sell avocados to God and the price was too high, so God was like, isn't that a little bit too much? And then the person selling it was like, well, aren't you God? Isn't money kind of beneath you? Do you want the avocados or not?
I would like to draw y'all's attention to this text meme that I can just read out because otherwise it won't show up on the screen anyway. I understand the historical reasons why English is the most common language, but if I was writing a speculative fiction novel and I said
that broke up.
People learn as a second language.
Skiko, break. Skiko, stop. Skiko, you were badly breaking up. Hang on a second and try it again.
Receiving headquarters.
Sam, I literally stopped talking before you said my name.
You keep breaking up, Skiko.
I said your name about 10,000 times and you kept going.
Yeah.
It's 30 times when Discord is lagging.
It's bad lag. It's bad lag.
For drawing out.
Skiko. Wow.
It's not gonna help.
It's pretty bad. When I started, if you can still hear me, when I started saying your name, it was not anywhere as bad as it turned into while I was saying it. Yeah. When it because at first you like started talking and then like the second half of the first thing you said was lost and then it cut it again, but then we didn't know what you meant. So I thought like, I was like, oh no, hang on, you just need to say the first thing again. But then it just went to shit, like right as I was saying your name over and over. So I didn't know that it was, yeah.
Good day, Commander.
The problem with defending the purity of the English language is that English is about as pure as a crib house war. We don't just borrow words on occasion. English has pursued other languages down alleyways to beat them unconscious and rifle through their pockets for new vocab.
I'ma just put it out there, any kind of language purity is absolute bullshit.
I mean, it kind of matters if it's like an endangered language or whatever, and they don't want it to be kind of like diluted.
Well, okay, so you have that, but the thing is
that 99% of the time
understood, Skiko. Understood. But carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, but 99% of the time it's fucking bullshit. It's a language. They evolve and change. Like Scots has modern Scots is different to old Scots because like languages evolve over time. It's a thing.
Yeah, I just think that language purity can also a lot of the times, like, I don't see how we should be worried about purity, because there is a difference between keeping something pure and then trying to keep a language alive, because a lot of...
True, but sometimes you've got the case where, like, you can't keep the language alive because it's literally merging into the other languages. Like, it's not really...
Well, I don't think that is a lot. I don't think that that's a thing of purity. I think that's more of just the language evolving how it's going to because of how our global world interacts with each other. And I think that the problem with purity language is that you have people who are getting on their high horses and telling other people who have found people who speak pigeons or people who use creoles and things like that, people who find a mixture between two different cultures to be able to communicate with each other and find themselves. They're being shit on for ruining the so-called purity. And then that also gives places like Spain to shit on countries in Latin America for not having true Spanish.
See, my main issue is with completely different perspective, right? Because Scots, I don't speak much Scots. I speak barely any. In fact, I actually probably speak more Gaelic Scots than I speak fuck all Gaelic. And that's because it was fucking... It's viewed as this kind of... It's considered lower class and wrong and yada 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 to speak Scots. They like, or speak a very thick Scottish dialect, whatever. Especially down in England, so it's kind of, I guess I'm holding on to this because it's less about, it's more about kind of, can my brain please fucking work when I'm trying to articulate a complex topic? But like, it's less about Creoles being impure and more about holding on to your culture that someone's tried to stamp out, and you're holding on to it with both fucking hands, because fuck you, that's why. Like, Creoles and
I think the
pigeons...
main problem is that people... I think the main problem is that people don't actually understand what a Creole even is linguistically.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a vague idea, but I do know that that vague idea is very fucking vague and probably horrifically inaccurate. But I'm mainly talking about
the vague idea is probably a good sign, because the definition of language is incredibly murky.
Yeah.
And yes, I mean language as a whole is incredibly murky.
So I guess
it doesn't get clearer with Creoles.
Yeah. And I'm still confused the difference between a Creole and a pigeon. Like,
a pigeon is basically the beginnings of a Creole. It can or cannot turn into a Creole, but when something becomes a Creole, it is then considered a considered closer to a language, and sometimes considered a language, as opposed to a pigeon, which is, as it says, it's a pigeon. It's basically people who do not speak the same language who are forced into a similar context where they have to communicate and they don't have a translator or a way of communicating anyway differently. They will pick up words here and there and find ways to communicate that way. And then the children of the people who use the pigeon will learn it. Then it becomes a Creole, and then from there it becomes starts to become.
The main difference is really that a Creole has native speakers. That is why Shanghai English, for example, is considered Creole, or in some cases just even a dialect of English at this point, because people teach their children Shanghai English as their first language, and then it's a Creole.
Yeah. And I think that trying to keep things pure, especially for places like Hawaii, where it was illegal to speak Hawaiian, the need to keep things pure is preventing the people from those areas, and also just being able to teach the kids in general, because they don't know it. They don't know Hawaiian, and the only way to go about that is to create something new or to go about learning it again. But the thing is that kids will instinctively start changing it. You can teach a kid fucking Klingon, but unless there's a speech community for that, and you have a whole bunch of kids even just speaking Klingon, they will start changing it, because kids will just do that as they go along when they're learning languages.
Yeah, it's not even just kids. It's also that just languages change. There is no language on this planet, not even a constructed language. I mean, constructed languages come closest, but simply because they're the newest. But there is no language on this planet that is identical to what it was like 20 years ago. That just
Insufficient
doesn't happen. Languages
Vespene
just
gas.
aren't static.
I get what you mean when you're saying that purity is trying to reclaim something that you had before, but the reason I
Thing is,
have
you've
trouble.
kind of got to balance the keeping shit. I guess it's less about purity, more about distinct. Like, Scots is its own distinct language from English, and like Scottish English and all that shit. But if people are just speaking Scottish English, which is the gorgeous mishmash that is Scotland, really, then it's kind of, you're losing out on this history, you're losing out on all these fucking poems and everything that was written in this language, because we can no longer understand it. I guess that's where I'm coming from, so it's less about purity. My argument makes no fucking sense, even to me.
No, it's okay. I see what you're saying. There's a
I
similar thing
understand
with.
what you mean. I just don't think you have quite the words for it, but I understand what you mean.
It's kind of brain no
it's
words.
not an issue of what
with
you're trying
not
to
being
say.
a linguist.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
Language
kind of the
is
normal standard. Yeah.
my entire thing is about language as an identity, and I think that like that's something similar that people. Whereas you're like, I think you said Scots English. You said it was. Did you say it was beautiful, or did you say?
It's a gorgeous mess. The way English is a mess. Like, it's not actually a mess. It's just kind of. It's not this kind of horrific. I'm saying shit badly, but like.
It's
I
not
fucking
bad.
love Scottish English. It's my accent, it's the dialect, it's what I speak, it's my language. I don't speak proper English, quote unquote. I speak Scots, I speak Edinburgh English, right? That is my dialect, that is my language. And it sounds amazing, and I love the vocab and all that shit, but it is kind of a mess in a way. The same way that dialects that bring in words from other languages can be considered a mess. It's not necessarily derogatory, it's more kind of like a mess, positive, affectionate sort of thing.
Fair enough. Specifically with Spanish, many people say that Spanglish, the mixing of Spanish and English together, which many people in the United States speak because there are Spanish-speaking communities, but then you have those children having to engage with a larger English community, and so they need a way to. They're trying to find a way to exist in both of those, both cultures and also language communities. And people and linguists will say that that is ruining the purity of Spanish. And
but it's not. It's kind of increasing access because
so
the kids can communicate with like children who don't speak that as much Spanish as they do. They're wrong.
So that's what language purity is.
Sorry to interrupt this actually constructive discussion, but I'm trying to get my motivation back to read the meme out again. So I'm gonna interrupt at this point to read out the meme.
Okay.
I understand the historical reasons why English is the most common language, but if I was writing a speculative fiction novel and I said the language that most people learn as a second language, usually for professional reasons, is also the only one with a spelling system so terrible that spelling words correctly is a broadcasted competition, you'd be like, extremely unlikely, 0 of 10. And another person goes, I never thought of this, do other languages not have spelling bees? And a third person replies as a tag, no we don't.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's only America.
Yeah, it's not a thing in the UK. Matt'll back me up, like spelling bees aren't really a thing.
No, they're not. The UK's got so many different spelling variations that no one really cares. In the US, they have like standardized system, so I guess they're a bit more keen on getting it right.
I don't think it's a question of spelling variations. It's literally just the fact that in English, from hearing the word, you usually cannot tell how it's spelled. If you know the meaning, which is why like national level spelling bees often allow you to get a definition if you need it. If you know the meaning, you can guess sometimes from related words, or because you can figure out whether it's probably from French, Greek, Spanish, or Italian, or whatever. But it's not really possible to just go, oh, this word sounds like this, so this must be how it's spelled. You just cannot do that in any variety of English.
And then wait till you introduce the fact that different dialects have different.
You just have to know a little bit about the word.
Also, Welsh bits, like, I pronounce it differently to Matt, and there's a couple of words where I have a distinction between the vowels in fur, and fur.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do, but don't really then. But I've got a distinction between those three vowel sounds.
The second and
And
third
a
one
lot,
were different.
yeah, and a lot of people outside of Scotland don't. So therefore, to someone outside of Scotland, so it's just kind of, that's just a regional thing, right? And then expand that to the fucking globe, because, like, that's how many regions there are of English speakers. It's kind of, you know, pronunciation shit does not help. That's what I think I was trying to say. But,
I mean, the thing is, the entire mess that is the historical construction, let's call it that, of English, because it is not a consciously constructed language, but the way it came about is actually closer to constructed language than a natural language. That is another reason why it's kind of ridiculous to wait for language purity, because newsflash, English hasn't been a pure language in over 1,000 years. You're kind of too late there, mate.
English has never existed as a pure language.
yeah.
I mean, it started out as Old English. It started out as Old English. At that point, it was
Old English
fairly
is still
pure.
not pure, though. It's a mix of English
I mean, it was
and
about
Latin.
as pure as any other language at that point. Let's put it like that. But also, Old English hasn't been spoken in over 1,000 years, so.
Old English didn't have Latin in it. I'm pretty sure that Latin didn't get introduced until
Latin
towards the
was
end
later.
Yeah, it wasn't introduced until the very end.
Old English is just Anglo-Saxon. You might be more familiar with the term Anglo-Saxon in Britain. That is what Old English is, and that is literally just a Germanic dialect, essentially, that became its own language.
Yeah, there was no introduction of Latin until like way, way later, towards the beginning of modern English, I think it was. Around that time, and they were like, "Hey,
started with late Middle English, and then early modern English used a lot of it." Yeah.
Yeah, because they were basically like,
long list of Latin-rooted words that come in from the Franks and from the Romano-British in the area. Not to mention that are being Gaelic, and the original British dialects as well. Like,
well,
this is not
is a difference between borrowing words.
Ireland are the ones spoken in Scotland, because they're two different pronunciations, languages.
Yeah, also neither version, like neither Gaelic nor Gaelic, is actually a Romance language. They sound a bit like it, but they're not really Romance languages.
Brythonic, I think. They're say like some.
Yeah, they're Celtic. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about, if there was any Latin in English, it would be a borrowed word, and borrowed words are different than there being parts of that language in it, because we borrow tons of words from so many other cultures, but that doesn't mean that is what makes up the language. It's a borrowed word because we didn't have a word for that thing before, or it's a newer word, or someone was like, hey, this is the higher class way of saying this, but Latin was introduced. The grammar structure of Latin was introduced specifically because they were like, hey, this language looks nice and a lot better than ours, and it's like better than ours, so let's just put that and put it in here, and they didn't realize this doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, it's the difference between a beef eater and beef, because beef is an actual word in English which has French and Latin roots. It comes from beef, but it is an English word now. If someone goes to you and is like, I would like some beef, nobody's gonna say stop speaking French to me, because it is an actual English word. But beef eater is technically...
Wasn't veal? Because the words that were from other languages were those that were used by the upper class.
Most of the food ones are French.
Yeah, so from what I know,
a beef eater is just a weird English pronunciation of buffetier. And is an actual loan word, but not an English word. Yeah, I mean, it comes from Latin. The root is Latin. If it came over from French, then the root is Latin. But it still came over from French.
How do you spell veal?
Have you what?
How do you spell veal? Like the meat?
E-A-L. V-E-A-L.
Oh, yeah, veal.
Yeah, that was French.
Yeah, I didn't say veal. I said
No, I was saying because I thought that beef was older and then veal was used by the upper class, but I might have just gotten
now,
stuff confused.
now I
But I
get
was
what
like,
you meant.
veal's
So
French,
the
isn't
words for
it?
the animal.
No,
The
I
words
just
for-
misunderstood what you said. I thought you had misunderstood beef for veal.
Oh no, it's fine.
The words for the animals were given to were kind of used by the people looking after them, and that was traditionally the lower class people and they didn't really get to eat the nice fancy
Good day,
cuts of
Commander.
meat and
Hailing
everything.
frequencies open.
I just find it
Yeah, and that's
like
why
So
the
then the posh
animals are
upper
usually
class.
the animal words are usually Germanic or sometimes with Norse influences because of that, while
Yeah.
the meat words are French words in their
Yeah.
Latin origin.
It's how many languages have the differentiation between the animal and the word for their meat.
I don't think
Because I don't think it's that common.
It's very nearly
no,
only English. I don't want to say
'cause
only English.
I know in
but
Spanish-
I can't think of an example.
I know at least in Spanish the word for the animal is the same that you use for the dish. So like you have vaca frita, fried cow or fried meat, or you have en arroz con pollo. Pollo is chicken. Pollo is also just the meat of the chicken as well. Pescal. That's fish.
That's got, yeah, definitely a Latin root there.
Your forces are under attack.
To be honest, Sam, how much of this discussion do you actually follow?
Well, I went to the bathroom for some of it.
Oh, but you were actually listening?
I mean, yeah, it makes a considerable amount of sense to me. I'm
No,
not.
I meant more because you're usually concentrating on your game and just not
Oh
listening.
no! I can listen. I can do two things at once. Oh, wait, listen. Oftentimes, I don't have the wherewithal to comment robustly on shit, but like I can listen.
Yeah. But like, if we can circle back round to like what I was trying to say about like Scotland and like the dialect and stuff, like it's a mess, but like it's like my mess, and it's not a bad mess. It's more, I guess,
Good day, Commander.
more accurate term to be kind of like a mismatch or whatever, because like it's got words from Scots in it, unless we're talking about the Highland English, and in which case it'll probably have Gaelic words in it more than Scots. So I guess it's kind of less of a negative mess and more of a kind of mixture or whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
No, I do not want to be hit with a weird glowy hammer.
Of course you do. Why else would the big glowy hammer be there? Honestly, man.
I mean, it is exactly there to hit me with. And it's very good at its job.
Exactly. Don't be mean to him. He's only doing his job.
I was very disappointed to learn that the thing inside the tree does not bleed, which renders most of my most of all of everything I can do useless.
Like, you have basically two types of enemies. The one type kills itself as soon as you get a bleed on them, and the other type...
If it bleeds, I kill it really fast. If it doesn't bleed, I occasionally am in trouble.
Hey, this guy's bringing up Marxism again. Why does this guy keep bringing up Marxism? I'm very confused.
Maybe he's
You
a
good, bro?
Marxist.
You good, John?
Okay, seriously, is there no footnote or quotation or citation or anything for that?
Maybe he just likes
Unless it's in an earlier chapter, because I've skipped over some things, since he has entire chapters devoted just to, like, Hong Kong and stuff like that.
I mean,
I just keep saying Marxist.
It just seems weird to just randomly throw Marxist linguists out there as an established term with no explanation and no citation or anything, you know? Because, yeah, that is a thing now. Deal with it.
Alright, let's rock and roll.
It's like, oh yes, I'll totally get this done by last Saturday.
I got so complacent with how powerful I got with the bleed build. Now that something doesn't bleed, I'm really upset. I can't win. It's just like, ah. I thought I'd finally reached the point where I could defeat things. And alas.
See, this is why you shouldn't have. This is the word. This is why you should just eat juice.
I mean,
What's
what I
your
really
level,
like-
Matt?
My level? Good question. I haven't actually looked in ages. I'll have a look after I've died and let you know. It's going to take me a lot of tries to figure out all the attacks of the silly second part of this. Right, we finish something. I'm here, I'm the D. Ow, ow. Let's break that one. I'll break that one, or that. Yeah, okay, so I'm dead already. Which makes it pretty easy. I think that's gold order.
Your forces are under
You know, you can stick that hammer.
The English Need Anger Management Therapy. Exhibit A.
The English just needs to language better.
English doesn't need to language better.
Nah, English works much better than German. We get nice context and we can do fun things. You're just like little boxes. Pretty boring.
Set a course.
I mean, speak for yourself. I don't understand some things that people say to me half the time, and that's in English.
Aye, but you're
level
what, in
141.
London? Good luck in understanding folk in London sometimes. I don't know.
I just meant in general, like someone will message me something and then actually no, that might be more of a social thing now that I'm saying it, but I don't think English helps. Like Sakiko said, I don't know if this is being serious where it's like, hey, Marxist linguists, or is it just, you know, linguists who take a Marxist who are Marxist, or is it just a Marxist approach to linguistics?
I'm gonna
Right,
throw.
here we go. How
Rather
about
than-
you look up his name and Marxism linguistics and see what the results are,
Yeah.
see if anything explains
Or
what
just
it-
literally Google Marxist linguist and see whether some other
Yeah.
source uses that
Yeah.
actual
The
term.
more I look into this stuff, the less I have for writing in my paper.
Yeah, but is it impacting your ability to understand the paper you need to, that you're currently using this for?
There's Marxism and the problems of linguistics. There's a problem between the two. This is a Marxist.org. Okay.
Okay.
Is
but
it
also,
true that
I'm gonna-
language
I'm
is a
gonna
superstructure? What?
I'm gonna throw a tone tag out there, Alicia. /J. If you think that the problem is English, I'm very happy in the future to communicate with you in your choice of German, Japanese, Finnish, and maybe Hebrew if you give me like half a year to touch up on it.
Finish.
Akiko, I
Finish is
only
the only obvious choice.
Akiko, I don't even speak Spanish, much to the chagrin of many Mexicans and Hispanic people in the U.S. What makes you think I'm going to be able to communicate with you in any of those other languages besides maybe Japanese?
I don't know, determination?
I have no determination. The only thing keeping me alive right now is Hatsune Miku figures and my 2 dogs, and one of the dogs is not looking too great right now. She might have doggy dementia. Okay, I'm not doing too great.
You got this. You got this. Remember, once the paper is in, that is it. You no longer have to look at it ever again.
It's the dissertation though, and I don't know why I so badly want the first. I think it's just that one class that fucked me up in my grade, and it's just driving me into the wall. And even though people are like, hey, this is interesting, hey, this is cool, I just keep thinking like, I'm gonna fail, you know.
No. You're not gonna fail. That's not happening.
Thank you. Also, I don't know what this is. It says, is language a superstructure on the base? Like, are they talking about like an army base? Or is this...
That to me sounds like you know how like red pillars and like alt-right and all that just mutate the meaning of like words so they make no sense to outsiders? This feels like one of those situations where the word choice is like mutated and changed over time.
He's already dead, Nick.
I think I have to channel my inner,
Set a course.
Frida Kahlo to be able to understand this.
All Frida, your Kahlo.
Sam,
Yep.
don't.
Sorry.
Leave that poor woman alone. She
Yeah.
suffered enough. Leave her the fuck alone.
I'm doing it alright. How to do it?
Hello, shiny elven beast.
Sponsor hack. Come on. There we go. I have 3 copies of this PDF on my phone. What the fuck?
This creature's idea of order is very confusing.
Right. So I was doing okay at uni until mobile software dev. Android. Like, I was consistently getting A's, B's, and C's, and then I got my first fucking D even in 3rd year. And, but that year was overall, like, B's and C's, A's. And then
Wait, you get
4th
grades?
year...
You get less grades at uni?
It's weird, because we get grade point and the letter grade.
What's the letter grade? We just got the point, like...
Hailing frequencies open.
We were scored out of 4.5. The overall grade was out of 4.5, but like you'd have 2 papers that'd be marked out of 20, or like one was marked out of 20 and the other 60 or whatever. So like, good luck working out your grades. It was a hot mess. But yeah, we got lighter grades.
Yeah, big shiny fish.
But yeah. So I
you
did
guys get
okay at
grades, Matt?
uni until like honors project. Oh, interesting. The 3 or 4 modules. That's the 4 modules that I fucking hated at uni are the ones that I did the worst in.
I'm the exact opposite. The ones I hated, I did the best in.
Soviet linguistics is a thing? The field of Soviet linguistics? What do you mean?
Is that the study of languages as
That
the
were in use in the
as used by Soviet, or is that the Soviet?
Is it like Soviet biology?
So the Soviet Union.
I serve the
So
Soviet
I
Union.
got-
Soviet Union actively tried to incorporate Marxist ideals into the study of linguistics.
They tried to do it into biology and everything.
Well, seeing as you have people quoting that shit to you, they probably succeeded.
No, they're not quoting it. They're just talking about Marxist linguists. And I still haven't gotten an answer. What the fuck that is? I just now know that there's
Have you
Soviet
tried Marxist linguist definitions?
I'm even more confused than when I started.
Can't kill the shiny fish.
Okay, this seems to be a bit more okay. Blah 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 blah.
Okay, 2.
I just need an answer.
What I find amusing is with every subject, apart from the cybersecurity, the cyber really specific cybersecurity.
Allie, what are you saying?
I'm just looking over my it's called a HERE report. What's the thing? Higher Education Achievement Report. It's basically your grade card, whatever the fuck it's called, but for uni. I'm just having a look at mine and crying over my grades from uni because like I could have done so much better, but you know, I was really not well, so I guess I couldn't have. But also I totally done better before, so like someone. This is the thing where I do. Someone else could have done better with the hand I was dealt. I'm cutting that off there because I cannot be fucked crying right now. No. No. Yeah. calculated GPA responds for an honors classification as detailed below. Blah blah blah. Cool. Where the fuck does it tell me what mine was?
I click on something, thinking that it's gonna
GPA
give me the exact
2.85. 2.85. Which puts me firmly in a 2-1. And I thought I was closer to a first. Oh no, I was like, well, I was a lower second, possibly borderline second, third. Before they changed the rules. Yeah. Uni. Fun times. Let's close this PDF before I actually start crying.
Oh, look at it.
Yeah. Do something else.
I won't bring up grades again. I'll just bring up
Fine.
the fact that Marxist linguist is. I thought I found an answer, and then now it's locked behind a paywall. So now I'll never know what the.
That is not very fucking Marxist. I'll tell you that much right now for free.
Can't beat me for the obvious choice there.
How Marxist language of science is.
It's like what I think whenever I see like a Washington Post article that's paywalled, and then like at the top of the screen it has the motto of the Washington Post, which is "Democracy dies in darkness." Yeah, I'm like, I get you guys have to make money, but like, come on, like, you know.
Try 12feet.io. It doesn't work on all websites, but I think it does for the Washington Post.
Thanks, Sakiko. I would use that, but this is more of a thing where it's like, hey, this is in this PDF, but to access the rest of the PDF, you have to pay me, kind of thing. So I can't even access the full PDF.
Is it a scholarly source, like a scholarly article or something?
Oh.
I guess maybe. Hold on.
Because there
In
are
that
some
case-
sites that you can get papers from.
I mean, yes, if your uni participates in Open Athens or Shibboleth, then you can just go there and see whether the papers are listed on either of those. But also, if it's an academic article or a scholarly source, I would genuinely try contacting the author and asking whether you can just have a full version of it, because I've done that before, and usually they're just like, oh yeah, sure, you want to use that for your dissertation, or you want to quote that in a thesis? Great, of course. Can I send you anything else? Can I interest you in these 15 tangentially related pieces that I've also written, you know? Like, usually if you just go like, hey, sorry, I found this paper of yours and it sounds super interesting from the abstract, but I can't find a free version of it. I'd love to use it in my, I don't know, paper, dissertation, thesis, whatever the fuck. Could I get a full version of that? They usually just go, yeah, sure.
I mean, it's not going to help me
I
because
tried
I'm
that
not
once
going to use
and
it
they
in my
got back
dissertation.
to me after my dissertation had been submitted. I managed to find a free full copies elsewhere after frantic googling and crying, but it was kind of like, hello.
Yeah, that's what I really love about my uni, to be honest. With the university library membership, which is free with being a member of this university. Even if you can't track down a free version of an article, if it is available in an online magazine, even to pay for, you can go to the university and tell them I need this source, and they will get it for you. It might take a week, and you have to pay like, I think, €1.50 in fees, because you can only get it printed out, and they charge you for the paper and the ink. But it's literally like €1.50. Even if the magazine charges like €200 for that article, it is €1.50 always, and you get it after a week or two.
My uni was like, sucks to suck. We have access to these sites, and though some of these links do not work, even though we do have access to papers from them. So it'd be like, one of the links was like, uni name dot, like, I think it was like the DCM or something, .org or whatever. That didn't work, but if you went straight to the organization's website and then hit login via uni, or whatever the thing was, then it would work. But you could go from the link from the uni. It would just take you back to the same page, which was just a list of links.
That is really annoying, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you couldn't find it with Open Athens or Shibboleth, because, yeah.
I mean,
Your forces
A,
are
they did
under
not
attack.
tell us that those things existed, and B, fucking cybersecurity nerd that I was, I just found other sites that may or may not have been legal, and some of them had the papers I needed.
Receiving
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Like, it's standard, I believe, in Germany at universities that you just have university access to Open Athens and Shibboleth. It's also how I can use the OED online, like the pro version of the OED online, and have access to a bunch of corpora and shit, which is really useful if you're studying linguistics. But nobody ever tells you that. Like, you kind of just have to figure it out by going to a website and it offering university login or login through your institution. And then you realize
more-
that, wow, that actually works.
No, it was more kind of.
It was what?
Take it slow. Make it happen.
I was gonna try and track down the thing, then I realized I could only access it through uni login, which is unhelpful because they disabled that shit, which is cruel.
Ah, damn.
But yeah, no, it was more. We were told in like one of the modules, in like third year, let's say,
Take it slow.
you know, over halfway into the degree, which is
In the cage.
great. Yeah, this is a list of links to sites where where you can get like papers via the uni from. So it was like you click on the link and either you're automatically logged
Frequencies open.
and like you log in through the uni system or whatever,
Of course, my dear.
and you got these
Your
papers.
forces are under attack.
But like some of them didn't work, so you'd have to find a workaround. And so for one of them that the uni had access to, okay. That's not what I wanted.
Your forces are under attack.
Take it slow. Make it happen. In the cage. Make it happen.
Helpful sometimes is also Scribd, SCRIBD, which is a website that is technically a paid membership, but you can get a month for free. And then when the month is over, you say you don't want to renew your membership and you don't want to give them money, they're gonna offer you to try for another month whether you don't want to keep it. And then you cancel again at the end of that month, and they're like, hey, would you like another month? And I was able to keep that going for literally 2.5 years before they eventually decided, no, we really want to get paid now if you want to keep the service. And I was like, sorry, I don't use it often enough for that, and just cancelled. But I could literally use Script for 2.5 years without ever paying anything for it.
Here we go. It was the ACM digital library. We had access to it via the uni,
Receiving
but
transmission. Good
just
day.
straight up accessing it from the uni didn't work. What you had to do was navigate to the website, go to sign in, institution login, and then find the uni that way.
Yeah, that is usually how Open Athens and Shibboleth work. Let me see, I'm assuming it'll work with my university as well, but let me check.
Take it slow.
Institutional login. Select your institution. I'm not gonna read my institution's name out loud on the stream.
Apparently, okay, so the uni no longer has like an institution account with this place, which is weird because we used it all.
I think
the
I might
fuck-
have to go soon to make myself dinner. I have an interview soon.
That is very fair. Good
Okay,
luck.
that is a good idea.
Yeah.
Enjoy dinner and good luck with the interview. Yeah, so I can log in through
Thank
the institutional login of that.
Bye.
Bye!
Slow.
I'm eager to
Take it
help.
slow.
Ah, giant belly fish. Yeah, you didn't like that. Fair enough. I apologize.
Yeah, so I can log on to the ACM digital library through my institution.
I'm eager to help.
Oh.
Perfect.
It helps that my institution teaches pretty much everything from sports to music to linguistics to math to IT to programming to bioengineering to Japanese, like literally pretty much anything, to teaching, to whatever, psychology, philosophy, religion, theology. So pretty much any scholarly or academic source that offers institutional login will have my institution as an option, which is kind of nice.
Set a course.
Right, so it appears the unis fixed the thing, and they do apparently have ACM digital library access. We just can't do it through institution login. Versus, you know,
Okay.
alcohol.
Set a course.
Try whether
What
you
was it,
can
the
do it with...
IET? No. God damn it. There's these like...
see whether it works with the OD, the sign-in.
This makes me really sad. I'm just scrolling through the list of like really useful shit because like I'm still interested in like academically learning papers and shit about my career, like cyber shit. And like I can't afford. I really want to get an ATM membership, but I can't really afford it for the paper access.
Receiving transmission.
What is it? What is it? How much does it cost for the paper access? ACM.
Reporting.
ACM Digital Library. ACM. Membership. Membership options.
Don't keep me waiting.
Professional membership plus ACM Digital Library, 198 USD.
Good day, Commander. Take it
For what period of time?
I think it's a year.
frequency is open.
Nah.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Is there an option you can use your uni login even after you're done with uni? Because I know that has worked for some people at my university.
They've disabled the account.
Okay.
I can
Like-
still log into my old radio station and change the music if I want to.
Oh my god, that should. You've made me cry.
Well, like, no, the thing is, like, they trust me. Like I left on good terms, and like I'm a professional. Like, you know, they know, like, a lot of departures there are like really, really acrimonious, and mine wasn't. So it was just like, I reminded them, hey, like, I'm still on the Eagle Facebook page, and I get like pinged when when someone sends you guys a message. Like, it's fine, but if you guys don't want that happening, maybe you should just like. And she was like, oh yeah, sorry, she literally said you aren't a threat to us, so we just didn't really care. Like, you know, like.
Thing is, like, I'm just thinking from like a cybersecurity perspective. Nah.
Oh, I know.
Access.
I know for a fact the
cry.
sysadmin would be furious if he knew that was happening. He'd be so fucking mad.
Yes, he would be. He'd be fucking pissed, and rightfully so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's.
Need something destroyed.
You'd have to buy him at least 3 pints at a pub to make up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, America, you don't really have the same sort of thing. Yeah, no.
Yeah, they don't really have pints.
We have
or
pints.
pubs or beer, you know.
No, but
Beer, I'm drinking beer right now. How dare you?
Sakiko, the
You buy
drinking
3
culture
lovely
is
cans of
different
Coors
though.
Light.
It's the drinking culture is different though. That's the thing. Like,
As in they don't have an alcohol problem like we do.
Matt, I'm from Scotland. I think I studied
Really?
in the
You've never
Scotland.
made
Scotland has the highest alcohol. I think it's the highest rate percentage of alcoholics in the UK or something equally horrific. Like, we're disproportionately affected by like alcoholism and like drug addiction and all that fun stuff. Either the uni was the capital of drug crime, maybe. Hang on, I need to Google this, but like, because it was something really, really depressing.
Okay. That's my work, and it is cut out for me. Oh, God, I wonder if I could just...
about your game now?
The game. God, I wonder if I can just bum rush in there and just take out the command center.
I know you said bomb rush, but it sounded like bum rush, and that mentally it was
no, the term is bum rush.
Yeah.
That is,
Why?
it isn't, I don't know.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
Maybe it's like
that.
it's probably referring to like like a tramp or a hobo running at you willy-nilly. That's probably what's actually meant.
But they wouldn't run with their bum first. That's
No,
bullshit.
because another word for that is a bum.
Frequencies open.
Also, they absolutely would rush you bumper. Like, that's just common sense.
Crews report. Good day, Commander.
No.
All crews report.
We've broken Sakiko.
Fuck you, Radigan.
I mean,
Give me the
technically it wasn't new, it was just English, and that is nothing new, because English really needs to learn how to language better, but yeah.
I'll guess against Sakiko.
Alien frequencies open.
If English is so bad, give us all our words back.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, Commander.
I'm actually fairly sure that you guys have more words from German than the other way around.
But we like that. We're happy with that. That's what we do. We're not objecting.
I mean, I'm not objecting to it either, I'm just saying English is silly and it needs to learn how to language better.
Like,
It's welcome to any help it needs, but it needs to learn how to language better.
So I can't find the stats, but like Scotland's the drug death capital of Europe. It's horrifically high. Like alcoholism's a big issue in Scotland because you're just. I mean, yes, we were students, but also like some of us were in the pub every day.
I mean, isn't that just uni in the UK, like in general?
It's yeah, but also we were pretty. It was pretty nasty. Like I think I don't know how many were like full blown like actual would not manage if they had to go like a week or two without alcohol, and how many were just like it's fun, but like the amount of times I'd go to like. So there was this local pub that I would go to.
Gold things. Gold things
like,
are actually cheating.
I was
and
in there
making-
fairly regularly, but for a while. But I was never the first in, and I was never the last out. Like just from the people, students. There was so, and for this one course, there were almost always one of us there. But also the thing is like cybersecurity. We're a bunch of heavy drinkers. Like I don't know what it's like with like other professional conferences or whatever. But like it's a cybersecurity conference. Like you have the talks and you have the actual conference, and it's so well and good. And then you go to the after party and get absolutely fucking smashed. You just do. And like I was at one where we blew through like 4K behind the bar in like an hour, 2 hours. Like really did not take long. So obviously the correct response to that was to shove more money behind the bar.
Read the waiting launch orders.
Like that uni is definitely not that healthy.
Make it happen.
How much more do I still have to do?
Set a course.
No, not the gold things. Gold things are very unsporting.
Take it slow. Make it happen.
Like a fish.
Take it slow.
Like a fish.
Engage. Make it happen. Take it slow. Engage. Read the waiting launch order. Make it happen. Engage. Make it happen. Engage. Make it happen. Set a course. Make it happen. Engage.
Not being hit by the free Elden Ring thing.
Read the waiting launch order. Set a course.
Okay, apparently oh, goodbye for a world.
Take it slow. Make it happen. Set a course. Make it happen. Set a course.
I survived.
Take it
I'm
slow.
not going to survive that when it lands.
Set a course.
Oh, I did survive.
Make it happen.
I mean, it's only a matter of time now, but
Take it slow.
bored of than I actually am. Because I still have to do the rest of the body, then the fucking head, then the outline, then the image. So, all before the fucking logs. Yeah, nah.
Guess so.
Good work, Captain. The command center is destroyed. And it looks like Meg's in range of
To be honest, I might just...
Make ready to move in and intercept their
Part of me wants to give up on this thing because it's taking for a fucking hour, and then part of the reason one of the reasons I was doing it was it's pretty inflexible by the time it's finished, so I won't be able to fucking do it in time. Now Party's like, nah, it's not that bad, it's nice, it's enjoyable, and I don't know. Also, I finally finished the Gremlin Blanket Fort art. That's nice.
My scanners don't show any zerg at
Did
all.
that last night while
Maybe
I
you
was
have a
around one.
technical problem with your equipment.
Lieutenant, if these Zerg get through, we'll never be able to capture Mesk. I'm giving
Yes,
you a
sir.
direct order to return to your position and reinforce
You
my
already
troops.
said that.
I did, but no one
I'm sorry,
responded.
sir, but it
You didn't
seems
need
your
to guess.
signal's fading
Yeah,
out.
you're
That would be
literally
unfair.
the only...
Make out
If
that
you if you
last
if
Yeah, on
you
the
put it
screen.
into words, we can hear your voice, and at that point we do no longer have to guess.
I mean, I could do another voice, but like,
Do
Please
not.
don't.
I
Please
don't.
don't.
Do not. Ballistic. Wherever possible, do not.
Well, I didn't even mean like do like a different accent. I just meant like,
I mean, I'm just messing with you.
Your
I'm
forces
straight
are
up
under
saying.
yeah, but no, I'm not gonna like fuck up the pitch of my voice or anything. 1 on a stream, 2 on a Friday.
And what does it being a Friday have to... Oh wait, no. You're
Yeah.
going out tonight, aren't you? Fuck's sake.
Yes. Slowly nod. Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna go out with my workmates tonight, but I felt like absolute crap throughout the day. So
That
I
makes
thought-
sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely makes sense.
Ooh, I just.
And then the fucking train shit happened, and I was like,
The fugitives
I could have been
made
sitting in the
Ren
pub with my
escape
mates,
the
being
report
none the
cave
wiser
due
to this
intervention
bullshit
of
that's
Zerg.
happening like
But shortly
10 minutes
before
down the
our
road,
forces
but
were
no.
overrun, Vice Admiral Stukov took control of a large contingent of troops and came here to the planet Braxis.
Why would he abandon the battle on Aya? Why has he
But the
come
problem
back
is there's like no fucking signal at the pub, so like I would know.
That's how I think
God.
that was. Not useless.
I'm just so happy though that the week is over. It was a super long week. I don't know why it was so long. I mean, I only worked 42 hours, and I'm gonna have to work way more than that next
Is
week.
this where I say I'm considered full time at my company and I do 37?
Admiral, our sensors have detected a fully
Like
functional
40
site
something is
disruptor on the
long.
planet's surface directly
If I did
below
40
our
hours, I'd be.
I do
I'd be in overtime.
half time. I do half time at my company, and I do. Well, technically, I don't do hours. I do days, and I leave when I'm done. But the maximum that I do in a week is 12. And if it's a short
pretty
week,
good.
like with, if it's like the shortest week I've had that I've actually worked regularly without like holidays or something. Sorry, have something in my throat.
Chico, if I work
The
12 hours
shortest
a week,
regular week that I've had was 6 hours, and the longest regular week that I sometimes do is about 12 hours. So yeah,
if I only worked 12 hours, I would shove
6 to
all
12
of that
hours.
into one shift. No.
Yeah, that is what I do. And also, I don't get paid by hours or month or whatever because how much I work changes each month depending on how much time I have and how many days my aunt wants to work and whatever. But I get paid per day. Each day is a maximum of 4 hours of work. Usually I'm done after like 3.5 hours, sometimes 3. But a maximum of 4 hours because after 4 hours the newspaper needs to go into print, so there isn't really anything left to do for me, even if it is ready by that point.
Kiko, just sit around this office for 5 more hours, even though the paper's done. We have nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can just sit around and be like, I found 5 more mistakes. You can't correct them anymore because the paper's already in print, but I did find them, you know, like, nah. That ain't helping anyone.
Yeah.
So, like the latest I go home is at 8, and per day that I work, I get 90 euros. Like, independently of how long it was. Just, was a day.
So
Like,
I got a
irrelevant, mate.
raise, but before the raise, I was like,
It has taken me all the way to the end of this game to realize if you just run away from stuff, it's better than dodging sometimes.
Do you not know you can run away? Like, genuinely?
I just assumed dodge would be like the wiser option, but this is not the case. So
but
this
run
is
away
probably part
because
of
you're
the reason
further
I've
away
been
from the
struggling.
fucker.
Sometimes you need to run. Sometimes sword and board's a good option.
How can I be of service?
Sword and board.
Sword and board, sword and shield.
Slice and dice.
You got it.
I used to play sword and board. I don't really sword and board as often anymore.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
I fucking
Right away.
kind of sword and like I fucking spell blade most of the time. Anyway.
I'll take care of it. Of course. I'll take care of it.
I need to finish that fucking.
This biology textbook. The meme is old as fuck, you're all gonna know it, but this biology textbook that has the fantastic line, the hypothalamus plays a major role in the regulation of basic biological drives related to survival, including the so-called 4 Fs. Fighting, fleeing, feeding, and mating.
So what I really want to know is, like, is there a noticeable, like, difference in those between,
I'll
like,
tell you what.
asexual people and allo people? Because, like, that'd be interesting.
Yes, Captain.
What do you mean, no difference? Like, in what dimension?
Noticeable difference. Like, is there a noticeable difference, or is it just?
You mean in the
person's
hypothalamus? You mean in the hypothalamus?
Yes.
I mean, to my knowledge, there is no difference because how the hypothalamus regulates that is mostly through hormone.
Hormone shit.
Hormones,
Alright.
yeah. And I mean, asexual people occasionally get their hormones tested, and they're just pretty much the same as for anyone else.
Yeah,
so
that's what I figured. But, yeah.
Like, I'm sure there are aces where also the hypothalamus has some issue, but that'll just be a
also
related
their,
issue. It just happens,
Yeah. It's like, sometimes people are asexual because their hormone levels are out. And their hormone levels are out of whack, but like your hormone levels are fixed, and guess what? They're still asexual.
That's the thing. I'm not actually sure that can cause asexuality at all.
Yeah, because that'd just be the lack of drive. It doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
It doesn't
damn
know
she
it's
hot. I want to bang, but like also I don't want to bang. Whereas asexuality is like. I like your attitude. She's such
I don't want to rule it out. I don't want to say it is absolutely impossible because I don't know every single ace on this planet.
Yeah.
But I have never heard of anyone whose orientation changed because of hormones. So I would say that probably not related. Yeah.
It would make much sense if they did. Hormones are just like the scale, they're not the.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Not the
thinking.
template.
But
That makes sense.
there was some medical TV show sitcom, not a sitcom, you know what I mean, medical drama one. Where it's like,
You mean
House, that was it, the fucking asexual thing,
Yeah.
House made me want to scream.
I mean, to be fair, I think the producers have since apologized for that because it's like 15 years old or something and they just didn't know shit at the time.
Yeah, I know, but still. I'm allowed to be pissy.
Well, yeah, sure.
Don't take my pettiness away from me, Sakiko, there's literally nothing left of my personality. Just being a petty little gremlin, and
You
that's
just be like,
it.
got it.
That's fine, I'll just give you optimism instead. I will force it on you. You cannot resist.
Optimism! That's for the people who don't understand the realities of the system I live under.
Why did that work? It never
Autism
worked
for
before.
me is I will live in Scotland one day. No fucking idea when. No fucking idea. It'll take me a long time because I will. Oh fuck! I'd also have to pay for the move of all my shit up to Scotland.
Get him, Mimic, because I can't kill him, so it's all on you now.
That'd be annoying because I like that bed frame. I paid like good money. Is what An Argus? Yeah, it's an Argus bedprint. It's not.
He's already dead.
that fancy.
What are you doing with him? I swear.
Having fun there, Jack.
I actually kind of am. Like, no, I'm not like completely incompetent. I'm so pleased I discovered that running away from things works. This explains why I was struggling for like, so long. Like, there were so many attacks I just couldn't dodge roll away from. And I was like, how do you even do it?
I need to track down a copy of Spamalot and watch that. I need to watch Hot Fuzz. I need to watch.
Have you not watched Hot Fuzz?
Monty Python. Rewatch. This is shit I need to watch again. Yeah,
I didn't catch rewatch. I only heard watch.
Well,
so
nah,
like,
I did say watch, but like I have seen them. I've seen Spamalot live as well. It's fucking glorious. I love it.
Hot Fuzz is like one of my favorite films.
I
It
don't
is
blame
just
you.
glorious.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam mentioned yes. Today's Friday, so yes, yesterday. So I was like, God damn it, I really want to watch that the weekend or sometime soon.
Can't catch me. Is Nick already
There's a
dead?
gingerbread man.
I mean, it's definitely gonna eat me, so. Oh, but now it's gonna go for me instead of a minute. I'm gonna die on this one. Oh, wow. I haven't seen that one before. Yes, thanks for sharing.
I mean, I am making progress, but also I still have so much left to do. Oh, so that's the wrong fucking background color. There we go.
Oh. What? How's that damage me? There's another way. Highly suspect. Right, have you already figure out what the Wonder Flask does as well?
Good to, yeah. Oh fuck! I'll have to work out. Does it need this? Yeah, it needs the stars because otherwise it's just a dragon on a black background, and I want it to be like a dragon. Face.
For half a second, I heard dragon on a bike background, and then my brain caught up.
No, I'm not that talented. I cannot like conjure a bike out of nowhere.
I'll give it another month.
Sakiko, I currently have a pretty nasty case of the apathetic brain weevils. Like, nah.
Okay, 2 months.
You know how they used to kill weevils? You can drown them in alcohol. No
Have you
joke.
tried nargles?
So.
I don't drink, man.
That's
And
true.
honestly,
Well, I mean,
with my current mindset, I do not want to get drunk because goddamn, I'd be a weepy mess. I'm like, I ain't got time for that shit. I'd have to get a train afterwards. I'm like, I ain't going out in public looking like a weepy mess. Fuck that. I mean, I could get drunk alone, but like, nah.
because they're not wise.
Yeah. Especially seeing as I haven't consumed any alcohol at all since like second year of uni, which I think was the last
I
time
think
I
your
tried
Secret Heritage
it.
give you like a buff.
I mean, Matt, the first time I tried alcohol, a serious amount of alcohol, I mean like more than just a sip, I ended up with a horrific migraine the next day.
That's called a hangover.
It wasn't a hangover. It was a proper fucking migraine. Soon as I've had migraines before and since, I think I know what I was experiencing.
See, I'm one of those really annoying people that never gets hangovers. Oh no, I'm dead.
Yeah. So we were out for a mate's birthday on Wednesday, right? You know, traditional UK classic. Go to the pub, go for food, go back, go to another pub. And my mates were all drinking a lot. And it was very entertaining the next day, seeing them stumbling to work, looking half dead, going, I regret last night so much. Too much alcohol, not enough water. It was very, very amusing.
Yeah.
And the great thing is about staying sober is if any of them had done anything embarrassing, I could have just milked that for ages, but no. Unfortunately, nothing happened on Wednesday, which was like good for them because, like, you know, being sensible and all that shit. But also,
Yeah.
come on, entertain me.
I have had to literally tell friends that no, they're not going home together. Yes, they're both going home, but no, not together, like 5 times in a row because both were drunk out of their minds. Like, literally to the point, like, we had earlier in the evening, we had to roll one of them onto his front repeatedly so he wouldn't choke on his own vomit. So,
You roll them
it was
onto their side. Don't roll a drunk person onto their front.
No, we had to because every time we tried to roll him onto his side, he would roll onto his back on his own, which not ideal. So we just had a person sit right next to him and just roll him over to his front and make sure that he's fine while he's lying on his front. Because, like, yeah, but it was that kind of evening where you're like, yes, you're both going home. Yes, you're both going home now. No, you're not going home to go together. You're both going to your own home. Now.
If you do want to go home to do anything together, that can wait until you're both sober.
Yeah. I do have both of your phone numbers. Call me whenever you're sober again. I can exchange your phone numbers, but now you're going home. Each of you to your home.
Does anyone else feel like Sakiko wears a high-vis jacket whenever they go out with her friends?
They're like, right, okay, kiddos.
This is
I literally didn't catch any of that. Sorry, Matt.
I said I feel like you have to wear a high-vis jacket when you're out with your friends, as like the responsible adult in the group.
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I was the youngest person there, and also one of the very few people who weren't actually 18 yet.
And they allowed you around alcohol? The horror!
If you're...
Yeah. I find that so weird, like, no alcohol until you're 21. Like, that's how you get so many issues surrounding alcohol. Whereas in the UK, we're just like, just...
Which means they do it, like, on the sly, and it's like, uncontrolled.
It's well known in the UK that, like, the majority of under 18s, teenagers will have had alcohol. Like, they're teenagers. Like, especially...
I mean, like, house party age is, like, 15, 16. That's when it starts.
Yeah. Like, the Six Burn Dance after party, it was held in a marquee in someone's garden for something. I think it was held in, like, Dunfermline or something. Like, they hired coaches to drag us all there and back. It was... Or not... I can't actually remember how I got back from it. I think maybe I got a letter as a coach or something. But yeah, no. And you could fucking smell the alcohol in the air of the marquee. Like, it was so much. And, like, that wouldn't be a thing in America because, like, oh no, 18-year-olds consuming alcohol, the horror. Like, I'm a legal adult. Fuck off.
What I find funniest is, like, when it comes on to, like, internet and, like, everyone else is talking about how, like, they were drinking at 16 and, like, the sheer horror some Americans express. It's like, oh my god, how did that even happen? It's like they have no, like, awareness that it's different outside the US. Their reaction is always so beautiful.
Two things can happen. One of your mates one of your mates knows someone who will fucking buy it for you, or you know someone who will buy it for you. Or two, you just buy it yourself and the person behind the counter just doesn't care.
Like, everyone has older siblings. Like, there's always at least, like, a
They're
couple of older siblings.
They're actually very careful about that here now because there have been when the new law to ID people came out, there have been cops who were undercover who looked like they might be, like, below 50, who have just gone undercover, and if they tried to buy alcohol or tobacco and they weren't ID'd or carded, then essentially the shop could be closed down. I'm not fucking kidding. Your entire fucking shop could be closed down because of that. And most people do not want to risk that, so they just card everyone. Like, my father got carded once because he was wearing a mask and a cappy. The thing is, my father is over 60, he is balding, has entirely grey hair and beard, and, like, he doesn't look old per se, but he does look essentially in an age range where you can see that he is not under 18, but they were still like, no, sorry, it's the law, we need to see your ID. I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Like, I was literally carded for 2 cans of mixed beer. Like, not even beer, just beer. I believe it was mixed 50-50 with Sprite. And that is available from age 16 in Germany. I was around like 24, 25 when that happened. And the lady at the counter was like, yeah, I know you're over 16. I can tell you're over 16, but I still need to see your ID. And I was like, okay, I feel like I have my ID, you know?
Katie's got something called Challenge 25 or whatever? It's Challenge 25. It's basically if you look under 25, they challenge you. They're like, I may show some ID.
No, it's in Germany. It's literally, if you want to buy alcohol or tobacco, you will be ID'd. Period. It doesn't matter if you look 150 and you come in there with your respirator and your wheelchair. It doesn't fucking matter. If you want to buy alcohol or tobacco, you'll have to carry a fucking ID with you.
Interesting. But yeah,
of course, if you literally come in a wheelchair and a respirator, they probably won't actually ask for your ID, but technically, according to the law, they still have to card you.
I mean, I was carded buying stuff before. Nail polish remover. Nail polish remover. No alcohol. I've been ID'd for I haven't been ID'd for knives, despite the fact the thing said.
They never ID you for knives.
Yeah,
it's always alcohol.
They say they'll ID you for knives. They never fucking do, and it's like, well.
Yeah. Like when I went shopping for stuff for uni, way back when I was still young, I bought like a whole fucking set of knives, and when I was 17, I looked about 14. So like they should absolutely have ID'd me, but no.
Yeah. I mean, my Parker coach, fucking love him, but oh my god, was he an arsehole sometimes. One said I looked 12. I was 18. He knew that.
Did you actually?
Like
look
it was interesting.
13, 14. I did
13
look
at
young.
youngest.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
No,
in my
but
case
like if you think about it, 12-year-olds look really fucking young.
I mean, I tend to age really slowly. I still look about like 19 now, and I'm approaching 30 faster than I would like to admit.
Like
last I checked, you're the same age as one of my siblings, so. That's like, yeah, that tracks you getting fucking old.
I always looked older than I was. I remember an occasion where I was picking up, or not really picking up, I was dropping off friends after an evening out at one of the local clubs. It was near the train station, so essentially the plan was I drop them off at the club, we chat and stand around until the club opens so they can go in, and then I just walk to the train station and drive home. I was 14. Everybody else in the group was 18 because you only are allowed into the club when you're over 18. And at one point, the club wasn't open yet. We were standing around and talking. At one point, a bouncer comes over and asks me whether he can have a word a few meters away. And I'm like, okay, sure. And I think he's about to tell me that, I can't go in there. And I get to explain that I wasn't gonna go in there. I was just dropping off friends. And instead he goes like, yeah, we're officially we need to card everyone who can go in. But I can tell that you're over 18, so if you want to go ahead, that's fine, and I'll just quickly card your friends. Reminder, I was 14. All of my friends were over 18. So yeah, that happened. But also at age 25, I got carded for mixed beer, which you can literally buy at age 16, because the law is if you buy alcohol, you get carded, period.
I've been carded for nail polish remover because of the acetone. I'm like, mate, can you see these ugly ass nails I tried and failed to paint and how they're fucking messy and need cleanup? Yeah, that's because I ran out of fucking nail polish remover. Do you mind not fucking carding me when I'm trying to fix my nails?
Yeah, it's the thing is, it's really inconsistent. I know they're just following the law, but the thing is, before I was 16, before I turned even 16, I bought a full-size sword, several daggers, equipment for fire breathing. All of that is shit that I could buy before I was 16. But then I want to go and get a mixed beer at age 25 or something, and they're like, yeah, can I see some ID? Like, I don't mind that they ask for my ID, but it is kind of funny that I can go at age 14 and be like, yeah, I like that sword over there, and nobody cares. But if I want to have a mixed beer, ooh, no, we're gonna card you for that.
Every once in a while when I get carded, they will look at my ID for just a little bit too long, and I go, really? 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 Because the worst part is, whenever I go somewhere, it's probably somewhere that I've been before. So all of the other people know, like, have, you know, seen my ID enough times that they're like, yes, we know who this is. Go on through. But whenever there's a new, you know, a new person anywhere, they'll take like 5 or 6 minutes, like, just
mentally
like, really?
calculating how old you are considering your birth year, yeah.
No, that's not it at all. I think they're checking because they don't think it's a real ID because they still think I look too young. I mean, it was way worse when I turned 21 because... Okay, when I turned 21 and got back from college, there was a stint where I lived with my parents before, you know, I went goodbye and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Magical smoke. You know, just smoke bomb, disappear, you know. But there was a while there where they're like, okay, you're old enough to buy liquor. You don't drink, but, you know, we're out of this. Go to the store and go get some. I was like, okay. Because I was the gopher.
Yeah, so we have these, they're getting less frequent now, but when the laws were changed to the point where they actually, by law, had to card absolutely everyone who wanted to buy alcohol or tobacco, there were these little stickers at almost every cashier where it was like, the German was, man sieht ihnen ihr Alter gar nicht an, which roughly translates to, you look good for your age, or more literally, you can't really tell your age from your face, which is essentially the German way of saying you look good for your age. So please don't take offense if we ask for your card. So yeah, that was a very common sticker.
So some places will have something similar over here. It's lucky enough to look. Some places will have something similar over here. It's normally something like lucky enough to look under 25. With the implication, then we're gonna need to see some ID. With the implication, it's like you look young. You look really not young. But also, it's just kind of
No, yeah,
I mean, over here it's even funnier.
But it's great when I've been ID'd before. Alright, fine. It was like, I can't remember what I was buying. I was buying. I think it was a cutlery set, right? No, it was a pair of kitchen scissors. That was it. They didn't ID me for the cutlery set, but another place ID'd me for the fucking kitchen scissors.
What?
Yeah, scissors are stars.
That's one thing that they avoid over here, but by just making the law that you have to ID the person anyway. It doesn't matter whether they look over or under 25 or over or under 26. It doesn't matter. You just card the person and create.
A 7-year-old could buy scissors here.
Kitchen scissors.
Yeah.
The sharp shit. Anyway, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They fucking ID'd me, right? middle of pandemic, middle of winter. I had a hoodie up. I had the mask. I had my glasses.
Yeah.
Like I looked nothing like my ID. She took one look at it and went, "Yeah, all right, go on."
Yeah, that's one thing that I really didn't understand, where they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to card you," and I'm like, "Okay, I mean, sure, I don't mind showing you my ID, but I'm literally wearing a mask, 2 face shields, and a hoodie with an additional hat. You can see maybe part of my eyes. Like, what difference is it gonna make if I show you my ID?
Better
That
put
could be
sunglasses
literally
on.
anyone's ID."
Well, no, like I said, or I want to elaborate. My problem was never showing my ID places. It's when someone's, looking at my ID too long, like they don't believe that it's a real ID, and it's like, come on. We've all got places.
Yeah, but what I mean is, what is the point of carding someone if they're literally closed in a way that you're not even able to tell whether the person in the
Flip
ID?
side, flip
might
side
as
of
well
the
just
coin.
not.
I still can't
Flip
get
side
over
of
this.
the coin. It was my parents. I think it was my parents' 25th wedding anniversary, or one of the wedding anniversaries. And like, my the bartender gets a little cheeky and asks to see my mum's ID as a kind of like joking compliment. So mum's like, "Yeah, well, I'm here with my husband on my 25th anniversary," sort of thing. So I casually chatting with bartender or whatever. And then my dad goes over to order drinks later on. This is all told secondhand of it. And she's like, the bartender tells my dad, "You be good to her, it's her anniversary." And it's like, yeah, which I find really funny.
I still can't get over the scissors thing. Like, I'm 100% sure they would look funny at a kid if a kid did this, but a kid could go buy, like, garden shears or, like... I'm pretty sure a kid could go buy a hedge trimmer.
But I don't think a shop would sell them that.
In Germany, it's much easier. Technically, unless you're 18, you're not even allowed to buy anything because you are not able to make a contract, and anything you buy is an implicit contract. There is a clause, an exception clause, which is called the pocket money clause, which means that if it's stuff that you can buy from pocket money, so it doesn't cost more than like 15 euros or something, and it is something that people are expected to buy with pocket money, like kids would buy this with pocket money, then it's allowed.
Sweets, comics, whatever.
That's super weird.
Yeah,
like...
or even games or whatever. But like, if it's something that you would feasibly buy with pocket money, then it's fine to sell it to a kid. But since a kid would not usually spend their money on garden shears, you can technically sell the kid the garden shears. The problem is legally there is no contract, because legally the child is not able to make a contract. It does not fall under the pocket money exception. So if the parents go, "No, our child does not have permission to buy garden shears," then you're forced to give the money back, and you're not entitled to get your product back. So it would be a very stupid idea to sell a child garden shears, because literally the parents can be like, "Okay, we didn't give our kid permission to do that, please give us the money back." And that actually happened in a different case, not with garden shears, but with a phone. A kid had been saving up his pocket money for like 2 years or something, and went to buy a phone for around 300 or 400 euros, which is obviously more than the 15 to 20 euros that the pocket money clause allows. And went to buy a phone and was like 12 or 13 or something, and the parents were like, "Where did all your money go?" And the kid goes, "Oh, I bought this phone with it." And parents went, "No, you fucking didn't," and went to the store and demanded their money back. And store was like, "Okay, sure, but we want the phone back." And parents were like, "No, sorry, no can do." And it went to court, and the court decided, "No, sorry, you weren't allowed to sell that phone to the kid in the first place, because very obviously this kid is not 18, and very obviously 400 euros is more than 20 euros. So tough luck. With the parents the money back." That is an actual case that happened.
That's super bizarre and dumb, in my opinion. It's like, if you've got money, like I would like to exchange this currency for some sort of good. Here
yeah,
you
when
go.
you're 18, you can do that, but if you're not
Any
18,
human
then you
being
are
should
not
be able to do that.
enter contract.
Like, if a 2-year-old can figure it out, I would let it, like, if a 2-year-old can point at a sign with an ice cream cone and hands me a $5 bill, you know,
It's not a question of whether the child can point it out. It's two things. One, a child cannot understand the full consequences of a contract, which is why there is a limitation on how much money it can spend on the pocket money paragraph without like parental permission. But also there's the reason why this exists is because literally children cannot sign a contract legally in Germany.
well, yes, a
That is also why
contract
people
is
who start
different
studying at a university under the age of 18 need their parents to sign everything that the university needs a signature on, because legally the children are not allowed to do that. And every time you buy or sell something that is a contract. You might not write it out explicitly, but that is a contract that you enter every single time. And that is why that is not possible.
It's a very different sort of contract, though. It's not. It's.
Yeah, but it is a contract.
Yeah, there's not stipulations to that, like.
There are though.
the
Imagine
minor.
a child sees like a random action figure that is like gigantic and beautiful, and the child absolutely wants that, and it goes and spends 400 euros on that action figure.
Well,
And then a week later, it realized, actually, I didn't want it that much, you know? It would be kind of nice to actually use the money for something useful, but the child already spent it. Those are implications, and
Are
like
there no
impulse control that
receipts in
children
Germany
just don't
whatsoever?
have.
Is there no return policy on anything in Germany? All transactions are final.
I mean, there is a return policy on many things, but if you are selling something to a child, then the return policy doesn't even apply because you weren't legally allowed to sell it to the child in the first place.
Yes, and I'm saying that's a dumb policy because hold on, you want to say 15 or 20 euros? That means children cannot buy video games in Germany.
There isn't really a hard monetary line on it because it will be decided on a case-by-case basis. 15 to 20 euros is what people on average say because it's roughly what most kids get for pocket money. If it's something, again, that you can feasibly buy with pocket money, like a child that goes to the store and is like, I want this video game, and the video game is available for children of the age group that the child belongs to, then yeah, sure, nobody's gonna worry about the child buying a video game.
If a child
But if you go like, I want this Porsche, and then the child takes out 25,000 euros and buys a Porsche, then yeah, that is not a legal contract. That just legally that
I
just
want to
didn't
know where
happen.
the child got 25. Also, I want to know what kind of Porsche was only 25,000 euros. I feel like the overseas markup is pretty high on those vehicles all of a sudden.
You're unlikely to get one for 25k, I can promise you that.
Yeah.
You do know that people can buy cars used, right?
Technically, yes. I mean, that's obviously not the picture you were painting, but yes.
I wasn't painting any specific picture. I was pointing out that there is a reason that there is a hard limit on how much money you can spend as a child before you're 18, because that prevents stupid decisions like that.
I don't know that I just don't know that I necessarily agree with that. Like, to a degree, I think it's partially, hey, the parents should have been watching their child more, but also, like,
Kids
people
do stupid shit all the time, with even if the parents are properly paying attention.
Age exclusive either. Like, someone can do something stupid at 8 years old, or they can do something stupid at 38 years old.
Yeah, but if you're 38 years old,
they're
you've had
expected to know
enough time to
better.
figure this shit out, and if you still do stupid shit, although you've had 38 years to figure it out, then that is your problem. But if at 8 years old you get duped into spending all your money on bullshit that you don't actually need, then that is not on you, that is on the person who duped you. And having a law that says, no, actually that contract didn't exist in the first place, and the person has to give the money back, that is a good thing.
If a kid wants to spend stupid money on something, and like they're trying to buy it from you as an adult, you know that you should advise them not to do it because it's stupid.
Well,
If you
yeah,
then
I'm
go
not
and
saying
tell
as
them
me
anyway-
from an
or just
individual.
go, I
I'm
need
saying-
your parents.
So
I need
all
your
the law
parents'
does is prevent
permission
adults
for
from
this.
doing something.
Like
I'm
No,
saying-
a child can obviously go and spend 800 euros of its pocket money on an iPhone if it absolutely wants to, but it needs the parents' permission. And as the seller, all you have to do is go like, sure, I'll put this iPhone behind the cashier, go run to your parents, get a written permission from your parents, and I'll sell you this iPhone. And if a child tries to give you a shitload of money, but cannot give you parental permission, or even after you tell the child that they need to go home and get their parents' permission, and the child's like, no, I don't want to do that, can't you just sell it to me? At that point, if you do sell it, despite telling the child that it
I'm
needs
saying
parental
that may be
permission,
immoral,
then
but I
you
don't
are
think that's
essentially
necessarily
you are
illegal.
essentially duping the child, and at that point, it's frankly your problem if you have to give the money back.
Yeah, I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just
Amazing
saying I
scam
think the
because
law
like
is
you give your
overly
kid
restricted.
enough pocket money so they can buy a phone. Little kid who goes buys a phone, and then you go, oh, hang on, didn't say you could buy this phone, and then you get your money back, but you still have the phone.
I mean, that is why you should ask for the written permission of the parents, because then you have the written permission of the parents, and they can go, no, we didn't give our permission, and then you go, yes, you fucking did. I have your signature right here, and at that point, it's the parents' problem.
Yeah.
But I'm mainly thinking of the case that started this thing. You know, the little Timmy was not allowed to buy the iPhone.
I mean,
What the fuck?
that didn't start it. The system has literally existed since the
Yeah.
laws in Germany existed, because that is literally just an extension of the law that children can't make a contract. That is just one of the famous cases where that was ever actually used, that explicit law.
Yeah, that's interesting. And like the UK doesn't have that. It's just kind of implied that you won't sell.
Well, yeah, it's like, I don't think there's a law in America, but most places, people are gonna get really suspicious if like a child walks into a store and tries to spend like $1,000. They're gonna
I
be
mean,
like,
of course, there is no law in America that regulates at what age children can spend money.
US is
Because
not good at
it's
regulating
America, and if they
Freedom!
would ever regulate something that stops people from spending money.
the economy would collapse. My God!
But
I
yes,
think they probably consider it communist.
yeah, it's you're infringing on our rights. Sakiko, your rights were infringed upon as a child
they're
because
infringing
you
on your
couldn't
right to own the
spend
arms of the bear.
money
Yeah,
without
I
your
should
parents'
have
permission.
had the right to spend all my money on bullshit that I didn't need,
Yep.
so that random corporates can line their pockets with my
very-
pocket
Yep.
money.
You should
Sakiko,
sue your parents
very
for being
important. Honey, for fuck's sake, like, just for once. Thank you.
No.
No.
Sakiko, it's very
Like
important
her.
when that 12-year-old goes into a shop and wants to buy a semi-automatic rifle, that they're just allowed to hand over as much money as they need, so they can get hold of that rifle and use it for whatever they might possibly want.
There
Yeah.
are 100%
Yeah,
laws.
There
obviously.
is 50 feral hogs are about to get between them and their 3-year-old child. Sister. There we go. Would have been far too creepy of a child.
It is insane how little regulation there is in the US sometimes.
I
Like,
think
not even stuff
It's
like
easier to buy a gun than to register to vote.
Yep.
Depends
It's
what
That's because they
bullshit.
don't like people registering to vote who don't already own guns.
Yeah.
We've got similar issues in the UK though about that.
Yeah, I had to register to
Not
vote down
bad,
here
though.
because my mum was like, yeah, no, like, you're not allowed to register up here. You don't
Like,
live
the-
here
the-
anymore.
The established conservative parties usually try and suppress voter registration because most of the people who
Yeah.
come in wishing to register don't vote conservative.
Yeah.
Like whether that's Tory party or Republican or whatever, like it's in their interest.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to look into who I can vote for down here.
Is the need to register in the Constitution?
The UK
not
doesn't
to-
really
not
have
the
a
exact wording.
constitution.
Not to the exact letter of the wording, so that means that it has to be.
So technically, a normal majority would be enough to change that.
Well, if it's not in there under the exact specific wording, I think everyone should be able to vote without registration. Because I mean, if the word isn't in the literal writing that was written in,
I mean, if
forget what
it is a law, just not in the Constitution, then it's still a law. But if it's just a law and not a Constitution, then a simple majority will be enough to overturn it. That is what I meant.
Speaking of American laws and overturning, did you see what happened in Kansas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That.
I was genuinely quite surprised by that.
Yeah. It's like.
I
It's a
saw
pretty red
I
state.
saw a voter breakup of that for the different gerrymandered parts of Kansas, and it's quite interesting because the GOP fucked themselves over with that one. They put one of the major cities, I forgot which one, but one of the major cities that obviously leans strongly Dem into the fifth part of the gerrymandered districts, and that is the reason why all the districts swung the same way. If they hadn't done that, they might have had a chance, but yeah, they fucked themselves over with gerrymandering, which is kind of
it's
funny
just
to be honest.
interesting now because like that's quite a solid red state. So, like, what do they do now? Like when they try and run, like do they run?
I mean, the thing is, what
like
you need
going
to
against
consider
half their
is
voter base or not? That's gonna like tear
what you
the
need to consider is
Republican
the
Party
people who
apart for
would
the
have
next 50 years.
voted, the people who would have skewed Democratic before that would still do that afterwards. But also, a lot of Republican women are starting to vote Democrat on those issues because it's also their
Why
rights
wouldn't
being
you?
taken away, and it's one thing to be like, yeah, I'm gonna vote Republican because it doesn't hurt me, but if it does actually hurt them, then suddenly they start voting Democratic too. And if you have about 40% of the population that vote Democratic anyway, and then also half of the Republicans or of the former Republicans start voting Democrat, then yes, only you have a Democratic result. Yeah.
I mean, you just have to take one look at Lauren Boebert, and you know this isn't a party you should be voting for.
Yeah.
The church should direct the government. And it's like, nope. all the other options, please.
Yeah, run. Don't walk, run.
I'm not even a fan of the way the UK does it. It's like, yes, the Queen's the head of the state, and also she's the head of the church. And I'm like,
Yeah, but she has no actual power of the government, so it's fine.
yeah, I know, but I still would rather even figureheads have no link between the two of them.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing, like, our church is special because of history, so it doesn't really come with any extra power.
My church
just
was
means we can
founded
tax the
because
church.
we're like, fuck the English church. We're better at this shit than them.
I randomly found a thread on Facebook recently that has been dismantling Christian homophobia by like looking at the Bible verses that are often quoted to justify homophobia.
Oh, like
and,
two of them, yeah. Like.
Yeah, and going over what they actually mean and shit like that.
Those aren't even the best deconstructions. The best deconstructions were like, "Thou shalt not wear clothes made of more than one material." It's just like,
it's not even that. They look at the actual Bible quotes that homophobes usually use, and then explain in detail what they actually mean, like what they were.
Even I went to a Christian university where one of the required classes, there were some Bible classes that you had to take, and like one of the professors I had was even going like, "Look, I just want to say about like homosexuality that like these are two verses that have to do with it, and like it's really spurious as to what they're talking about, like." And that was like fine with the university, and it was Baylor. It was a private Baptist university, it's if you actually start like talking about if you start looking at the actual verses, there's not much you can actually say in favor. It's like, well, it kind of is talking about other shit. Like, it's really not.
That you can interpret in such a way that it could imply homophobia. Even if you do find such a verse, then there's still the fact that there is a million other verses that have complete bullshit at their heart, and the question really is, why do you choose to follow that one, but none of the other ones that are obviously bullshit?
Yeah.
That's why I prefer the other argument, because like this is the most ridiculous verse.
Yeah,
like why are you choosing this one and not this one?
What I find interesting is Sam was told that shit in Texas, whereas over in Scotland with Scripture Union, I was told that being gay is okay. You just can't act on it.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Thank you,
fine, but
Scripture
you must
Union,
never ever
for
do this.
fucking me over, because I knew I was queer when I was asking these questions. And being told that it's okay to be gay, but like...
Ali, actually, I've got a book recommendation for you. I think I recommended it to you actually ages ago, Sakiko. It's called The Darkening Age by, I think, Lindsay... I can't remember if it's Lindsay Graham or Lindsay Davis. I think it's Lindsay Graham. I could be wrong. been a while since I looked at it. But you'll get it from the Darkening Age. It's really interesting about early Christianity.
Yeah.
Like, you can kind of see a lot of how, like, the social movement came together, just from, like, what it appeared in opposition to.
Yeah.
And it's written, like, really accessibly as well, so you don't have to worry about it being really,
It's,
like, pretentious.
what I like is comparing, like, kind of, so, like, I'm friends with a couple of Jewish people.
Would you?
They're guides. The only reason I've met them. And it's interesting comparing, like, Christianity says this thing, and they're like, this is the Jewish context behind the thing, and I just go, oh my god, Christianity is so fucked.
Matt, you wouldn't happen to mean Catherine Nixie?
No, I wouldn't.
I mean, that is the only book with the title The Darkening Age that is available. That is by an author named Catherine Nixie.
Let me Google. It's definitely not Catherine. That sounds really wrong. Well, I'm not good at remembering things.
Destruction of the classical world.
It sounds really wrong, or I'm not good at remembering things.
I just started Googling the Catherine, which is probably not what I meant to write.
In the book, Nixie argues that early Christians deliberately destroyed classical Greek and Roman cultures and caused the Dark Ages.
I mean, obviously with my faith, I'm less than fond of early Christianity.
Yeah.
Maybe it is that. Where did I get Lindsay from then? Who fucking knows? Nope, you're right. It's Catherine Nixie. Who even knows where I got Lindsay from?
Well, actually, I do know. Lindsay has the same vowel. Lindsay has the same vowels and in the same order as Nixie. So you probably thought Lindsay because you have the last name halfway in your head.
Possibly, but I mean more likely to confuse it with like Nix. Something like that.
Well, look, it's just perfect. You can see exactly none of my fuck ups. But yeah, no, I can't remember their exact phrasing, but it was very much like, it's okay to be gay, but like God created us, so God doesn't make mistakes, and like this is just a challenge you have to face, sort of thing. And I'm like, but then I watched, but then later on I started watching like videos by like atheists on YouTube and stuff, and like arguing against that sort of thing, and I was like, and they were all American, almost all of them are American, arguing against like these American evangelical talking points, and they were almost identical to the shit that's being spewed at the camp, which is really weird because like the church had like split with a different camp because it was because the youth worker? No, he wasn't a youth worker. I don't remember what the fuck his job title was. Disagreed on a theological basis with the guy running the camp, so it was like, yeah, no more camp of that camp for you. Fuck, what was that camp called? Hang on. And is it still a thing? It's called Teen Ranch, and it was basically, it was horse riding. It was pretty kind of Western, like American Western, but like there was horse riding, and I loved that because like I fucking love horses, so it was really nice to have like a reason to get to ride them.
Horses are the better people.
Yeah.
Maybe I should write something. What should I write?
Time out. Oh my god. Yeah. Christianity is like so fucked up. So fucked up. Ugh.
I should really write some of these commissions. And I've got through one, so now I just like took 1.5 left. But I don't want to. I like writing something dark.
Okay, but if you don't recoil at the texture of polyester, then there's something wrong. Context, like usually gets none.
If we can get over there, we might be able to hijack those Goliaths.
How can I be of service? I'll take care of it. Right away. You got it. Right away. You got it. Right away. I'll take care of it. Right away. You got it. Of course. I'll take care of it. Right away.
No, I'm going to change. I think it's better that the spirit right at the end was, and if I sneak it in.
There's this blog on Tumblr I follow of like a 30-something-year-old trans mask who's like going through some shit. And the perspective, like following this blog, has like given me is so fucking useful in understanding shit that just didn't make sense to me before. And by that I mean, this shit doesn't make sense. Fuck it, I'll just accept it. It doesn't really affect me. Which is a nice perspective shift to have. So if this shit makes no sense, I don't like it. But I don't know how much of that is following the book and how much of that is like I have actually matured as a human being throughout the years.
Yeah, like
Probably a lot
I
of
can
it's a
understand
lie.
that you can understand if you don't understand everything, you know, in a sense,
Yeah.
like that
It's
that is
like-
normal. You don't have the
yeah.
same experience as everybody else.
Yeah.
But if it's something that doesn't hurt you and it doesn't affect you, then
Yeah.
once you realize that you also don't understand it, you can either get informed on it if you're interested, or you can say, oh, not really any of my business, and just move on with your life. Those
Yeah.
are your options.
Yeah,
Like-
it's the phrase. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I get it.
Yeah.
I get that it's a thing. I do not get what the experience of being that thing, that situation is, but I do acknowledge that it is a situation. It is a thing.
Let me see whether I can find a specific meme that I like to use occasionally. I probably have it God knows where.
You got it. I'll take care of it. Of course.
I mean, this is a very nice meme, but not the one I was looking for.
You got it.
Oh, hey, are we off, politics?
Access code accepted.
Yeah, we moved on.
Cool, yeah.
I need
Yeah,
to
but Ballistic politely stepped out just because he didn't want to get involved. I'll let him know he can join in.
Okay. I just thought he was being quiet. Oops.
I mean, I've got bad news about which country Ballistic's in, but he may have to get involved at some point.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I noticed.
Okay, hang on. I just told Ballistic he can come back. Let's not then get back onto politics.
No,
Just-
and I just thought, oh, okay, he's gone and he'll come back whenever, you know.
Mhm.
Like, got shit to do or whatever, but yeah, nah.
Yeah, or
to kind of
or he didn't like the discussion and will come back in a bit or something. I mean, he does that sometimes, so it just
Yeah.
was like, you know,
He actually joined the call, Sakiko. He is here. He is listening to you.
There we go. As I said.
Hey, Ballistic. All I said was, are politics over? Supposed to come back? And they were like, yes. And then it became a big conversation, but not that big. Hi, Ballistic. We care about you.
Yeah.
That makes 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, shut up!
Four more than I had
Asshole,
before.
shut up!
Don't count your friends. Or it's gonna be 3.
Of course.
2.
Right away.
Ooh.
Wow, it's dwindling fast.
Sam,
If it
that
makes you feel any
4
better,
is falling
Sakiko, I'm pretty sure,
fast.
pretty sure Ali doesn't value me, so
You're English,
it's not allowed.
Matt. It's
I just heard my name, but nothing else you said. Sorry.
You can't be because I'm British. It has to be because I'm English. Because you're also British.
It's right. The thing is, Matt, Scottish perspective, right? You're fucking English, but the English perspective is you're British because like English has associations and connotations and that shit. But you're fucking English, and I cannot fucking stand it.
There, Ali.
You can forgive many things, but not being English. Yeah.
Look, my dad's English. I fucking love him. I love his side of the family, but like, Jesus Christ.
But
You
not
love him
that easy,
despite
you
his
know.
racial handicap, yes.
Yeah. Ali,
Racial.
right now in general terms for you.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I-
I've seen it.
I got
goes
that from
from
Venture
a
Brothers.
fully
That's
episode
not
bad
mine.
kind of sums it up. And that is an actual quote. Like, that is not someone superimposing random text on it, but that is an actual quote from the show. The guy on the left goes, I see, and the doctor is, I'm sure you don't, but it's nice of you to try, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that is kind of, you know,
Yeah,
that is kind of
that's
what I
fine.
think.
I would love to be
Yeah.
Tom Baker. I mean, he's still alive, which is...
Yeah, he doesn't really do conventions anymore, or not outside the UK anyway. He sometimes does very small conventions in the UK. But yeah.
You act like I wouldn't travel to the UK if there was a Doctor Who convention. And like...
There are always Doctor Who conventions in the UK. Like I can literally give you, if you like a time schedule of Doctor Who conventions. But if you want to attend all the Doctor Who conventions, you'll have to clone yourself several times and also stay in the UK for like a whole year.
Yeah, I don't think I could. I only get so much vacation, Sakiko. I only get so much vacation. And like, I like to spend my vacation normally like a week at a time. That's why while I would love to go to a Doctor Who convention,
I mean, I'm going to one this October, but it's in Germany. It's the only German Doctor Who convention. It has a strong focus on the classics and like the backgrounds. Like it has a lot of script writers there and directors and whatever, but only a few actors usually. And
the eras that I've seen that I liked, I'm a big fan of the 2nd Doctor, the 4th Doctor, the 5th Doctor, the 9th Doctor, the 10th Doctor, the 11th Doctor, and the 12th Doctor. So I like about half
the 5th Doctor we have had at the aforementioned German Doctor Who convention twice actually. Peter Davison was there twice as a guest. Tom Baker isn't an option for obvious reasons because he doesn't travel outside the UK. Patrick Troughton isn't an option for very obvious reasons. And new doctors would simply be too expensive for that convention. Like a weekend ticket is only around 120 euros for that convention, and that includes all the panels. So
imagine though, like, okay, being the Doctor.
Yeah, we've never actually like. You can take pictures and autographs that then cost extra, but we've never actually had one that cost more than 60 euros.
Yeah, hold on.
Like the most expensive one was when we had a few star guests that played main characters in Torchwood and companions in New Who. Those were by far the most expensive ones, and even those never cost more than 60 euros per picture taken or autograph. So it's a very cheap convention, but also it means that the really big names just can't be... I don't want to say can't be asked, because they could be asked, but they're just too expensive. The convention can't pay for them.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's like, hey, can you turn up at our convention? It'll cost you this much. Oh shit, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, the thing is, we've got a few people who usually the convention couldn't afford either because of goodwill, because like one of the people who organizes the conventions is good personal friends with Colin Baker, which obviously helps, you know. He was also the first Doctor who came as a star guest and has been there twice since I think once since.
Can you
but
imagine?
yeah.
I think of all the Doctors, and I'm not saying because he's tied for the 10th and the 11th tie for my favorite, but I would much rather meet David Tennant. And it's nothing against Matt Smith, it's just that while I would love to talk about Doctor Who, David Tennant has also had like a notable career outside of Doctor Who.
David Tennant's best acting's all on stage.
He's what?
I fucking loved him in What We Did on Our Holiday. It was this, no idea how popular it was down in England, but it was like, no, but I kid you not, it was a very Scottish one. It had like Billy Connolly and a load of Scottish actors. Like, it was like, and I watched, it was about this old guy, like grandfather, and he was dying, and like he just wanted his children and his son to visit or something. And like, thing is, I watched it not that long after I lost my granddad, so like I can't rewatch it because I'm just gonna fucking burst into tears, and I like cannot do that to myself. But it was a really good film. It was, what was it? What We Did on Our Holiday. Oh my god, is it so sad?
Yeah.
It's really funny and it's really good, and oh my fucking god, is it?
But
like,
also all the feels.
Yeah, it's like it's basically as if Jack took all the feels, condensed them, and slapped them in my face. Like,
I'll take care of it. Right.
I cannot.
You got it.
There's a reason why I try to avoid relating to Zev too much.
You got it.
Yeah. The thing with both David Tennant and Andrew Scott is that most people only know them as TV actors because they had that one super successful role on TV that everybody knows them for. In the case of David Tennant, the Doctor, and in the case of Andrew Scott, Moriarty in the Sherlock BBC version.
I mean, he's so good, but the best thing I've seen him do is I've seen him do the to be or not to be speech, and that is the best version of that speech I've ever fucking seen. It's so good.
I actually saw Hamlet with him, but yeah, they're
We
both
can't hear you,
stage actors.
come closer
They're
to the
both
mic.
primarily stage actors, and while they're very good on TV, in my opinion, the thing where they really shine is actual stage acting, and most people never even see them do that.
Has anyone ever heard? I've never seen it, but I see that Alan Rickman is also in it. The Song of Lunch.
No.
That is a fantastic name.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it, but I wouldn't put it past it.
I'll take care of it.
I was gonna like.
Of course.
I 100% just want to see it because it has Alan Rickman and David Tennant both in it.
Of course.
And they are both like there are some movies that I'm like, well, who's in it? And I was like, okay, I'll watch that. Most of the time I go, well, what's it about? But if like there is at least one or two other actors that I'm like, nope, this is an amazing actor, I will give this movie a chance.
Yet an amazing actor.
Yes, Sam, you're an amazing actor. Good job.
Let's see. What have I seen him in? Party Crouch.
Of course. I'll take care of it.
Oh
I
my
did not know
gosh.
he voiced Spotlight. What the fuck is wrong with
He
me?
did such a good job as Barty Crouch.
Pirates!
Like,
Adventurous
oh, he was so creepy. Oh
what
god.
we did on our holiday. That
Barty
again,
Crouch.
that made me fucking cry.
Can we all talk about just how good of a job David Tennant did of being creepy
Oh yeah, it was
as Barty
amazing.
Crouch?
Yeah,
Like,
it was
after Goblet of
amazing.
Fire, I felt like I needed like a shower with like a steel wool.
The fucking
brush.
licking thing was very good. It's just because Moody's
The
actor
tongue-
mimicked
the
it.
tongue thing, yeah, the tongue thing it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, that made it
It's
real
so-
good.
Because like it was consistent across the Barty Crouch.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said with Moody's actor, it's so fucking creepy. And I just spilled my coffee everywhere, so I'm mad.
Yay, sorry.
Right away.
No, that was me.
Yay,
That was me. Like, no, I put my coffee down wrong because I was paying too much more attention to my art than my drink. Like that. For once, I can't blame you.
Right away.
Yay.
So you guys, in general text, there are two links. The first one is the soliloquy from Hamlet by Andrew, like as performed by Andrew Scott, the full thing that everyone who hasn't seen Hamlet with Andrew Scott needs to watch. The second link is a short film called Seawall that was specifically written for Andrew Scott. He's the only person who appears in it. It is shot in one shot. It is literally just him in a room and essentially performing a monologue in an incredibly emotional way. Like, you have to look at his face. The only problem is it is no longer available for free. They put it up for, I think, a month during lockdown for a while for free, but you can get it at that link that I posted for as little as $5.
I will be right
It's
back.
just pay if you want, and it's really worth it. Like, it's not super long, but it is some of the best acting I've ever seen. Like, that is... I've seen a lot of acting, but that is genuinely some of the best acting I've ever seen. So, yeah. If you can spare $5 in some way or another, you do want to watch Seawall.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I haven't actually seen much like films and TV shows that David Tennant's in, but like
he wasn't in a lot of them. He is primarily a stage actor. He
no,
doesn't
but
do
he's
that
still
much.
been in a lot.
Yeah.
I just but I guess I don't really watch much. That's the thing.
You know what the funniest thing David Tennant's in? That Centurion sequel movie.
I've never seen the new Centurions. I refuse to. I've just got the black
Neither
and
of them
white
are that good.
versions.
So the fact he was in the sequel to it just makes me laugh. It's like the most random place to pop up.
What makes me really sad is like with Good Omens, we could have fucking had a Scottish Crowley. I'm like, that would have fucking slapped.
Yeah, but he's not Scottish, so.
I know that's a problem. I just read him all the time with a Scottish
I
accent.
wouldn't consider that a
Because he's
problem.
played by
I
David
consider that
Tennant.
being true to what was written.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he is not Scottish, but because I saw that he was cast as it, it's like my brain now automatically reads like all Crowley quotes in like David Tennant's voice and not like Crowley's voice, and it's just like, come on, brain. Crowley does not sound like
I don't
he's
think
from
Scottish
back.
would work as well for Crowley. I think, like,
It wouldn't work. He's too.
yeah. Can't see it.
I'd love it, but like it would not work for the characterization. Yeah, but yeah,
Both him and the Zero Fail are very like soft English spoken, and it kind of works.
yeah, they've got to be. It doesn't quite work otherwise.
Ali, did you watch any Jessica Jones?
No.
Because that is another thing that I think quite a few people recognize David Tennant from. Mostly like the superhero action kind of faction recognize him from that probably.
So God, where do I recognize him from Doctor Who and then Sarah Jane Adventure. Well, mainly, I don't know. I didn't really watch Doctor Who. Like, if I was asked to like pick a Doctor, he would be my Doctor. Like, I mean,
Eccleston is the best.
Guys, John Hurt.
I mean, for New Who,
For New Who, yeah, I'm only talking about New Who there.
I'm willing to give you Eccleston and Capaldi on about the same level. Very different Doctors, but I find it very difficult to say one of them is better than the other because of how different they were.
Right?
What do you say?
He was the 9th one, right?
Eccleston was 9th, Capaldi was 12th.
Yeah. Eccleston? I like Eccleston.
It's Eccleston, not Eccleston.
Okay, I liked Eccleston. I definitely liked the Tennant Smith era better.
I think that's just because people don't like the Capaldi arc as much. Like Capaldi himself is doing just fine.
No, like the Capaldi arc, like Capaldi has grown on me. Because there was a long time where I was like, oh, watch that. But like, I feel like...
What was that boy?
Moffat botched the last few episodes of Capaldi like he always does. Like the last few episodes of Smith are also by far the worst one from the entire Smith
He can't
era.
write an ending to save his life. Like, he's just like...
Yeah, and he can't write characters out. That's another thing. Like it took him 3 fucking seasons to write out Clara after her arc was done and
She should have been written out in the first episode.
Fucking
Terrible.
season out. And even after he killed her, he gave her another 2 episodes that were essentially just about her and about how she's not that after all. I'm just over here like, for fuck's sake, mate, let her go.
It's because like, everyone but the Doctor is his.
Let her go.
Basically. So he just like writes all like the stuff that he like feels is his, and he just will not get rid of it or take it out, and it just becomes like more and more the focus. I just he sits down like
He's a good show writer. Like he's good at writing the scripts, but he shouldn't be running the shows because he cannot keep an arc consistent to save his fucking life.
Because he doesn't know what a theme actually is. Like a theme could slap him in the face and he would not recognize it.
There's also the fact that by the time he reaches the end of his arc, he has forgotten what he wrote in the beginning, and then it just becomes inconsistent.
This is my point. Like, if he actually had like a theme or like something tying them together, they would work. But instead, he just like throws random episodes together. It's like, let's put more Daleks in. Cybermen. We haven't done Cybermen before. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing, but I also mean more specifically things like when he originally introduced the Angels with Blink, they had consistent rules, and then through every subsequent appearance, he changed some of the rules to the point where they were just actively contradictory by the end of it.
Well, that's because he's trying to like make you feel unsafe. But doing it very badly.
Usually the job of a showrunner would be to go like, now maybe you wrote a script like 2 years ago that directly contradicts this bullshit, change something. But since he was the showrunner, there was nobody doing that for him, and that was a problem.
He's just bad at what he does. Like, there's no nice way of saying it.
The doctor has to come over and go, what are you doing?
Like, the fact he's a professional scriptwriter at that level, like, genuinely offends me.
I mean, again, his script writing isn't the issue. His scripts were fine. What he needs is a showrunner and a director who look over his shoulder and go like, "Nah, mate, this contradicts something you wrote earlier." Or this
storyline, like,
fan service, do not do it.
That's his job as a writer. Like, that's his job to make sure everything fits together. Like, the expectations.
I mean, to a point, yes, but also there is a showrunner to make sure that these things work. The problem is when you make the writer also the showrunner. That is where things go to shit. That is like making the director also the best boy. That is not going to work.
But if he was a good writer, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? if he was a
Main
good writer, it
character,
wouldn't be a
director,
problem
your
because he
main
would do that
actor.
anyway himself. So like it's double jeopardy. It's like double jeopardy. Like he's a bad writer and he's got no one to hold his hand anymore. So you get like the worst of both worlds.
Oh geez, what was I gonna say? I don't know, it's gone.
Anyway, Tom Baker, easily the best Doctor ever. Discuss. And I will not accept the name.
Jelly
I never
Better?
really watched Doctor Who. I've seen a couple of clips. But also, David Tennant's Doctor didn't sound Scottish, did it?
No, because everyone's always
Yeah.
really surprised
No.
having like only seen him in Doctor Who when he turns out to have a
Yeah.
Scottish accent, and they're like, oh my
But
god.
Capaldi's Doctor was Scottish, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, Capaldi's
Yeah.
Doctor has a slight Scottish
Yeah.
accent.
Which was bullshit because the Bathgate accent's closer to the Edinburgh accent, which is the better one. So Capaldi is from Glasgow, so like I am legally obligated to hate.
I think it's just the era of BBC. Like Tennant's era was not like it's not like long ago, but it was very much like the Doctor is like this character, like we're not going to change it. And obviously recently it's been like we're just going to fuck with all the rules and like destroy any kind of continuity or logic the show ever had, just so we can run narratives. And we're not even going to do the narratives well. So, like we sacrifice everything for nothing.
If you're gonna change it, you've gotta. I mean, if you got words, if you're gonna have rules, you gotta follow your rules. You can't just change it up.
Yeah.
Because why the fuck
I've
not?
heard Tom Baker.
Like if you're going to do stuff, you have to do it right. Otherwise, everyone's going to hate it. Like on
You
both
gotta
sides.
earn it. Like I don't care what
I mean,
you
I
do as
would
long as
disagree
it's
with
earned.
that. I would disagree with that because many people apparently genuinely think that Moffat's era was the best New Who writing era. So
Yeah, but how old are they?
you can definitely fuck shit up and still have people think that it's
Yeah, but
good.
like, how
They
old are
watch.
they? Because like, are they just judging because the special effects have got better over the last few years, or are they,
No,
are they
I'm
actually
pretty-
looking?
I'm pretty sure it's through all the age groups, and also they hate the newer episodes with a passion. So it's not about the effect; they just like Moffat for some reason. I don't know. Maybe they just forgot everything that happened after.
I genuinely don't understand how Moffat has a job. Like he's just like there are at least like 100
He's
fan figures who could be given his
with
job and would be better.
supervision, but like because he's Moffat, no one will give him supervision because he's Moffat.
And, like how did he become Moffat? Like to begin with, he can't have been better than he is now. So like when he was worse, how did he get his reputation?
Thing is,
Like, he did not
like I
good.
said, because he had supervision, everyone's like, oh my god, this guy's really good. Not realizing that there's people going, oi, no, don't do that, slapping the pen out of his hand, telling him to
Yeah,
write.
when he was actually just writing individual scripts for other showrunners and other producers of the show, when he was just providing the scripts, those scripts were really good. The problem started when he also became showrunner. At that point, it just went all out of whack.
Which is why Sherlock is kind of shitty, because it's kind of Moffat
It was
guy.
terrible. It was genuinely terrible.
Although at least he has
I used to like Sherlock. That's the thing.
kind of-
I can't believe it, but I used to like Sherlock. Now I obviously have taste, and I much prefer the Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes. But
So there is, going back to the Tom Baker thing, I have heard in the rare appearances Tom Baker makes, he still carries around.
I mean, that does sound like him, yeah. He is the guy who stopped drinking. He is the guy who stopped drinking because he realized that kids look up to the Doctor and he wanted to be a good example for kids, and that is why he stopped drinking. So I wouldn't be surprised if he still carries around jelly babies for fans when he does public appearances, yeah.
That might have been one of my favorite things, honestly, in the Tom Baker era. It's just when he randomly offers people. And the funny part, it'd be one thing if the Doctor just went around just offering, them to children. But he's like, you, alien life, would you like some jelly babies? You,
with one hand
military
he
officer,
distributes jelly babies, with the other hand he distributes genocide.
Yeah. Also, he did use it a lot to try and diffuse situations. Where it's like, people are about to start shooting. Would you like a jelly baby?
Your forces are under attack.
Okay, I'm gonna exclude you from this alley because We've only watched very little Doctor Who. I mean, you're welcome to participate, but
It's
I don't
like
think you
I watch Sarah Jane Adventures. Like that is really my involvement with actual Doctor Who goes.
What I was going to say was everyone in order state your favorite Doctor Who episode or serial if it's from the classics.
Midnight!
But... Sorry, didn't catch that?
Midnight!
Oh yeah, that was really
He said midnight, and I was like, what the fuck?
Midnight.
Yeah, midnight.
Yeah.
Because I'm clever! Yeah.
Do you have a favorite classic one too?
Yeah, the one where it was like the second serial, I think, the one where like the TARDIS just goes like it's like either the beginning or the end of the universe and like everyone's knocked out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's only a two-parter, I think.
Yeah, it's fucking Chris. It's so good.
I mean, that is an interesting choice. I don't think most people bring that up.
I really like that one. That one's really fucking good.
My favorite episode hasn't happened yet because River Song is still alive.
River Song is still alive?
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
Moffat
I-
wrote
I-
here
I-
and
I-
Moffat
I-
is
I-
incapable.
Get the fuck out of town, River Song is still alive. Christ
She's
Jesus.
dead! Like, we've seen every... What?
In which case, the one she dies in, that's my favorite one.
So, Silence in the Library is your favorite one?
Fuck River. I mean, no, Silence in the Library is my second favorite New Who episode.
Sam, you meant The Edge of Destruction and The Brink of Disaster, I'm assuming?
I think so, yeah.
Third serial?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Like the second one is The Dead Planet, but that one is mostly missing, so I kind of.
Yeah, what I saw was one that was still intact. That it was like it was a bottle episode. It was a bottle episode.
Yeah, it's not that then. The second serial is the first one that the Daleks appear in, and it's an
No.
11-parter.
The Mutants is not the second serial. It can't be the second serial.
The first serial is An Unearthly Child, episodes 1 through 4. The second serial is The Daleks, episodes 5 through 11. And then 12 through 13, which is just a two-parter, is Edge of Destruction.
What was the name
Edge
of that?
Destruction sounds right. Okay, well, I'll say this. If the Mutants, aka the Daleks, is the second serial, it was out of order in the torrent I downloaded a million fucking years ago. I mean, the DVDs that I purchased legally containing...
yeah, of course. It might have been out of order, but also I'm pretty sure The Mutants is a serial, and it is not the same serial as The Daleks.
No.
I'm very
No. You are misremembering. It was the one that the Daleks first appear in was originally called The Mutants, but it is frequently referred
Not
to
when
as
it
the
aired.
Daleks now. Yeah, not when it. Well, I was
When
under
it aired,
I was under the impression that it was called
all the episodes. I'm looking literally at a list that has the names that the serials and the individual episodes were aired under, and the second one was aired under the title The Daleks.
My understanding was that it was originally called The Mutants, and then they later changed it to be called The Daleks to make it make more sense with like.
What do you mean? What do you mean by originally? Do you mean before it hit the air, like between and
hang
first
on.
airing? Because that might explain it.
Let me see.
Okay, I don't to my favorite, but it's very high up there. I really enjoyed The Doctor's Wife.
Mm-hmm.
The Doctor's Wife is a good episode. It's also the kind of thing where if you don't like Moffat, you're gonna... Well, Moffat didn't write that one, but, it is very sort of, symptomatic of his run. Gaiman's an amazing writer, obviously. But,
For New Who, I can't decide whether it's the Zygon two-parter or the Library two-parter. It's one of those two. And for the classics, I can't decide whether it's Genesis or Deadly Assassin. It's one of those two. For both the classics and New Who, it's I'm torn between two different serial, essentially, yeah.
No, okay.
Although
This is on the TARDIS wiki, okay? The Daleks was the second serial of season 1 of Doctor Who, initially titled The Mutants.
Yeah.
The
What I'm
Mutants is
guessing
also the name of a much later serial, but I think
Yeah.
they called it The Mutants at first. I think they later retitled it The Daleks because Daleks became popular. Like, oh, this is the one the Daleks first appeared in, you know?
Yeah. What is interesting is that my feel-good go-to New Who thingy is actually neither the Library two-parter nor the Zygon two-parter, but the Dr. Dance's two-parter.
The Dr. Dances is so good.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, okay. My first favorite is Midnight. My second favorite is Silence in the Library. My third favorite is the one shot with Eccleston and the Slezine woman.
You mean the God damn it, the one that is mostly in the restaurant. I forgot the title.
The one where he's gonna execute her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
that
one.
one.
Where they're mostly just sitting in a restaurant and
Talking. Yep, that one was really fucking good.
Yeah, the thing is, what I like about Doctor Who episodes is often the ones that people don't appreciate, the ones that have just a lot of talking and go into the world building and the philosophy behind it, and don't have many action sequences or shit, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But also, those are the episodes that you enjoy, Sam, that you want to watch Seymour with Andrew Scott.
Can I say, and I haven't seen a lot of them, but like the third one, or not the third, yeah, the third Doctor, I don't know, it felt kind of like a lull.
Pertwee always wearing a waistcoat and stuck on Earth?
It's pronounced Westcott. Actually, it genuinely is in many cases.
Yeah, but not here.
Not here, because fuck you. That's why.
Yeah.
It's called a waistcoat.
So Ballistic, is that the one you mean?
Yeah, it is Pertwee.
Yeah, that is mostly because they have to cut down on the spending, so they try to figure out how it's cheaper to produce the sets. And well, the easiest way was to just not produce sets and instead shoot on location, which basically reduced their options for settings to Earth. And that is why some people think it's, not that great. I do have a few serials that I really like from that era, but I understand why some people consider it a bit of a lull because of, the introduction of the limitation to Earth.
Technobabble. I love the ridiculous Technobabble.
Oh, I do too. Technobabble is candy to me. I love Technobabble.
Reverse the Polarity is the greatest thing to come out of the Pertwee era.
Well, it was then I believe made fully famous by
Good part. No, Ballistic, listen, you're leaving out the good part because reverse the polarity makes perfect sense. You can reverse the polarity of waves. But what he actually says is reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. And neutrons do not flow, and also you cannot reverse their polarity because they do not have a polarity. They do not have a charge. You cannot reverse it. That is the actual good part.
Try. Like, no.
Where does it hurt? Did someone page me?
Yes. But no, reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. Later got shortened to reverse the polarity.
Yeah, but that alone isn't fun. Like, I know it's shorthand, and there is also a nod to that, I believe, in the Flash two-parter with Matt Smith, where it gets turned into reverse the polarity of the Jelly Baby or something like that. So it's kind of become its own thing in the fan community.
Become its own thing. That's like a huge Who thing. It happened throughout so many different Doctors. Like after.
Yeah, but it happened always as a reference to that specific Third Doctor thingy because it was essentially his catchphrase.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like, Geronimo!
It's really funny how he keeps coming back.
Yes. Well,
That is one
one
thing
of
that
my
Moffat did
favorites
really well,
is-
actually, like having a lot of nods to previous Doctors and previous stories and shit.
Was
To
it
the
the
point where it
50th or the
was
75th?
too much because it might have scared away newer fans, but for older fans, it was probably really cool.
Well, hold on. One of my favorite is, I think it's the 50th anniversary, where they're, saving Gallifrey. But, first, the 11th runs into the 10th Doctor and they both try reversing the polarity. Why isn't it doing anything? Well, I'm reversing the polarity, you're reversing it back. We're confusing the polarity.
Yeah, that is Day, I believe, yeah.
Oh, that's... Yeah, I also loved the names that the Doctors gave each other. Sand shoes. They're not sand shoes. Oh, yes, they are. And they called the War Doctor Granddad.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Assemble a cabinet at them?
Yeah. Always with the pointing. What are you going to do? Assemble a cabinet at them?
Although my favorite bit of snappy dialogue that is basically making fun of the premise of the show itself is, I think, 2 seasons later from Missy, who's pretending to be the Doctor and introduces herself as, "I am that mysterious wanderer known only as Doctor Who, and these are my disposables, exposition and comic relief," pointing to the companions, and it's like, yeah, that hits very close to home. Ouch.
Yeah. There's gotta be... I mean, it bothers me how much of Troughton's era is lost. And we'll just, because I've listened to a lot of the audio, and I've seen, but, almost half of his stuff is missing. It's sad.
It shouldn't be that bad. I think a lot of it was reconstructed, and the stuff that isn't reconstructed is mostly 2 serials and a few individual episodes. Most of it was actually recovered. We got all of Pertwee back, most of Troughton, and a good chunk of Hartnell. At least the regeneration is back, so.
I'll admit I never really... I don't know. I didn't get into Hartnell's season quite like I did... Or not season. His series is the way... I don't know. Troughton was... I liked how gruff and, condescendingly humorous Troughton could be. There was a great thing where, the 3rd Doctor... finds the flute, then the 2nd Doctor appears. Because it was one of the, "What are you doing here?" "Well, the Time Lords thought you could use some help." "Oh, don't look so down, Well, what are you going to... So they lifted me out of our part of the time stream into yours. Don't look so upset. Your efficiency is now doubled. I think you mean halved. Don't be so ungrateful. Oh, Troughton was great.
Sam, are you okay?
I think he wandered away for food.
Yeah, but he muted himself. He usually never mutes himself when he goes somewhere.
Yeah, might have had a call or something. And...
Good day.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
Fun, because every starter in my body goes, "Think bad, let's have a sensory issue thing." And I'm like, "Cool, what's that up?" And it goes, "I don't know." Like, oh, great, thank you.
Oh my Can I also say, though, that Peter Davidson's doctor had great hair? Like, that is a fantastic amount of hair.
I mean, one, his name is Peter Davison.
That's what
There is no second D in there. And are you sure that you mean Peter Davison? Because he had kind of like very average hair, in my opinion.
It was big
like Tom Baker and Colin Baker had very big and fantastic hair, but Peter Davison was kind of
big.
like
It was big. Like, no, Tom Baker definitely had like curls that just exploded everywhere. Like, everywhere.
Yeah.
But no, I was talking about Davison.
But he had like very average, just, you know, hair.
People are calling, fuckers are calling people like me miserable because we hate the fucking French. Like, fuck off, you know. Like, no, my life.
Doesn't everybody hate the French?
The Fringe, the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. It's so basically August is when like 5 or 6 festivals all descend on Edinburgh at the same time.
Oh yeah, you've talked about this.
Yeah. Someone legit asked me seriously, are you gonna miss the French this year? You going up to see it? And I'm like, meh. I am ecstatic that I am missing the French. It is glorious.
This is just me with
Doesn't like
Carnival.
anything that happens in Edinburgh all year.
See, the thing is, like, majority of the year, nothing much happens in Edinburgh. It's great. Lovely. I mean, yeah, you get, like, tourists and shit, but, like, it's UK. It's an old...
Those festivals make the city so much money, though. Like, without them.
Hey guys, I've got some bad news. My ex-wife just called me and I'm getting divorced.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we're starting the process again.
Again?
Well, no, this is only the second time. After it failed the first time, we're just like.
You know, I mean, you're getting divorced the second time from the same person. You know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's unconscionable, really. But yeah.
Especially that you only got married to her once. I mean, I could have.
Yeah, you didn't even remarry her before divorcing her. Like, seriously, Sam.
Yeah, it's so uncivilized. Oh, let's see.
Also, Sam don't count your chickens before they're hatched.
I know, right?
Divorced a year ago.
Because she was like, okay, so it's gonna cost this much to refile, and I'm like, okay, cool. She's like, can you help with that? This one, like, yeah, I can. On the condition that it happened this time, she's like, no, yeah, I'm with you on that. Like, I was like, yeah, no, that's fine. Like,
Old is Tom Baker. Rather than just old. Very old. 88.
That's not that. That's not very old. That's just old.
Pretty
Very
damn
old
old.
is like 90s.
Well, if you want to
Because otherwise I have to acknowledge the fact that my grandparents are very old and no. That line of thought isn't forever remaining closed. Unless I'm in therapy. Active therapy session at that time.
So, William Russell, you know, William Russell, who played one of the first 3 companions who played Ian Chesterton, he was also at the convention at like...
oh, that's fucking rad! I didn't know he was still fucking alive! That's crazy!
Yeah, he's 97.
Yeah, like, he's not young! That's Ian Chesterton! Christ!
Literally, when he came out of, like, at the end we have a TARDIS on stage because one of the guests at the convention builds TARDISes, like full-size TARDISes.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the convention every year, all the star guests come out and everybody applauds and everything. And he came out as the last person. They always had a chair for him specifically on stage. And he came out the last person and sat down in his chair in the middle of the stage. And the entire room, like everybody who was at the convention, the entire room just raised and gave him a standing ovation for, I kid you not, 7 minutes straight. There is a video of it, so it was literally
Ian
7 minutes
Chesterton,
straight.
yeah. I haven't seen much of Old Who, but I have seen almost all of the Hartnell era, and I remember Chesterton. He was fucking great.
Is the Brigadier still alive?
He was great. I feel terrible because I can't remember her name. What was the name of the girl, the first companion?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Do you mean Susan?
Susan. Yeah, no. Susan was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, she was an unbelievably good actress. In The Mutants was so, like, how scared she was so fucking good.
It's also such a shame because when she eventually left after the Sensorites, the main reason was because she was told she would get a quote-unquote serious role and would be able to actually act properly.
Mm-hmm.
But then most of the time she was just used as the girl who can't do anything herself and just screams all the time and like gets kidnapped and bullshit. And about with the Sensorites, she just had enough. And the reason that Carol and Ford left the show was actually because she was like, nah, sorry, I've had enough, I'm leaving. Also, Carol and Ford was also at the convention one year.
No, he's dead. The Brigadier's dead. Been dead for 11 years.
Who?
Nicholas Courtney?
Okay, but we weren't talking about Nicholas Courtney.
No, I asked if the Brigadier was still alive, and you guys said yes.
Oh,
no, we weren't talking about that.
Yeah, Nicholas Courtney died, I think, 2 or 3 years before the cameo of the Brigadier in Dark Water.
Yeah, actually, his last appearance, though. 2009 Liberty Hall. Don't...
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a thing with Doctor Who actors. Patrick Troughton, was it Patrick Troughton? I think it was Patrick Troughton who literally died on the stage of convention. Like, they kind of just do that.
Can you
oh my god!
How mortifying that would be, though, to see? Like, you're like, it's so nice to meet you. You're shaking their hand, and they just...
Well, yeah, it's like when wrestlers die in the middle of fucking shit, like Owen Hart or whatever. Yeah, like that's a thing.
And I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it happened at least twice. I know it happened with, I think, Patrick Troughton. Let me look that up.
What was Patrick Troughton doing when he died?
Some shit he shouldn't have been doing, I guess. I don't know.
Troughton doing when he died.
Okay, no, he didn't die. He didn't die on stage, but he died at the convention, apparently in his hotel room the evening after his appearance on stage. So yeah.
I mean, hold on. If we think about this, though, like.
Sorry, what?
Hold on. If you think about it from like the actor's perspective, like as long as
for
the
him
actor,
it was probably
like,
great, yeah.
No, I mean as long as like the actor like loves being surrounded by fans. Like some actors are like, yes, I adore doing this or that or this or that. Like that's probably the best way they could go out, just surrounded by their fans.
Probably would have liked it, yeah.
Yeah, but like. Because I mean, yes, that would be mortifying to the fans. Like, oh my god, he just died in front of us. But like, honestly, for the actor, like, if the actor really, you know, enjoys, you know, giving back.
Sounds like it'd be pretty distressing because, like, no matter how much you love your fans or whatever, I wouldn't want to die in front of a bunch of strangers.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it'd be nice to like fans and
Wouldn't
shit.
it be better than dying alone in a hotel room?
No, because like strangers, no, skin crawly. At least if I die alone in my hotel room, it's fucking dignified if one of these weirdos gawking at me as I die.
Need medical attention? I'm on the job.
He has opinions.
Where does it hurt?
Opiniones. I see what Ballistic's saying, but I do think that the reality is probably somewhat different than that.
Well, yeah. Like I said, I think it depends on the actor too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Um,
Oh, can you imagine though? Like, there's so many actors I would have liked to have met though that like died, you know, before I was even born, and you're like, damn it, or you know, definitely before I became self-aware.
That just sounds like you're an
There's no
AI.
actors I really want to meet. Like, it's mainly art, like musical artists. The main one was seeing Barry live. Like, my mum saw him live, and I'm really fucking jealous.
So, you know why I was so late today? I just want to rant about it. So, I was going to be a bit late anyway because I was going to get get my brother from his place 2 hours to my parents, and like going to drive into them. However, while we were on our way back, we saw that the road was being that they were starting work on the road. They said to follow C, because directions always have just a singular letter that you have to follow. And for about 200 meters, we saw C. Then we didn't see C for 500 meters. At which point we had to rapidly go all the way to the right side in order to get the exit we needed to take, because it wasn't announced before that. Then what we were finally there, we didn't see C for another 5 kilometers and going the wrong way for half the time.
That sounds like whoever put up those signs was really very concentrated and great at doing their job.
Yeah, they were so great at doing their job. I am so sick of those people. Seriously.
So valid.
Can I say though, backtracking to Doctor Who again?
Like, a lot of the time in the UK, it's like follow the triangle or what, diamond shape or whatever. And a lot of the time it's good. Sometimes they fucking miss signs and you're like, okay, cool. So like, where the fuck am I going?
Yeah, this wasn't missed signs. This was, oh, hey, there's a sign here. Maybe we should place this. What about the other 20 we missed? No one will get it wrong there.
People can get it wrong everywhere. You should have the signs everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the signs everywhere.
So that.
No, I think that is a myth. People never get traffic signs wrong. Never.
So you know what that effect was? It turned a hour drive into an hour and 15 into a 2 hour and 15-minute drive.
Oh god, that sounds awful. That's a crime. That's awful. Jesus.
And it didn't even happen on the way to work, where at least you could have been like, yeah, sorry, I'm 2 hours late. That was the thing.
It was just on the way back, because like we passed, I think it was like at 9 they closed the road, and it is at 9:15 that we left.
Yeah.
I can't tell. I've done the top bit. I'm just fine.
Research complete.
Also, Jaina. Look at the
Holy
progress I've
shit.
made. Yeah.
Holy shit, that's so much.
I might be able to get it done in time. I'm not confident, and I'm not gonna ping a mod if it's not, because fuck that shit. Still overly salty about the situation. I shouldn't be, but
Very fair.
What are you salty about?
okay, so shit happened, which is not deliberate, not malicious, nothing like that. However, I was in such a low mood that I took it personally and had a cry about it. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Fair enough.
Sometimes it do be like that, and also it helps.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it in the guide server. It was like, someone did something, it wasn't malicious, it wasn't deliberate, it wasn't targeted at me, but I'm still upset about it.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna... like,
That is extremely fair.
yeah, because like, this shit is. I just, yeah. So, like, you're getting no context apart from that. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm still overly salty, but fuck it.
Was it? You don't have to answer, obviously, but was it someone you know? Because in that case, if you say it wasn't deliberate, it might also help up after having a cry to talk it over. You know.
I don't know them well
Obviously,
enough
that
to
only
have
makes
this
sense if you know the
convo
person.
though. I don't know them well enough to have this convo. It was legit nothing. The situation was like, I did a thing, and they were referring to a different thing, right? Only at the time, I felt not enough time had happened between my action and their action. So it kind of felt almost like a snub in a way, even though it wasn't. It's kind of like my brain's
Just
taking
one of
it
those
the wrong
goddamn
way.
things, yeah.
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 And like, there's nothing to have a combo other than possibly beating my brain with a clue by for like, come on, bitch. Like, not everything's personal. Sometimes
But
it
it
is.
did feel personal.
Not a combo in the sense of, oh my god, you did horrible thing and I did have to have a cry over it, but just, you know, because sometimes having a combo over it can help. Obviously, if you don't know the person well enough for that, then that won't help.
Yeah, no,
but
definitely.
sometimes it can just help, you know.
Like, if it'd been like one of the gremlins I was closer to, yeah. Actually, to be
Yeah.
specific, if it was just any of the gremlins, yeah. But like, it's not one of the gremlins. It wasn't someone I'm that close with.
Yeah, though.
Yeah. I like them. They're a wonderful human being.
They are.
Yeah, which is how I know it wasn't deliberate. It wasn't malicious. It's just kind of
Unfortunate
Bad
timing.
timing.
Yeah.
Bad timing. Yeah. It happens.
Yeah. I'm entirely blaming it on hormones because that's periods. I spent longer than normal at work doing not enough work, and some of that time spent not working was spent curled up on the couch in the office hugging my hoodie because I didn't have a hot water bottle with me and I couldn't be touched going home. So I was just sitting there hugging my hot water bottle, listening to Sexy Musical, A Miracle of Sound. That's an odd combo, just to realize, looking back, yeah.
Yeah, at least,
we're just Sexy Musical, so I switched over to Miracle of Sound. But like, he's got some fucking bangers, so like, and I needed some. Because I was just listening to All You Wanna Do on repeat at one point, and I went, maybe not. We're gonna end up crying.
Yeah, but I think it's really cool that you can just do that in your workplace and they'll be supportive.
I mean, I'm in a space full of grads. Like, if it was literally any other part of the company, I could not do that at all.
Okay.
It's only this one specific area where I can get away with that behavior.
We have a co-worker who has a neurological condition. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but sometimes, like rarely, it's really rare. It hasn't happened in literal years. He'll just get violently sick. Like, there is just nothing you can do about it. There is no, we don't have a clue, he doesn't have a clue, and his doctors don't have a clue what brings it on. But it's part of a neurological condition, and the last time it happened, basically all he did was he shouted, "Oh no," and ran to the next toilet. And for the rest of the day, everybody was just like, "Yeah, okay, I can take over this article, or I can arrange that bullshit. I'm gonna look after that page and whatever." And then periodically, people would just go to the toilet and like check on him, like, "Are you okay? Do you want us to call an ambulance? Are you doing better?" And yeah. At the end of the workday, someone took him home because he was in no condition to drive, and someone was just like, "Yeah, I'll live in the same direction. I'm just gonna drop him off, you know." But yeah, there are also those companies where you suddenly get sick and your boss will be like, "Yeah, sorry, that's coming out of your pay."
I mean, today, I was gonna have a meeting today with like one of my supervisors for a project, with like A, to provide context on what I was doing in regards to the project, and B, to make sure I understood what I previously understood was still like right or whatever, that sort of thing. And I just sent them an email going like, "Hi, yeah, unfortunately I can't have the meeting today. I'm okay on Monday. I can have it on Monday, I just can't do it today because I was legit. Like I said, I was spending a lot of time curled up on the couch feeling sorry for myself and listening to various songs. It's not a vibe. And then I checked the thing that made me salty, and I felt really sad and salty again. So, you know, that wasn't the smartest thing. But also, I was in horrific pain at the time, so I'm allowed to make bad decisions. I didn't act on the bad decisions or the feelings. I just felt them. So I was very proud of myself.
Yeah, again, sometimes it do be like that.
Yeah. I was just like, cool, these are the emotions I'm feeling. I'm allowed to feel them. I just need to remember it. I just need to not put the responsibility for managing these emotions I have onto anyone else. Cause like, you can feel shit, but you shouldn't make it someone else's problem.
Yeah.
Add-on complete.
I would agree to a certain point, but also keeping it to yourself is not the same as not making it other people's problem. You can still be like, hey, I'm not feeling good today. Can someone help me out with my work? I can't do this today. That is not making it someone else's problem.
I mean, I got a workmate to help me draft an email because I was like, okay, I need to tell this person I can't do the meeting today. How the fuck do I say that? And she was like, well, something along the lines of, unfortunately, I can't make the meeting, but I can do Monday. I'll stick something in your calendar on Monday or whatever. I was like, thank you. You're a wonderful human. I like you. And like, I've proofread some of her an email or two for her before as well, so it's just kind of like a thing. But yeah, I mean, also Jaina and one of the other gremlins, I think. Yeah, it was just the three of us.
And Vienna. Vienna also.
Oh yeah, yeah. So a handful of the gremlins know what happened, and we're like, yeah, okay, I can see why you're feeling that, and I can understand your reasoning why you are not making white. I can see why you're feeling this, and I could also see why you feel like you should not be feeling this.
Yeah. Also, like, I did kind of want to apologize for dropping out almost immediately, but like,
you had to go. Like,
I was so tired. Like, normally I'm awake till like 5 or so.
Yeah.
I was asleep at 1.
Oh god. Oh my god. Right, hang on. Let me. So, when did you leave? Right. So you left at 12:30 my time, and then
1:30 my time, and
Yeah.
I was at 1. Like, I was that tired for some reason.
Yeah. And then we had some fun with the Shush and
Also with teaching Vienna Dutch. That was very fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's the fun with trying to set up the where it's trying to use Carl to
yeah.
people. That was fun. That was fun.
That was hilarious to backread.
Yeah,
But also, like,
it's
I was just reacting to it.
Yeah, no, it was fine. It wasn't like you did a big offense, therefore you were being brinked until the end of time, until you learn better sort of thing. It was like, yo, I don't want to see if this thing works.
Yeah, that was really fun to backread. Especially the 26 times it failed.
Yeah, so basically, was that Grove or Pretty Shit? Or was it?
Pretty shit.
Yeah.
It's in pretty shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Where is it? I created a mute role, because, you know, I want people to just sit there in silence and see what they've done. You know, whatever.
Be average.
Yeah. And then I was like, so successfully created the rule. Applying overrides now. This may take a few seconds, blah, blah, blah. And then immediately his Carl follows up with success, kind of. 1 successful channel overrides, 26 failed, and 9 skipped because the bot doesn't have perms.
Yeah. So, like, we just saw 26 failed, but, like, even there, I was already like just doing a last bit of reading and falling asleep.
Yeah.
So I only reacted to that this morning, which was when I reacted to a bunch of people who mentioned me, going like, "Yeah, sure, that's a good idea," and "Yes, that's a good idea," and "Yes, that's a good idea."
Right. Yeah. And then and then I think I fixed it. And then
Yeah.
I was like, right, who wants to test being muted? And then Boomy volunteered. So you know how you can give a reason? It was
Literally asked for it.
yeah. And then it was like, want to try again. Vienna volunteered. So then I muted Vienna. Reason, literally asked for it again. And I knew it worked because I did it long enough for me to like actually see whether or not it worked. And then I unmuted her because you
Yeah.
can't do anything wrong.
And then you muted her for sleep.
Yeah. It's okay. Where is it? So
Sleep for 8 hours.
8 hours? That seems a little harsh.
Nah.
It's Vienna. She's 18. I'm allowed to be mean to her that way. But yeah, so it's like Vienna, go to bed. It's like, where is it? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's all the way at the end of.
It's. She was like, I'm being funny, and I'm like, 5, 4, 3. She's like, 2. And then Vienna goes, sleep is further strong. I am weak. 1. As fuck. And then I go, night, sweetheart. Just after I brinked her, so she couldn't see the message.
Yeah.
And then I was like, Numo was like, oh, we have a break. I want to join. I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I fucked up the roll. And then I did it properly. And then Nomo had fun breaking out of the break because like I hadn't set the permissions properly, so she could join various text channels, so she was typing away in them, and then I'd fix the perms there, so she couldn't do that. And then I fixed and then she managed to get into the voice channels, and I was like, fuck, I'll need to fix that later. And then, so yeah, and we were just messing. Which should mean the next time someone is bricked,
they are properly bricked.
They are stuck in Englandshire.
Oh yeah, right. You made the break Englandshire. That's fine.
Yeah, Dom suggested that the brig should be called Englandshire. It was called brig. Now it's Englandshire.
Yeah. I also just like the fact that my reactions all came like
Base is under attack.
almost 10 hours after, you know.
Yeah, this was happening at like 11:30 to midnight, and then Jaina pops in at like 9 AM going, yes, I would, yeah.
Because this is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just catching up on everything I had missed.
Piece of me, boy.
Orders, sir. Proceeding.
I am eager to help. Jawohl.
Yeah. I'm good.
I read you. You want a piece of me, boy? Job's finished.
When you want to go say something like, yes, go for it, but also you've got to take in like all the considerations that you would include in other situations. This is rambles, but yeah. Yeah. Situations past it. It's just a...
Sorry about that, I'm back.
Yeah.
You good as always.
Me or who?
Everyone.
You.
Oh.
Yeah.
There was a Doctor Who joke
mostly
in there somewhere.
Just
Right. So...
really annoyed at the Dutch road workers.
Yeah.
That will
It's,
be my general state of mind for the next weekend.
Valid. Update on imp positivity if you haven't checked.
Additional supply depots required complete.
So Sam, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Supply depots required.
Okay, it's about Lily.
Nope.
Like,
DM
no,
it.
I can't ask the question.
DM it.
Okay, I will DM it when I park.
Okay.
Give me a minute, because I am going to get a sandwich. Because I'm
Very good.
splurging today. I'm getting a sandwich for lunch, even though it's way past lunchtime, and then I'm gonna have dinner at like 9:30 tonight.
Sounds good.
I
Also-
couldn't find my folder of like art I've saved from various people's on the servers. I just couldn't find it. It was right under my fucking mouse.
For fuck's sake, that always sucks.
Yeah, it was right
Also,
there.
by the way, on
Okay, what do I call Elf's new creature? It's fucking gorgeous, and I want to say
Rainbow
that.
Deer or something? I don't know.
The Eldritch Deer.
Yeah, that works. By the way, I beat the Royal Knight Loretta and restored a Great Rune in today. Those are the achievement-worthy things that I did in today's Elden Ring. That was fun.
How's it going, Jada?
Pretty well. I went down into the Scarlet Rot's mine, the hidden Cilia mine, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to attempt this boss, and then it turns out to be 3 of those crystallian. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to attempt those.
Would you like a hint?
Don't use magic. But yeah, sure.
Hit it with a hammer.
Ballistic's not actually that far away. I didn't actually catch if you wanted a hint or not, though.
I do want a hint. Just.
Are you trying to hit them with a blade? Because if you use a blunt weapon, it does a lot more damage.
Ah.
Really? My answer was right. Hit it with a hammer.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you hit them with the blunt weapon, you eventually overcome their like initial resistance. At which point they start taking damage really easily.
Okay.
I came back.
I mean, that makes logical sense. I just can't believe I was actually right, though, considering I've not yet gotten to Elden Ring.
Someone tell me not to make myself a coffee.
Don't make yourself a coffee. I think gives you dementia.
Grab an iron brew.
I've also has
Sorry.
caffeine.
Yeah. Yeah, I love being like a contrary.
Drink some lovely healthy water, which is what your body is designed to drink.
I had a smoothie today.
Can I ask a biology question?
Not in
You
that
can.
voice.
If it's stupid, I will mock you.
No.
Can I ask a biology question or not?
You can.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. How bad is it to have, like, between, like, 140 and, like, 500 milligrams of caffeine over, like, a 4-hour period, like, once or twice a week? More likely once a week.
I feel like you asked that question more in the hope of attention and validation than any real medical opinion here.
No, I want to know how badly I'm screwing myself.
But it sure as shit ain't good.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a quick Google the last time you mentioned that my caffeine intake was an issue long term, and literally I found like nothing. You know, it's fine.
Yeah. It's not very popular research.
Yeah. Because no
For reasons-
scientist likes to find out
For the same reasons
shit.
that the research into tobacco wasn't particularly popular.
Yeah.
But there's
No.
no link.
Long-term effects at this level may include insomnia, anxiety, chronic
Does
insomnia,
Allie sound like a
constant
robot?
anxiety, depression.
there's no hard links on stuff like dementia or early onset Alzheimer's, but generally, your brain is very good at adapting to drugs. So anything you put into your body that isn't meant to be there, if you do it for a prolonged period of time, isn't a good thing. So something best avoided. And to an extent, you can't avoid all of the stuff, but like where you can avoid it, you should. And like that's not like you don't have to like get ridiculous about it. Like, I probably drink caffeine like once every few days.
The thing with
And not
coffee
very
is,
much.
even assuming that there are no neurological drawbacks, which is incredibly unlikely, but even if we assume that, coffee is still bad for you simply for the reason that you will get more tired from drinking coffee. There were studies on this where people who never drink coffee, people who never drink coffee and people who often drink coffee were basically given a task to rate their base tiredness and then given cognitive tasks to perform. And as it turns out, the person who never drinks coffee is at a stable level, roughly. The person who drinks a lot of coffee as a baseline is way below that level. Then when they've had their first 2 or 3 coffees of the day, they make it up to roughly the same level that everybody else is on to begin with. And then if the person who doesn't usually drink coffee drinks 1 coffee on a special occasion, then their performance rises up even more. But if you drink coffee regularly, then that actually decreases your average performance because your brain just literally doesn't work without caffeine anymore. And you have to drink coffee to get up to the level where everybody else is already.
The thing is, with studies like that, is like, I know people who like, I mean, I've got ADHD, right? Caffeine doesn't affect me much, if at all.
It definitely does. You've just got other stuff that makes a difference. I also have ADHD, and I can promise you caffeine affects you.
Let me rephrase it then, Matt. The effects of caffeine are masked to such an extent that I do not fucking notice it. The only thing I notice is if I've gone a couple of weeks without coffee, without any form of caffeine, I'll get withdrawal headaches. That's it.
Let's put it like this, Ali. You probably don't notice the effects, or you get other effects, but coffee does work neurologically. Like, it binds to stuff in your brain, and it has a neurological effect. So unless your brain
don't
literally
notice it though.
Sorry?
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's not going to
I
do
do
damage
not
in the long
notice.
run. That's like taking morphine. I'm like, oh, I can't feel myself bleeding. The fact that it's spurting probably doesn't mean it's very bad. Like, just because you can't feel that it's bad doesn't mean it's not bad.
Yeah.
I have quit caffeine before. Like, I know what I am talking about when I say, apart from the fucking withdrawal headaches, nothing really changed.
And that's short-term stuff, Ali. Like, it's the long-term stuff that will really do
What we're
damage.
saying is we believe you that you don't notice that it makes a difference. We're just saying it's still making a difference. It's like when you smoke. Unless you get lung cancer, you won't immediately notice that it makes a difference. But it is still making a difference, even if you don't notice it.
And then in 20 years' time, all that nicotine's in the walls of your heart, and suddenly you have a massive.
Yeah, we're not saying you're wrong.
In the
It's
septum of your heart.
It doesn't actually affect you in everyday life, like that. It doesn't just become noticeable. That is perfectly possible. We're not saying you're wrong. It's just it's still a neurological inhibitor in the brain. That is still its chemical formula, so it's still going to do that in your brain, even if you don't notice the effect of that.
Your forces are under attack.
Oh my god, you shitty fucking website, stop loading the ads. I was trying to it was opening in Chrome, no wonder they were fucking ads.
Also, when I say that coffee is bad for you, what I mean is in a purely performative sense, because on average it lowers performance in people if they drink a lot of coffee. But if you say that that effect is not one that you observe in yourself, then it probably doesn't make that big difference for you.
I've had issues sleeping since I was a child, like well before my parents let me be solely responsible for my caffeine intake. Which, like, caffeine intake only really got to, like, started getting bad, like, late high school, you know, when your parents kind of ease off on it, like, like monitoring shit. So, like, but like even like I remember early primary, even like late primary school, I had issues with like sleep and shit. So it's just kind of I turned to coffee because it was tasty, and like but it had no fucking effect on me. Like my dad drinks coffee, so I was like, oh, I'll try it, and I like it, so I just continued drinking it. But it has no fucking effect on me. It's just kind of
Battle cruiser operational.
yeah. But like I have gone without caffeine for 2 6-month periods, which you know. And there was literally no difference in my like sleep behavior, all that shit. The only thing that noticeably changed for me was the fact that I had fucking withdrawal headaches for the
Sleep
first
is a
day.
thing with coffee anyway, because for about half the people they get more awake with coffee and the other half they get more tired. And it's not entirely understood why that happens and what the difference is. But sleep, like,
similar.
yeah, but like a direct effect on your sleep is not really observed. It's more about, you know how many people drink coffee when they need to pull an all-nighter or are trying to finish a project and need to concentrate for a long time, and that is when people drink coffee so they
Literally
get up.
never use coffee. I mean, I've never used coffee that way. I'll drink
Yeah,
it because I like it.
What I'm
That's
saying
it.
is, you know, they do that because they then get an energy boost that,
Yeah.
like, yeah. The thing is with people who regularly drink coffee, that still happens, but the energy boost that they get only get them up to the same level that people who don't drink coffee were at before they drank coffee. That is what I mean with lowered performance. It doesn't have anything to do with sleep. It's just basically the boost that you get from. No, let me put it differently. You basically develop an addiction to coffee, like a physical addiction to coffee, when you drink it regularly, so that your brain needs it to function on the normal level that it would normally function on anyway. So
A
basically,
slightly different way of explaining that is your brain is very good at getting used to whatever's in its system on a regular basis, at trying to run at what it considers to be a normal level. So if you've always got caffeine in your blood system, your brain is going to get used to having caffeine in your blood system. If you don't have caffeine, your level will like plummet. If you do have it, it'll keep you at that level. To get up to a normal level, you then need more and more caffeine, and that more and more is the addiction that Sukigo was talking about.
See, I find that interesting because every so often I just cannot be fucked, like making or buying coffee or iron brew or Coke or whatever. So
You'd be surprised how much money it saves you as well. That's something I've noticed.
Yeah, true. But so I'll just go without for like a week or so because I just can't be fucked. It's just effort, and like I might get a horrific headache, but like currently I sometimes get horrific headaches just by existing. So it's just kind of like, cool.
Yeah.
Is this a caffeine thing? Lack of caffeine thing? Is this I've been staring at the screen too long? Is this it?
This,
There's a
by the way, this,
yeah.
I posted a meme. That is
That's
what
a
this
fucking
entire
mood.
the conversation is making me think about.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
too much
that's-
blood in my caffeine system.
Yeah, that. We made that joke about alcohol in uni. It's like.
Yeah.
That's in
I
Scotland.
was like, yeah, I was like.
Oh, we
you
do
got
that
enough
here
blood in
too.
your you got enough blood in your alcohol system there, mate. They'd be like, well, I'm like, mate. You've had like a lot of drinks. Even
Mate.
by your standards, it was a
enough
lot.
coffee in your sugar.
But yeah, like, so it'll be, like I was saying, it's kind of like, is this a lack of caffeine headache? Possibly. Is it I've been staring at a screen for too long with no breaks? Possibly. Is it I'm dehydrated headache? Also possible. Is it some weird combination of all three? All of those? Very likely. Is it because I didn't sleep enough for whatever reason? Also likely. Like, it's just kind of... There's so many things that I can just tie my shit back to that I don't necessarily notice maybe one thing is probably causing another.
Hello,
That's
Alicia.
Fucking mood. Also, hi. I just came back before.
It is
I
Alicia!
China.
Hello.
Hey, Stan.
I
You're so fucking loud.
I just came to tell Sam, not that it's a good thing, but I feel the need to inform you because you make me feel less shit about it.
No.
I have now reached page 4, almost page 5 for my Good Smile Company orders.
That's great, though. That's good. It means you're pursuing what makes you happy.
You were like, that's great.
Yeah.
You can tell me if I have a problem.
You don't have a problem. You're fine.
Are you sure about that? In the past week, I've ordered so many figures.
I think you're just fine.
Look, Alicia, look at the figures. Do those figures spark joy?
Are you gonna Marie Kondo? Wait.
Ah!
Are we Marie Kondoing my life right now?
Yeah, because
It's Alicia. If you can afford it and they bring you joy, what's the issue?
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's the issue is that my parents are. Oh, this is gonna be streamed. I'm gonna type this out.
Give me the type,
in
yeah.
General text.
Type,
Yeah.
Type, yeah.
General tech. Yeah.
That's
no,
fair. That's fair.
That's valid. But yeah, no, like.
There are certain things I too would not be comfortable saying.
I've nearly said shit on stream, but I've gone. No.
Or like there are a few streams
yeah,
where I said
so
that
I
sort of
guess.
thing.
Yeah, that's kind of understandable.
Ah, yeah.
Right.
No, that's understandable.
If I take it that the situation can't change.
Ooh.
Yikes. Yeah.
That's yikes. And
Yeah. I
uh,
hope you have something planned so that's no longer going to be the case.
yeah, because
It's you should have.
yeah,
It should be
you should
different.
have one of us.
It should be different, in my opinion.
Like in that case, they can just do
It's
that to
my-
your new one.
Yeah, my mum does the thing where she just sends me money or she gives me cash. Like straight up after my graduation. I was just chilling on the floor of my room feeling like absolute shit because, you know, graduation, migraine, that was fun. She just straight up handed me 60? No, it can't have been 60. 20 quid because like I'd spent a lot of my money on like the graduation and she was just like, yeah, here's your contribution to the cost. Straight up. Fuck. But yeah, no.
Okay. With the
Okay,
thing.
I just came to tell Sam about my my 5th page. I now have to go. I literally have to go do my interview now. So I will come back and
good
talk to you
luck.
guys later.
Bye. Goodbye.
Thanks. That's it. I have a problem. Bye, guys.
Bye. But okay, like US system sounds bullshit. But yeah. Hang on. Am I nearly done? Am I nearly done this bit? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes.
I think you are
Are you what?
nearly done with the bit.
Yeah, I just need to do this bit, and then I'm on to
The
this
head.
bit. The head is. I have. Okay.
Head, horns,
Head,
stars.
horns, stars. I've got the outline. I've got the eyes. Why do I have 2 star layers? For some reason, I have 2 star layers.
Because more stars are always better?
Not in this situation. That's when you want a subtle now. And then I've got the moon, and I've got like the shadow, which is going to be like the glowy bit, probably. Like behind the moon. But yeah, it's holy shit! Holy shit! But yeah, head and horns. Head, horns, and eyes are all separate because of the way the colors interact.
Yeah, those can't be the same layer. They would blend.
Yeah, they like I could theoretically do it, but like it'd just be really awkward and difficult when I can just have them as a different layer and it'll work perfectly fine. Also, can we talk about how El's color choice is fucking slap? Like,
Yeah.
amazing.
They are so cool.
Gorgeous. I love them. just want to say Eldar is to just scream and sigh because it's fucking gorgeous. I love it. Shit! Save! I mean, it's been auto-saving, but you know, let's just...
Yeah, let's just save before you.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, please don't Alden F4 out of there before saving.
Yeah, I did that post-stream. Luckily, it was like 25 minutes that I lost of progress, but it was still annoying.
Yeah, no, like, I've set this thing up to autosave. Every 10 minutes, but it still autosaves, so I can still... Which is how I got, no, that wasn't how I got a version of the Suit I Help to work. That was by downloading, earlier version of the files from my GitHub. Which I probably shouldn't use as, like, file storage for my art, but, like, whatever. I can't be fucked setting up, like, something else right now. And I have a GitHub account. Right on the street. I sound like such an addict. I don't think my caffeine consumption's that bad. It's high, but like to be honest, it's also a coping mechanism right now because fuck my life. But, you know,
Yeah.
a wee bit too defensive over it. I feel. But,
Shit.
it was like after I guess for me it's kind of like after Ninja Warrior, like yeah, my joints are all fucked up and yes it hurt a lot, but also like I probably would have hurt a bit anyway, so it's like I don't really care whether or not it's new pain or old pain, it's still just pain. Like my wrist hurts and all I've been doing is clicking right now. Like nothing strenuous and my wrist fucking hurt. And like I could stop and like do something else. This is making me happy, so I'm not gonna.
How long have you been clicking for?
When did I join the stream?
Then I'm not entirely sure that your wrist is hurting because of that. Because people click a lot longer at work and don't get a hurting wrist from it. I mean, it might be, but it might also just be something else entirely.
I have messed up friends, so you know.
Alright, I'm gonna head off, guys.
Later.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
No, I can't. Can't be bad.
Don't keep me waiting.
Also, Sam, if you ever want a fic where Taylor is a hilarious, oblivious lesbian, while Amy and Victoria thirst for her, I have a recommendation for you.
DM it to me.
Okay. It's leg day. Taylor is literally a bunny girl.
Fantastic.
It is also explicit, though so far the only explicit bit has been a Saba and Crystal interlude.
Valkyrie prepared.
But yeah.
Timing in Gremlins last night, that was fun.
Vibing in Gremlins was really, really fun.
Yeah, I got a chat with Dome in DC again, because we haven't been online at the same time for a while.
Yeah.
I think the last time was when Echo joined the server.
Yeah, much fun.
How did I I describe Echo? Was it this morning? Last night? Fuck if I can remember. Blah blah blah. Spicy, you know. I love the way we were discussing. You know, that was fun.
Yeah.
Settle it over. Blah blah blah. Scroll. It's like an adorable face succubus that followed my sister home one day.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's cute. It's adorable. But also, it's not allowed in the blanket court until it's 18.
Yeah.
And even then, it has to be more gremlin than face succubus.
Yeah.
Feral face succubus. That's not gonna happen. It's Echo.
Yeah.
Context. Echo uses 8 to 8s, I think is the breakdown of the pronouns. Yeah. Echo uses 8 to 8s pronouns. I'm not being a dick. I am being yeah.
I'm being semi-decent.
Oh, come on! Yeah, no. Oh, shit.
Receiving transmission. Receiving transmission. Hailing frequencies open. Receiving transmission. Take it slow. Make it happen. Engage. Set course. Make it happen.
Yes, sir. Roger that. Right away, sir.
All crews reporting. Set a course. Make it happen. Take it slow.
Gallop's up. Go.
Make it happen.
Where is he?
Take it slow.
Vienna and Dome are planning to meet off in a couple of weeks, and I'm kind of jealous. Cause, like, and I don't know who I'm more jealous of. Vienna, because she gets to meet Dome, who is mine, first, before me, which is like so unfair. Or Dome, who gets to meet Vienna, my fucking little sister, before me, and that is also so unfair.
Yeah.
Either way,
way,
it's obviously deeply homophobic.
Where was this being planned, by the way?
They've mentioned it in a couple of channels.
Yeah.
Well, where the country is going to be. They're going to be in the same country.
Yeah.
And part of it's probably been done via DM as well.
Yeah.
Human. What people seem to forget is you can be a sensible human and a gremlin.
Yep.
I still think she is one. People are confused when Domat's like a gremlin, and I'm like, because she's a gremlin wrangler doesn't mean she's a gremlin.
Yeah.
Receiving transmission. Receiving transmission. Engage. Receiving transmission.
Also, like, I just really liked a conversation like today, like this morning about like fun Dutch words, which then like then translated into complaining about English and French not sharing any vowels.
No wonder I struggled so much with French at school. The vowels are not. Whereas German I can approximate with like Scottish vowels, right? A lot. Some of them are
Yeah,
similar.
there are very few vowels in German that you wouldn't have. There are a few consonants that you wouldn't have, but vowels shouldn't be a problem.
The CH is very similar to the CH in law.
Yeah, but the other CH doesn't exist. There's also 2 different versions of R that I'm pretty sure don't exist in English, also not in Scottish English. There are a few, like the sound that Z makes in German technically exists in English, but looks entirely different and would be produced by a different consonant cluster, which sometimes trips people up.
Yeah, I had a lot of problem with the different R's because my hometown's accent doesn't have an R.
Yeah.
So like that just fucked me over. And my last name has 2 R's. So I can't even properly pronounce my last name.
Jamie, you could probably get away with Western German very well because in many Western German dialects, almost no R's are pronounced. I mean, they are when they're the initial letter in a word, but other than that, especially the last letter of the word, they're usually vocalized instead of, so basically turned into a vowel instead of pronounced as an actual consonant.
Like, for example, my last name, just going to do this once, Roda. That's with me having trained myself to pronounce the R, because otherwise, if I turn up on a hometown's accent, it's something like Roda.
I mean, my last name also has an R, but I only vocalize that to A or A, because that is what you do where I live. Like literally an R in the middle of a word that is next to a vowel and a consonant will be an R sound. That is just how it works.
Yeah.
Interesting, because like, and like, you do words English. It's, I was gonna say a thing about fucking pronunciation shit, and then my brain went, see, that's how things we were gonna say, let's jumble up the order and then toss it in the bin. Thank you, very helpful.
Let's output those in a random order.
No, I didn't get to output the stringed thought. It just went, let's take this thought, jumble it up, and then toss it, and just leave you with the scattered remains of the fact that there was a thought there. You just can't articulate what it was. Thank you, brain, so much. So grateful. So grateful. Yeah.
Let me find the thing. How are there so many image files? It has no fucking business having so many of these. Here we go.
Did I download the guide from the other day?
Fucking thank you.
SD card. Guides. Yes, I did.
So Ali, if you look at general text, that is how R's are pronounced in German. And only the versions where it's vocalized, not even the different versions where it's actually a consonant, but just where R is turned into a vowel. These are the different versions in German. From top to bottom, they're mehr, Gehör, Stör, Märchen, Bär, Werk, Berg, Wörtchen, Jörg, Saar, Bar, Hart, Staat, Ort, Wort, Tor, Ohr, Spurt, Turnt, Ur, Urenkel. The lower
That's right,
ones
they
are more...
all sounded the same.
Yeah, they're very similar.
Yeah,
And the lower ones are more common in Saxony and Bavaria. Like if you overdo them, it's like Twant and Urenkel, and that would be very Bavarian, you know. Overdoing that.
Also known as what I do, apparently.
Yeah. Oh yeah, also one thing that L2 German learners often stumble over is Auslautverhärtung. Literally out sound hardening. What it means is that the last consonant sound in a word that you pronounce, if it ends in a D, it will be pronounced as a T in German. If it ends in a G, it's gonna be pronounced like a K, and so on. Only if it's the very last sound in the word.
Okay, I understand.
For example, in this case, you have the word Berg, which is spelled with a G in the end, so you might think it's Berg with a soft sound at the end, but because of Auslautverhärtung, it's actually Berg, as if there were a K at the end. And that is one of those other things, like, even native German speakers generally don't know that unless they've studied linguistics. They just do it instinctually. So they will also be unable to tell
Kind
you.
of, there's an instinctual order to
The
to
vowels.
adjectives in
not
English,
the,
yeah.
I mean,
adjectives,
yeah, I'm talking
yeah.
about the vowel setting, but also the other thing. It's the
Oh, you mean the clip, clap, clop,
no,
and
not
tick,
that
tock,
one. Not that one. It's the other one. It's the not adverb. Adverb for noun.
Adjective?
That. Thank you. My brain
You're
had the
welcome.
word and then it tossed out Gondo.
That is the first thing I said. The adjective order.
I did not hear you.
Okay.
To be fair, I didn't hear Sakiko either.
And that is
I
kind
did,
of
and I repeated it, and neither heard it.
that is kind of the main thing that people stumble over, like one of the main things, because oh, Alicia.
Yeah.
Because even a native speaker won't be able to tell you. So if the qualification of your German teacher was I'm a native speaker, they will not actually be able to teach you German correctly, because they will not be aware that Auslautverhärtung exists, because they just do it instinctually. They won't be able to tell you that is a thing you're supposed to do. And
No, he wasn't
I
a native
knew-
speaker.
I knew that when you said that, I knew that D's would become T's, because the area I'm
Yeah, and G's become K's.
Yeah, I didn't know about the G becoming K.
And B's become P's. Basically, every consonant that has a voice and an unvoiced version. No, only the plosives. The plosives that have a voiced and an unvoiced version. If a word ends in the voiced version of a plosive, you're still gonna pronounce it unvoiced. That is the actual linguistic way to phrase it. I'm pretty sure nobody understood that, and that is
I
perfectly
did.
fine because we're not trying to study the linguistics of German. But yeah, basically, if in German, if a word ends in a voiced plosive, then you pronounce it as an unvoiced plosive instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I know those words. I know the meaning of that sentence. It took me a second to put together what it would actually mean, though.
Yeah.
Like, and that's just because, like, I like English linguistics. I just hate the fact that most modern linguistics always focuses on, yeah, this is what happened last year, and next year we're teaching the new group other stuff. And, like, I dislike that. I like historic linguistics because it's static.
Yeah, we had 3 semesters of historical dimensions of the English language at university, which included not only being able to identify down to 100 or 200 years when a piece of English writing is from, but also arguing why it's from there. Like, I don't know, this happened before the Great Vowel Shift, or you can see where it's from the Norman invasion, or it still contains thorns, so it has to be from early Middle English or even Old English or bullshit like that, like that kind of thing. And then we also got to transcribe shit in IPA, like Middle English and some Old English as IPA transcriptions and shit
those
like that.
suck.
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
actually kind of fun. I mean, it might be that we had an advantage there because Old English is incredibly similar to German and even more similar to Old German. So, as a German L1 speaker, it's actually easier than if you're an English L1 speaker. Like
Old English is even more similar to Frisian, which, like, my grandparents spoke to me often, and my great-grandparents on my mother's side also, like, spoke to me often as a kid. So I know how it's supposed to sound because I can just read it and think like, yeah, so this is how my great-grandmother would pronounce this. And
just straight up, the main thing I did in my historical dimensions exam when it came to the IPA transcription part, was, and I think pretty much everybody else did that as well, judging by like the noise in the room, was you look at the sentence, then you lowly murmur the sentence under your breath to yourself. With a deliberately horrible pronunciation, like pronounce it very German, pretend all the vowels are German vowels instead of English vowels, see what that sounds like, and then you transcribe that. And that is probably roughly how it would have sounded in Old English.
Yeah, like we were transcribing things. We were transcribing things for our introductory linguistics course, and like they went like, yeah, so this is the exam. All linguistics exam are done at the same time, at the same classroom, if we can manage it, because that means that all the murmuring people are in the same same room. Like, we have massive exam halls, and our exam was just constant buzzing of people pronouncing English at different phrases. At one point, I was seated at the edge of my area. I was accidentally transcribing something that someone next to me was murmuring about it. I was like, "Fuck no, that's his."
So honestly, and this might be because I never learned IPA. I think IPA should be taught to children, so that like you go, this is how this is pronounced, and then then everyone would go, oh, I understand what that means, because I look at an IPA thing, having never learned it, and I'd go, I don't know what the fuck
I get why you think it would help, but it will not.
No.
Yeah, because the differences are so subtle between most of them, except for like the variations on an L. Most of the differences are just a sort of blur to me, and trying to teach that to kids is awful.
Yeah, like 8-year-old kids, but you know, maybe 12 or 14 or even 16, but
how much of an attention span did you have back then?
What?
How much of an attention span did you have back then?
Medicated or unmedicated?
Yes.
Medicated just goddamn fine. I would have gotten through it just fine.
Given that I was in a class full of either undiagnosed or just unmedicated, somewhere on the neurodivergency scale of things, my entire class would have gone insane.
I think at the very least, like, by the time you're in either middle school or high school, especially high school, like, you could definitely teach this, and they would, you know, understand it and be hopefully old enough. Because I think, and I realize the hypocrisy of this, but I think everyone should be able to read IPA symbols. I say that fully aware that I can't read IPA symbols, but I think
it's ballistic. Nowhere in my actual job would IPA come in useful?
No, but you're a
I'd learn
human
and
and you
forget.
need your language. You need to be able to speak
Oh,
language.
I need to be able to speak languages. Yeah, I can ask people how the fuck shit's pronounced because I struggle with English. I struggle with seeing a shape and learning how that's pronounced. That shit's really fucking hard for a lot of people, including myself. So no, IPA should not be taught because it's fucking good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disagree. But like I said, I just think that's because
The thing is, Ballistic, the number of people who can actually use IPA in a realistic setting where it will actually be useful for them is basically polyglots who learn very many different languages, particularly also with all different writing systems. Those will benefit from knowing the IPA. Linguists obviously need to know the IPA, and arguably I would also say people who work with their voice in general, because it's just easier if you need to figure out how to pronounce someone and someone can just post IPA at you and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I know how to pronounce this now. Instead of having to Google a YouTube video of a random person with roughly the same accent you're looking for and then having 50 people in a voice call yell at you for doing Indian wrong. Anyway,
Subtle call out.
Subtle
call out.
Subtle. Didn't even know
It's just easier if you can read the IPA, but like that is still a very limited subset of the general population, and those people will either be taught the IPA anyway. For example, if you study linguistics, you will be taught the IPA. You will have classes on phonology and phonetics, and you will learn the IPA, or you will
And
simply
those are very
your exams and not be a linguist. And if you're one of those very few people who either work with their voice to a point where it's useful to know the IPA, or are polyglots to the point where it's useful to know the IPA to learn new languages, then you can just learn the IPA yourself. It takes like literally one afternoon to learn the basics.
Yep. And if you don't know the basics or can't be bothered to remember the basics, there is an official IPA chart which has all the symbols pronounced, both with context and without context.
You can also literally just Google transcription websites that transcribe both from different languages into IPA and from IPA into various languages and whatever.
Yeah, so like it's very easy, and at one linguistics test, we actually were allowed to just open the IPA charts website because, this is easier than having to open the book, and also this way we don't have.
The book? We literally just learned the IPA by heart. We were not allowed any help or any figuring out.
Learning I remember.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember
more
having to learn IPA, and I still know some of it, but not all of it. But I remember having to, like, in one of my exams, that I had to translate something in IPA into English, and then do the same the other way.
That's actually easy, because then you can just, even if you don't know all the symbols, if it's in IPA, you can read out all the symbols that you know and then fill in the gaps by figuring out, okay, what word makes these sounds and then has one letter at the end that I can't identify. We had to do the opposite. We had to take.
No, I had to do both. That's what I was saying. I was like, I had one section that was that, another section that was the other thing. But I think the thing that fucked me up the most, that I ended up not having to do because I had a panic attack that they thought was a heart attack. So I was literally told by the paramedics, don't take your fucking test tomorrow morning. And I was like, you know, if the paramedics say not to do it, but I was supposed to take 500. No, I think it was 500 words or so. We were given 500 words from Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and we were supposed to translate that into modern English. But the thing is that we have to translate it not just modernly, but like make it into something that is commonly understood. That like, hey, I could hand this to Sam, and he would be like, yeah, I know what's going on. Not something that like was still like Shakespeare. So basically, modern, like.
Oh.
New modern English,
Bro.
I mean, we didn't really have to do that because we're not training for translation. We're training for linguistics and teaching. But what we
Yeah.
did have to do was we had various parts of Chaucer, and one part of the exam was like reading parts of it out or transcribing parts of it into IPA. Figuring out, I mean, that was the easy part because usually you just know when the Canterbury Tales are from, but like figuring out roughly plus minus 100 years when it was written, we had that with several pieces of writing.
Yeah.
What else? Yeah, we also had to translate a bit into modern English, but it wasn't about making it understandable. It was more like showing that you understood how the sounds and the voice, the meaning of the different words shifted over time. Like it was individual words mostly. Yeah, that kind of bullshit. And like the phonology and phonetics exam, yes, there was an entire exam that was just for phonetics and phonology. That mostly focused on stuff like, you're gonna hear 5 minutes of people talking. Please transcribe it into IPA. This page starts with the text in English. Please transcribe it into IPA. Here is space. Please draw a vowel chart. And that kind of bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, also they had to write 3 of the words that we were supposed to transcribe into IPA on the blackboard in IPA because they were names from Star Wars, and several people rightly argue that you can't really expect someone to translate something into IPA if it's a name and you don't know how the name is pronounced. Like, you do need to know how it's pronounced to transcribe it into IPA, and if you just haven't watched Star Wars, there's no fucking way to pronounce it.
Just figure it out. Just figure it out. You're good. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
How dare you not watch Star Trek or Star Wars or
Star Wars? That is what Sam would do. Sam would just write down whatever and would then say, no, it's now pronounced Usul.
Yeah. But like, I just looked up the reasoning they gave in my quote book because I have a funny teacher's quote book for why we were allowed to open the IPA charged website, because of the fact that they had people smuggle in not only like an IPA chart, they had someone smuggle in a recording of all the pronunciations of every single IPA symbol.
Yes.
Yeah,
Nice.
like that. But they hadn't had that happen once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. They have had that happen. So they were like, yeah, fuck that. If everyone is going to smuggle it in, let's just give it to everyone.
I mean, on the one hand, I get that. But on the other hand, if the point is to test whether you can memorize the IPA, and then they just go like, you know what, we're just gonna make it so you don't have to memorize it. At that point, why even have the exam? You know, like.
No, the memorize the IPA was the first and second linguistics block. The other one, this one was like the 8th or so.
Oh man, we totally missed you earlier. We were talking about language purity, and you know what a Marxist linguist is? Because I still haven't found out. And it's
I
been a
don't
couple of
know
hours
anything
now.
about anything.
I want to know.
Marxist language criticism is so annoying. Just in
That's
general.
what my book's saying, but it's not explaining it. It's just saying Marxist linguist, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it just doesn't tell me.
It didn't say Marxist language criticism, it said specifically Marxist linguist.
Then
Marxism
I would...
and Problems of Linguistics is an article written by Joseph Stalin. Blah blah blah.
I know that.
So,
I found that, but I tried reading it. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, and to stand for the campaign to filter and
Did you just say effective filter? Fucking. Why the fuck is Crashin everywhere I look? Why the fuck is he everywhere? I'm gonna fight him in a Denny's parking lot. I fucking hate Stephen Crashin.
Okay,
I
so
will fight him.
based upon what I know,
The enemy was just Tom Holland.
Okay, but Tom Holland, that's always been the goal. We know, Sam, you know this. That's always there. But that isn't for a good reason. I have a reason to fight Stephen Krashen.
Okay, so based upon what I know from Marxist literary criticism, I would say that it probably has something to do with class differences in linguistic like, for example, lower class white person would pronounce something like this, while a upper class white person would pronounce it like this, or something like that. And then the linguistic analysis of the significance of that, because that's what Marxist literary criticism is about, or well, about class struggle and everything.
I know the literature one because we had to go over it in class, but the linguistic one I was very confused by. I was like, what's happening? And all that came up that was actually accessible, that wasn't behind a paywall, was literally fucking something that Stalin wrote, and I'm like, I don't know what you're being asked here, sir. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So I tried to channel my inner Frida Kahlo. It didn't work. I probably came off more as like Diego, but you know, what can you do?
Yeah.
That made no sense to anyone.
Nope, it didn't. I'm just saying yeah because I'm too tired to think of anything else.
Oh, that's fine.
And it's not even that late or anything, and I can sleep in tomorrow. But this day has just been so exhausting. And it's not even most of this day, it's been just the last, like...
The fucking...
Yeah, the 2.5 hours I spent on the road.
Well, buddy, if ain't that the truth.
Yeah, like, it was supposed to be a 1 hour drive back, and it turned into a 2.25 hour drive because of the fact that the road workers didn't put up the signs that were supposed to lead us to, you know, the alternative route. So, like, it was follow Route C to get to our destination. And we were like, okay, we'll follow Route C. For 200 meters, it was properly indicated. Then there wasn't anything for 500 meters. Then we had to panic switch to the correct lane for the last 50 meters that we could finally see that. And then we didn't get anything for like 5 kilometers. Then we saw one, and then we didn't get any for the rest of the way.
You know what? I just thought of another perk of moving home. My entire town back home is set up on a grid. So if one street's fucked, you could just drive maybe half a mile and just take the next road and you'll still end up at your destination.
So, like, even if that was the case,
like, nah.
even if that was the case, I still couldn't do that because we weren't driving. We weren't driving in a town. We were driving between towns.
Then rest in peace.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I was gonna say, like, are highways like that? No, they're not. Not all of them. Well. What a conundrum. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, it just sucked.
Well, I just came back to finish what I was typing earlier before I had to leave, because I need to get back and just write a little bit today, because I was supposed to have this turned in today, but now I have until the 11th, but I'm definitely not going to take it till the 11th, and hope to get it in tomorrow. But, yeah, I ordered more. I pre-ordered 2 figures, and then I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna order this one because it's here and it's not gonna be that big of a dent, you know, so. But my dad literally was like, my dad was like, don't max out your credit card, and I'm like, what do you mean max out my credit card? There's, like, yeah, some of that money was for, paying off student loans, but that hasn't even started yet, and we don't know how much I'm paying. So as for cushion, I just put like I've just been putting money in there, and there's like over like 4,000 just in the off chance that like they're like, hey, you need to pay 2,000 or something like that. And even then, like, not even all of that is allocated for that specifically. A lot of it is just other money that I had there already. But they're like, oh, well, make sure you blah, blah, blah. Basically, I think that in their heads, they think that I'm going to be living paycheck to paycheck with more than half of it going to pay off student debt. Which, fair enough, that's a valid fear, but also, if I'm going to be living at home, they're not going to have me pay rent, and I'll be working part-time and also doing voiceover stuff. I will put all the voiceover into that, but also, that doesn't mean that I just stop living my life, and I just spend so many years just paying. My love cannot be totally devoted to paying off that debt for the rest of, like, just my living days.
Yes. Yes.
I think my mom is just so paranoid about me being in any kind of debt. And so is my dad. And they just keep hearing all these horror stories of people who just are like constantly like in debt and just see no way of ever paying it off. I literally chose to come to the UK because it would literally give the lowest amount of impact in my student loans.
Yeah.
That's where I praise the joy of the Scottish system. Because you pay taxes as an adult, earning money, and that shit goes into, and part of that ends up paying for Student Awards Agency Scotland, which will fund however long your degree is plus 1 year. So if you have to resit a year or whatever, where you change your mind after your first year, it's not the end of the world. You're not like 1 year short of funding. You don't have to pay that back, but you can apply for a maintenance expense loans, like to like help with rent, food, bills, all that shit, and you've got to pay that one back.
The graduate acceptance scheme is so fucking crazy to me as well, just the one in like Britain, because like in the States it's like, oh yeah, you have debt, if you die it goes to your next of kin. Sucks to be them.
No, that's like, that's not how. Ugh.
No, it's not.
I'm confused by you saying. I'm confused by you saying no. I'm a bit confused.
We're disagreeing that it shouldn't be a thing. Like, no.
Oh, okay. I was very confused by that.
We're like.
Yeah, that's like.
It's we cannot brain right because it's like. It's fucking late for us.
Yeah, it's late for us, and also like, that just does not compute. Like, yes, if there are outstanding debts, I can't speak. If there are outstanding debts,
Kind of flash from like the estate or whatever, but that doesn't mean that like my next of kin or whatever are on the chain for my debts.
No,
like, the various ones that my estate has to pay for, I believe, but there's some that don't, and the ones that, and none of which is my next of kin's like my next of kin.
Yeah.
If the estate has no money, my next of kin are not responsible for my debts.
Yeah.
Right away, sir.
Yeah.
Like, the only way I can think of something like that happening would be if, like, it is literally tied up in your estate. Like, for example, you have a mortgage on a house or something like that, and you need to pay that off. Then it's because it's in the contract that unless you pay it off, you can't like give it away. That's how it could work. But personal debts, no. They just
you guys want to? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they don't transfer like that.
You guys want to hear a fun story about estates, though? So, my grandmother passed away. It was really shit and hard on all of us, and she didn't have a lot of money, but she did have some money that, you know, that we would get from her and stuff like that, right? And some of the money that we were supposed to get back, they made it out to the state of her name. And we were like, she doesn't have an estate. Why would she have an estate? She was literally living at our house, and like, she doesn't have an estate. And they're like, well, make an estate, and then he can make them, then he can get the money. And we're like, we're not going to make an estate for her. That doesn't make any sense. So basically, they didn't want to write it out as a check to my, just like my mom. So there's just money that we just never got because they just assumed that we were going to set up an estate for my grandmother.
No.
And we didn't.
Oh, that's literally theft, though.
It was just, it was too much. I don't know if it was like life insurance or something. I don't know. It was something to do with something else, and we just couldn't be bothered because we were all just, it was like the middle of the pandemic. We physically just could not deal with it anymore because we already had to wait. Like, she died in January. We buried her in April. She didn't even look like herself at the funeral because she'd basically been sitting in a freezer for 4 months. So...
yeah, that sounds awful.
It wasn't fun. Not in like, I laughed in like a morbid way, but I laughed because when I saw her, the one thing that popped in my head, I was like she looks like Marina Moreno, which is a very famous Latina actress from like the 50s, 60s era. And all I could think of in my mind is if I said that to my grandmother, she would just be like, I know I don't look like Marina. She's like, but it'd probably be because she was convinced that she was one of the ugliest people on Earth, which is partially her siblings' fault. But, oh, now it's getting sad. Basically, I laughed because I thought that she would be like, I know, I don't look like her. But to me, in that instance, when I saw her in the coffin, that was the first thing that popped in my head. And I chuckled. And I felt bad. But I also thought that, like, my grandmother would probably laugh, too, at me saying that. But yeah, no, that's...
funeral, his best friend said, shared funny anecdotes about him, and then like, because that was who he was, right? He was this guy who would like, he'd picture, I'm gonna paraphrase this, so I won't do it justice, but he'll fix your lawnmower, like, no problem. I mean, yeah, you're there to, because he had a I think it was a DIY/repair shop for a while. And he'd fix it no problem. And then when he started the menswear shop, he'd still fix your lawnmower no problem while you were getting fitted for his suit. Like, that sort of thing. He just was. He was an amazing guy, and it was just kind of, yeah. Sometimes you've got to share the happy, lightweight stuff. Like, same at my great aunts. At one point, we were all in Great Aunt's week. We're all just sharing funny stories of her. It's like, yeah, she's gone, but also like, sometimes shit can be funny as well as sad. Like, it's not a crime. And if it is, whoever made that law can fucking fight me, and I won't tear the throat out with my teeth.
Yeah, I think I just felt bad because then, like, right after me, her brother, who was the last living sibling out of the 7, started bawling his eyes out, and I was like, maybe there's something wrong with me. There was a lot of stuff going on, and then also only 7 of us were allowed to actually go in because of COVID. We were only 7 of us were allowed to go in and view the body, and they had to like choose who would go in and see her, and it was a mess. It just wasn't fun. But basically, to say at the end of the day, estate money, we don't have an estate for my grandmother, who basically had no effect and was living with us. You know, like, I'm sorry, but who the fuck is gonna make an estate for their dying loved ones like that? Like, isn't the point of an estate for copyright stuff and things like that? Why would you just assume that someone who doesn't have that and never in their life had anything close to that would, you know? It's just stupid to me.
Yeah, estate. Okay, so there are 3 different legal definitions of estate, as far as I know. Keep in mind, I haven't studied any law, just talked with a lot of law students because like half of Ganymede, the LGBT association I'm part of, studies law. So a state, as far as I know, has three things. It's a literal estate. It's literally a piece of land you own. That's a common definition. It's not actually used that often in law, except when referring to something that is like specifically titled as an estate. Then there is the things you own in general. So everything you own in general can be referred to as an estate. And then there is estate as a legal entity separate from the person that actually owns everything. Which basically means that you have a different thing to declare bankrupt rather than yourself. I think. I don't know for sure. And I can't be bothered with brain enough.
That's fine. We definitely had none of that for my grandmother. Either her stuff was sold or it was given to other family members. Same thing with all of my other aunts, and probably also with my uncle, if or when he passes. You know, like, we don't... You know, like, it's like... It's ridiculous. I think even if, like, I died and I, in a way, had, like, an estate or something, I would just be like, if you fucking take money for this kind of shit and you just don't let me go into the ground and get rid of all my stuff and split it amongst you guys, try to make profit off of it, I'm gonna rise from the dead and fight you.
Yeah.
You can put that in your will, right? I'm gonna put that in my will. My stuff, when I'm gone, fucking take it. I don't need that shit. Like,
I mean, I guess give my best friend, give Betsy first pick of my stuff, because like, she's known me for fucking ever. Like, yes, I've got my parents and my older siblings. But I'm closer to Betsy, so therefore she gets first dibs. And then, like, everything else can be split amongst the family, sold, donated, whatever.
yeah, like that makes sense, but like, I don't know. It's like trying to still. It's like, hey, It's like people that are like writers and they have estates and stuff, and like I get like copyright law and everything, but it's like, you know, like unless you're trying to, even then, like trying to keep like the spirit of them alive and make sure that like they're not misconstrued or their pieces are like, you know, it goes against their wishes. If it's like, hey, like Catcher in the Rye, where it's like, hey, he never wanted, despite me and my feelings with Catcher in the Rye, he was like, hey, I don't ever want this to be made into television, fair enough. But like other times where it's like, hey, pay us $1 million to use this song by this person who has been dead, despite it being a cultural kind of icon now. But then again, this might also tie into my feelings about the mouse. So am I partial on this? Probably not.
Humans rarely are. There's always shit
Yeah,
the mouse is 90. Why? The mouse is 90. Why is he not in the public domain?
Why isn't he retired?
The mouse is 90. He's not in public domain because copyright law in the US is X plus 20, where X is the amount of years since the mouse has been created.
I know, and they keep Disney is literally the reason that it keeps changing. So
yes.
Like that, and also avoiding the fucking don't have a monopoly law. Literally, it's Disney being like, hey guys, we got this, it's fine. And I'm just like, we literally made a law about this in the 20s. And you're like, fine. Fucking, And yet here I go watching stuff on Disney Plus, you know?
Yeah.
I am funding the mouse. I fear that one day I'll wake up and you'll be sitting over my bed and be like, haha, you work for me now!
Yeah.
While it would be a dream to be a Disney princess, at the same time, I don't know how I would feel if one day I had to sign away my voice to the mouse.
So, you do know about the the mouse's porn stash, right?
Great time to come back in. We're talking about Mickey Mouse's porn stash. No, I do not.
Goodbye.
Okay, so Disney,
Oh.
Oh boy.
That's pixelistic.
Yeah. So
Not blaming
Disney
though.
has a contract that, as long as you work for, Disney, everything you create is owned by Disney, even if you do it on your own time outside of office hours and everything. Which, good enough, I guess. It's terrible practice. It's the reason why they're reviled, but it's somewhat understandable, I guess. However, what they fail to realize is that artists are a bunch of horny bastards. So all the porn that the artists drew in their off time, he left again, is also owned by Disney. So
I feel bad making them uncomfortable now.
He's made me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I am very biased when it comes to this situation.
Yeah. But
This is unfair.
They literally have a porn stash because every single artist that has worked for Disney has drawn porn using Disney characters as well, and they legally can't destroy it because of the way their own contract is written. They legally can't destroy it, so they have to keep their porn stash up to date.
I love that. If I were to Disney as an artist, I would totally create some porn every so often, draw some porn every so often, just as a big fuck you to the mouse. You wanted this thing? Too bad. Have some porn.
To do to work for the mouse and then just do a voice thing that's very NSFW. I'd feel uncomfortable doing it, but also I think at the end of the day I would sleep well knowing that I fucked over the mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, what a conundrum I'd be in.
No, I think
It doesn't sound like that big of a fucking conundrum.
Fuck over their app. Fuck over their app.
Yeah, but I don't want my family seeing it, and just in general, personally, it makes me uncomfortable to do it, but also fucking over the mouse sounds like just a fantastic thing to do,
I mean, but at the end of the day, if it makes you uncomfy, then there's no point in fucking over the mouse, because then it's you're not getting the full benefits of fucking over the mouse.
You should still fuck over the mouse, just find a different way to do it.
Yeah.
If
But
you're
also, I
uncomfortable
want
doing
do
it.
it with the true solution.
Yeah, but I'd also like to fuck over the mouse in that way, because, they did try to copyright Dia de los Muertos, so...
They tried to copyright Dia de los Muertos?
Yeah. This was a while back when Coco was around. It wasn't even Pixar, it was Disney specifically that was trying to copyright it. It wasn't Pixar.
It's like when they sold the Maori... What was his name?
Holy shit, I got a lot of...
The demigod from Moana. What the fuck was his name?
Maui?
Maui. It's like when they sold the Maui bodysuits, and I'm just
Oh no.
I kinda get it, but also, oh my god, Disney engage your brain cells for 5 seconds and go, maybe not.
Disney
We here
engaging
at
brain
Disney
cells for
put-
5 seconds.
We here at
is-
Disney
it's
respect everything and all of the cultures around us. Damn it, if we're not gonna use that culture to get another dime out of you, you are our slaves and you will forever be under us. Remember, the
fucking
mouse knows
Dis-
everything
right.
and watches you.
Yeah. So, you think Disney wouldn't, fuck over their only Scottish princess, would they? Not even white princesses are immune to the fucking Disney bullshit.
Yeah.
Why would they be? Everything is a tool for Disney.
So, it still pisses me off, but in Ralph Breaks the Internet 2, I've only ever
Oh,
seen
she's
this
like-
clip.
My mom, my Ocean did her in, right, I turned my mom into a bear, my Ocean did her blah 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 blah, and then
Hang
they're
on,
just
let
like,
me
we
bring
can't
it up.
understand her. It's like,
Let
we
me
can't
bring it up.
understand her, she's from the other studio.
Let me bring it up.
I remember that exactly because I saw it so many times on TikTok.
What the fuck is that mean? For fuck's it's not in this surface,
Yeah,
it's in the
here we
other
go. This
surface.
is what she says. I gave my mammy a cake. She turned into a big year. My Odeon tried to dare her in. If that's not a pure mess, I don't know what is. Right, that's what she should say. That is Scots. That is actual Scots. That's not Scottish English. She is straight up. Actually, it may be Scottish English, but it is very, very Scottish English sort of thing. And they're all like, oh, I can't understand her.
I saw.
I gave my mommy a cake. I something my mama cake.
On your game, that has time.
Yeah.
Just
She turned into a big bear. She turned into a big bear. My Odeon tried to day her in. So seeing as we've worked out that Tay means 2, we can guess that day means stew?
Ah! It's so loud! Why is it so loud? Why is it so loud? Oh my god!
Why are you screaming?
Because it's so loud!
He is in fact playing a game, even though we aren't.
Oh my god, I'll watch that cutscene later. Jesus Christ.
I forgot he was doing that.
Also, by the way, I posted a meme regarding, what we were discussing.
Yeah.
Oh, dear God, I can't see it.
Oh, what a